Ohio Center for Oral Facial and Implant Surgery diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Oral Facial and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Good afternoon and welcome to Kirtland High School for the third of the three 2022 Chagrin Valley Conference Spring Sports Media Days. I'm Steve Hare, the CVC Sports Information Director, and today we've got about 15 of our CVC teams that will be in action here at Media Day. Kicking off the day is the Grand Valley track team, so we've got a couple of coaches and athletes. Coach, I'm going to let you guys introduce yourselves, introduce the athletes you brought with you, and then just kind of give us your elevator pitch of what we can expect out of the Mustangs this spring. And grab your microphone there, Coach. And then there's a little black switch. Flip that up.
All right. Hi, I'm Rick Marinelli. I'm the boys' head coach. And we've got Nathan Boyarski down there on the end.
I'm Curtis Fisher. I'm the head girls coach, and we have Reagan Boyarski with us here.
That should be easy to remember. All right, give us a little elevator pitch, whoever wants to go first.
So, obviously, this year, we've got a little bit smaller team than we have in the past, but we've got some pretty solid event areas. Our jumps are going to be real strong this year. Our throws are looking pretty good. We're still trying to put some stuff together. We've got a couple bright spots in the distance area, and we'll just see how things go as we get into a little bit deeper into the spring, but there's some bright spots, so we're excited.
All right. Curtis?
The girls team's young right now, and they're working real hard, and they're excited about it. Again, with the girls, it's bright spots are our jumps, throws are making strides forward, and we got some pretty solid sprinters and some growing out of the distance program as well. We're a little small, but we come to compete really hard every single time.
All right, we'll just get right into the athletes. Go ahead, introduce yourself, what grade you're in, and tell us what events you expect to compete in this spring.
I'm Nathan Boyarski. I'm a junior this year. I participated in long jump, 200, 100, 4x1. I expect a lot from the team this year, honestly. We got a pretty good set of runners, a lot of new kids this year coming out to the track, mostly juniors. I'm glad to see come out.
All right, what kind of success did you have last year, and how do you hope to build off of that this spring?
I was very successful in the long jump last year, but I am coming back from a football injury during the season, so I'm trying to get back to kind of where I was last year and try to beat the school record if I can.
Do you know what the school record is? A little bit over 21, and what'd you hit last year?
27 and a half, I think, last year.
So you're within range. What's it going to take to exceed that mark?
To Definitely a lot of practice, getting back used to jumping off because my plant foot was the one I broke. Definitely getting back to using that again and just building strength back, I guess.
All right. And you mentioned a couple of the relays. Who else are you running with in those?
We're running with Dylan Hyvick, Bobby Rogers, and Brady Bogdan. Dylan Hyvick is one of the new kids who came out this year in my grade. Looks pretty good out there. I'm glad to see him. He came out. Bobby Rogers, he's a sophomore this year. He's a pretty young kid, pretty fast. I'm going to expect a lot of growth from him in the next upcoming years. And Brady Bogdan, he's a young kid, kind of like a big man, a thrower, but he's pretty quick, and we're glad to see him out there competing in the running events.
All right. Any other guys catch your attention early in the spring?
Definitely David Steinley. He's one of our big distance runners. He's a pretty big aspect to like our mile and 4x8 team.
Yeah, I'm pretty familiar with David. He's been around a while. Seems like forever now, but all right. All right, and let's go on. Was it Reagan? All right, Reagan, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us what grade you're in and what events you're going to compete in.
I'm Reagan Boyarski. I'm in the 9th grade. I'm a freshman.
Is your microphone all the way up? Okay, good.
I'm 9th grade. I'm a freshman. I ran the 200, the 100, and the 4x1, and I long jumped. My 4x1 team, it's Maggie Waldo, Dixie Miller, and it's Carissa Murdoch now.
What are your goals for this?
I want to beat the record for our long jump.
So you got two long jumpers, both looking to break the school record. Do you know what the girls' school record is?
It's 16.7 and like 3/4.
And what did you hit last year?
I actually wasn't long jumping last year. I was injured during our track season. But this year, my farthest I hit was a 16.2.
So you're
far.
pretty close as well. What kind of work are you putting in to get you that extra distance?
Putting in a lot of work with Rick and Plarchek at practices. We're working on our run-throughs and getting our steps down on the board.
All right, and what kind of goals do you have for your running events?
I just want to place for my 100, my 200. And our 4x1 team isn't bad. We just need to work on our handoff, stuff like that.
Gotcha. All right, and then who are some of the girls that have kind of impressed you here early in the season?
Maggie, for sure.
Maggie
she just
Waldo,
set our
another distance runner, cross-country kid, right?
No.
Played soccer.
She was a soccer player, okay.
She just set our school's new high jump record, 5.3. So she's good at jumping. She does pole vault, high jump, long jump, and she's running our 4x1 with us. Anna Steinley, David's younger sister. She's a good long distance runner, best one we have, I think. What is she running this year? 600, 1600,
1600
and 800. Dixie's doing pretty good. She's gonna pole vault this year. Miller.
Okay. And Anna Steinley, freshman, right? Remember from cross country? All right, so that gives you what, like 16, 17 straight years of Steinleys?
It seems like that. Tim was the first one we had, and he's through college now. And then Tim was first for us. He's graduated college, and then it was John, and we've had now David, and we had Grace. It was nice having Grace in there, as strong as she was for both cross country and track. But, they keep coming out and working real hard for us and doing some nice things and helping out the team.
Great. Go and fill in some of the gaps for the girls. We talked about a couple of those, but obviously you got to have a little bit more depth to fill in some of the events. Who are the girls that are going to do that for you?
She said Dixie Miller really stepping up in the 100 and the 200. Morgan Crawford stepping in, doing pretty decent in the 400 for us. Another sophomore. She's also going to do some 100 and 200 for us. Laura Oscar in the shot and disc. Olivia Sparks, shot and disc, both sophomores. Sydney Bell stepping in as a second high jumper and a 300 hurdler, junior. We have senior Kyrie, and she's a hurdler, 100 and 300 hurdler. So we're real young for most of it, and the girls are working real hard.
Obviously, with a lot of younger kids, you hope that they improve throughout the season. But how are you going to define success this year? What's it going to take for you to be satisfied with what the girls accomplish?
Continued progression as the season goes on and competing every single time we're out there. I'm not settling for just missing finals, pushing to get to the finals, trying to increase the distances, decrease times. Just continued progression as the season goes on and putting ourselves in a conversation to do some nice things in the conference and in postseason.
All right. Coach, same question to you. Just kind of fill in the blanks for us. Who are some of the guys that will be providing depth for you, and then what's it going to take to be successful this season?
Yeah, I mean, with the throws, there's Logan Martin and Jason Byers. You know, they're upperclassmen, but they're just getting their chance to compete at the invitational level, and I expect you know, growth. You know, that's it. Just you know, reaching their potential. You know, with a lot of the younger kids, we don't even have benchmarks for them yet. I mean, you know, it's been the weather's been a little bit crazy this spring, but
right.
And getting opportunities for kids to run and even see where they're going to wind up. Let's see, Ethan Hughes is a young kid. Last year, he helped out a little bit in the 4x8, and I think he's going to be able to score some points in the open. Who else do we have? We Ben Kozad. Yeah, he's another young kid. He was able to run in his first meet yesterday. The weather, he has some injury issues, but we don't even have benchmarks on a lot of these kids. So, but I think that Coach said, it's we want to see kids reach their potential, figure out what events that kids are going to do, kids settle in, be excited about the sport. I think, success for us is going to be having a lot of these kids come out for the team next year and, just continue to grow as a program. And we had, Nate mentioned, Dylan Hyvick and Charles Clayson, these guys weren't even thinking about track. They came out, and it looks like they're going to be able to score some points in the pole vault, contribute in our relays. So that's kind of like the special part of track and field. There's an event for everybody. You just got to find the right place. So as a program, if we can find places and opportunities for kids to compete and reach your potential, I think we're doing the right thing.
All right, and this will go out to whoever wants to answer it. CVC, a lot of quality competition, and then you get to the district level and regionals. Just the small schools in Northeast Ohio provide that challenge. How ready is the squad?
I think you said what's a good benchmark. I think if you could be competitive in the CVC, you can be competitive anywhere. We looked at some mile split rankings. I know it's early, but there's 2 or 3 teams right in the top of the region from the CVC. So if we can hang with those teams and, like with some of our relays, if we can get where we need to be in the conference, we're going to be just fine.
And with the girls' high jump, it's quite the event for the CVC. When you look right now, you have Carolyn from Cardinal, who's a 5-foot high jumper. Maggie, who just went 5'3". The Independence girl, she's a 5-foot high jumper. It's a really tough conference for certain events, and if you can be in the conversation at our meet, it should do well for you postseason.
Right, and Jenna Young from Brooklyn, who is state
yeah.
All-Ohioan. So
yeah, those 3 or 4 of those girls were all together at the Cardinal Invitational, and it made that early season high jump event pretty darn exciting to watch.
Yeah, and I'll just throw this out for the athletes. When you're in an event that maybe you guys haven't competed in it where there's that much talent, but when you've got that state level talent, how does that help you kind of push yourself and get you to go out and achieve a mark that you can be proud of?
Well, like seeing that state level competition, it's honestly pretty good because it makes me want to go out there and try to compete and try to beat them. I guess it's like a mark. I guess I try to be better than them. That's how I put it.
Reagan, you want to answer that one too?
The best part about track for me is definitely the competition. Makes it fun. It's the best part. But it's definitely gets you going when you see kids that are out there who can compete against you.
All right. Well, I appreciate you guys making the trip out here from Orwell, just a little bit longer than my trip, so appreciate you being here, and I'll see you at a few of those meets. Best of luck to you this spring.
All right, thanks.
Thank you very much.
That was the Grand Valley Mustangs track teams here kicking off our CVC Spring Sports Media Day at Kirtland High School. This is the third of 3 events. We've got on the schedule, Chagrin Falls track is next. I don't know that they are here yet, so I think we might see Grand Valley baseball or softball sneak in here. But we're going to take a quick break and thank our sponsor, Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. And we will be right back.
Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Welcome back to the CVC Spring Sports Media Day East version, live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the Chagrin Falls track teams. We've got Brittany, I wanted to say Anderson, still can't get that out of my brain, but Brittany Lasik. Coach, I'm going to let you introduce yourself and your athlete, and then give us your elevator pitch of what we can expect out of you this spring.
Okay. So I'm Brittany Lasak. I'm the second-year head girls track coach. I have senior Claire Coffey with me today.
And then just give us your elevator pitch.
This season, we're looking to defend our CVC title. The girls had a great year last year. We had strong performances from our distance group, our field events, and our sprint stepped up big time in the CVC meet. And then we had our perennial powerhouse 4x8 team, which Claire is part of, that went to state yet again. So we're looking forward to another strong showing from them this season. The boys are coming off a second place finish in last year's CVC meet. They were runner-up to Geneva. Again, the distance group is a stronghold for us, but we have other strong performers that have stepped up now in the field events and in sprints as well.
All right, Claire, I'm going to go right to you, and we're going to start with that 4x8. Just seems like every year that squad, that relay gets down to state, and you guys are all Ohioans. How much pressure is there to kind of keep that and maintain that legacy?
Yeah, it's been super awesome. Freshman year I came in and I was lucky enough to be a part of it, and my sister was a senior and had been a part of it all 4 years of her high school career. So starting off as a freshman and winning a state title with her alongside of me was super cool. And then with COVID, it was hard. We lost a year. But last year we had 4 juniors on it, so we're all coming back, and it's just so cool, so much fun. Love all the girls on the team.
And then just this year, talk about the other girls that are in that relay with you and how things are gelling early on.
Yeah, so we'll see. I'm injured right now, hoping to come back this week, so we'll see how that goes. But we have everyone back, and then we have a couple freshmen coming up, which are looking really good too. So we'll see what happens, but I'm super pumped.
And what other events are you going to compete in this spring?
Hopefully the Open 800 and the 400, and then the 4x8 and 4x4 as well.
So 3 relays and then the Open 8, right?
2 relays.
2 relays.
And the 4 and the 8.
Okay.
Yep.
And obviously you're running a 800 and then you're running the relay 800 and then a couple other relays. How does that all work out? I mean, you getting enough rest in between events?
Yeah, I think early on, Clay and Lisa do a really good job of mixing us in on off events. So sometimes I'll run the mile with the 4x4 or the 4x8 and just the Open 4. So then by postseason, I'm ready to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're running like the 100 and the 200, it's a little bit easier to recover in between events. But running that 800 and,
Right.
you know, that's a middle distance. It's, you know, you're almost sprinting it the whole way. So I have to imagine that takes a little longer to recover from.
Yeah, it's doable though.
Talk about some of the other girls on the squad. Who has impressed you so far this spring?
So Rose Hosel has been a staple for us. She's more of a distance girl, so we'll see what she can do in the mile and the 2 mile. I'm really excited to see what she's got. And then we've got a couple freshmen coming up that I'm super excited. Lily Stukas, we'll see what she can do in the Open 8. And then, yeah, I don't know. I'm super excited to see what Rose can do in the more distance events, though.
And then just looking at your individual events, what are you hoping to accomplish this season? What kind of goals do you have?
Yeah, so last year the 800 didn't go at state, didn't go how I wanted it to. I ended up getting tripped in the second lap. So I'm hoping to go sub 2:15 this year in the 800. That would leave me really satisfied. And then, again, just having goals to get that 4x8 to state and finish as high as we can.
I know the cross-country team has had a lot of success, too. How much does that help, just having those distance runners come in and clean up on some of those events?
It has. It's super awesome. I think just team dynamic wise too, it really helps translate. We're super tight on the cross country course. Obviously running a 5K can be pretty grueling, and so I think we bond a lot in the fall, and then transferring that over to the track really helps with team dynamic.
How do you mix in the field event girls, the high jumpers and long jumpers and throwers?
For me personally, I swim in the winter as well, so I know Maddie Machado, one of our top throwers. I've gotten super close with her through swimming. She's a stud in the pool. So I think we all, just in school too, have built relationships outside of running, and I think that really helps on the track and in the field events.
All right, Coach, I'll throw it back to you. Can you fill in the blanks a little bit? She mentioned a lot of the athletes, but who else has stepped up this spring so far?
So we'll have Claire Stinson and Ren Opperman and why am I blanking on your fourth 4x8? Rose, yeah. So that's our returning group that performed at state as juniors. Rose with longer distances too, with a 16 and a 32, which is another like grueling double. Claire's an absolute stud at middle distance. That is not an easy combo, let alone 4 events for her to compete in. And freshman Lily Stukas is working on those events as well. We also have Bella Radomski, who is a freshman addition to middle distances, and she had a strong showing at our meet yesterday. So the freshman class is looking to step in with sprints and with some of our field events. We have 2 juniors. We have Camille Zitney and Caitlin Young, who come back. Nora Pope, who is a sophomore, who will be high jumping and competing in sprints. And then field events, Maddie, as Claire mentioned, Sarah McCourt, are two of our junior throwers. So there's a lot of girls coming back with experience as, sophomores even. So it's a strong freshman class. And then our juniors, our seniors who competed at state last year as juniors, provide excellent leadership. So they know what it takes. They're super, super tough. And they have a positive attitude in their approach to training, and it really helps to build up our freshman class.
And now, how about on the boys' side? Can you fill in those gaps?
Yeah, so on the boys' side, we have another strong showing from our distance group. So we have Hunter Longo, Ryan Mateo, Jimmy Mooney, Tommy Mooney, who will be probably competing mostly 4x8. And then Charlie Asplin, who also 800, 1600. So kids that are coming off a good cross-country season, competing in distances. We have JC, who is competing in long jump right now, probably will sprint at some point, coming off an injury and a rough day yesterday with the cold weather. And then on the field event side, we have Logan Holmes, who's high jumping and will also be sprinting. We have Jude Zimmerman and Max Klug, who are competing in shot put and discus for us. And again, it's another group that, they've thrown into the fire when they were young. So as juniors and seniors, they're coming in with some experience and looking to compete.
I know this spring baseball and softball teams have just been wiped out. They haven't had a whole lot of luck getting on the field. You guys have had some meets already?
Yeah, so last week we had our first dual meet, and then yesterday we competed in the snow, rain, and whatever precip that was at Nordonia Relays. So we don't have our set lineup just yet. Dual meets are kind of fun. We do that as training. So some people are running events that they normally won't later in the season, but it helps to prepare them for those big meets, like the district meet, regional meet, and so on. And then Nordonia Relays yesterday, again, not a normal meet. You have a DMR, you have a sprint medley, and so you're trying to come up with these creative lineups and put people in different positions. But it makes for a fun start to the season and helps us to see kind of, all right, here's where we're at right now. Where do we need to end up?
Claire, when Coach was talking about the weather, you were kind of shaking your head. You don't seem to enjoy the cold and rain and wind.
No, especially for sprinters and middle distance kids, not ideal. And yesterday, like I said before, I'm coming off an injury, so I was there timing and help cheering on, all bundled up.
You'd think that cross country would prepare you for it because you start out where it could be blazing hot, but by the time districts and regionals come around, it's pretty cold, and you'd think you'd be ready for that.
Yeah, no, for sure. Cross country can be a fun one too, but I think when you're, like I said, running 1 or 2 laps and you really have to get your muscles loosened up and warmed up, it can be a lot harder.
All right, and then just lastly, and whoever wants to answer first, go ahead. This year, obviously you've got some goals, but what is it going to take for you guys to be satisfied? What's it going to take for you to say, yes, we had a successful season?
I think personally for me, just giving it everything I have. This could be it for me. I'm not sure what I'm playing. I'm attending the University of Notre Dame next year, but I'm not sure if I'll be running. Go Irish is right. I'm not sure if I'll be running there yet. So there's a little bit of uncertainty there. So I just want to leave it all out there. And whatever happens, happens. But if I give it everything I have and enjoy the memories with my teammates, I'll be happy.
All right.
All right, and I think any team that you talk to today, you're going to hear that they want to compete for a CVC title. So that's always on the line. And then getting as many athletes to state as possible. I think last year might have been a record number combined between boys and girls. So we want to try to get as many athletes down to Columbus as we can.
One of the things I always ask the track teams before they leave is the CVC's a really good conference for cross country and for track and many other sports in addition. But how does that help? Just knowing that not only are you going to be pushed at districts and regionals and state, or what are they? Yeah, districts and region. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I get so confused.
I know it's so different from wrestling and
right,
swimming and
sectionals,
stuff.
district. Yeah. So sometimes I lose track of it all, but But now you go into your conference meet, and some of the kids that you're going to be competing for state titles with are at your conference meet, and a lot of people don't have that. How does that kind of help kick off that postseason run?
Oh, it's tremendous. I think when you line up next to somebody that you know is one of the top runners in the state, it's all the more motivation. And it's a really good indicator of where you stand, and it forces you to be competitive all season. You can't rest on your laurels. You can't step back. Like, you have to have that drive all season.
Claire, how does it help you individually?
I think it's really awesome. At CVC's going against some of the best of the state. Coach Lasek said, it's really awesome to have the opportunity to race these amazing girls. And then also, though, if things don't go your way, you can reset and say, I have 3 more races to get there. So, yeah, it's really awesome.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate you coming out and previewing the Tigers for us for the spring season. Best of luck to you, and I'll see you out there at the CVC meet for sure.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Thanks. That was the Chagrin Falls Tigers track teams here at the CVC Spring Sports Media Day. Up next, we've got the Grand Valley baseball team. Once again, our CVC TV productions are brought to you by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. And now we'll invite the Mustangs over to join us. Running a little bit ahead of schedule here since we had a cancellation to start out the beginning of the media day session here. So we'll let the Mustangs take their position here at the head table. All right, gentlemen, there's a little black switch on your microphones. When it's your time to speak, just flip that up and flip it down when you're done. Coach, I'm going to let you start, and just go ahead and introduce yourself, the athletes that you brought with you, and then kind of give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Mustangs this spring?
All right, I'm Matt Brummett. I brought with me left fielder, senior Will Seeger, second baseman, senior Matt Wengard, shortstop, pitcher Hagen Haydock, also a senior, and then DJ Webb, who will be joining us momentarily. First baseman and pitcher, also a senior. All
right. And then just that elevator pitch.
So I would say that our outlook for this season is to compete for a division title this year. We have 6 seniors, all who love and respect and have worked on their craft throughout the years. So I that's a huge expectation I have for our guys this year. I would also like to make a run in the tournament, and be consistent and play consistent baseball day in and day out.
All right, let's start with Hagen. Hagen, I remember you from basketball, and you had a great year there. So outstanding athlete at Grand Valley. Coming into senior season of baseball, how excited are you?
Oh, I can't even put it in the words how excited I am. This is by far, we played 3 games. It's the most enjoyable 3 games of my high school career.
And it's 3 out of what should have been probably 8 or 9. Yeah. The weather hasn't cooperated much. How tough is it as a player just you get the season going and then you have 3 or 4 days off? You might play a game, then you get 3 or 4 days off.
I kind of expected it going into this year. Last year we didn't cancel 1 game at all. But so this year I was like, it's going to even out. We're going to get some games canceled. But you just got to move on. Just don't worry about it.
How often do you check the weather report?
Oh, every single day. Every single day. I whenever I was like, let's see what the weather's looking like. I'm like, it's raining.
Yeah, it doesn't look too promising for this week, but I think we'll get a few days in to play, hopefully. So.
Oh, yeah, we'll play.
So shortstop and pitcher, let's start with you. Let's talk about the pitching staff. What does that group bring to the table this year?
Our pitching staff is probably the deepest pitching staff I know he's probably ever had as a coach, and he's coached a lot of great teams. And we have 5-6 guys that can just go in there any given day and just shove. It doesn't matter who. We'll play against whoever with our 6th guy because we're not scared. and because that 6th guy will go out there and just be an animal.
What do you bring? What do you throw? What pitches?
I go fastball, curveball, changeup, as much as I'll say.
Not sharing any secrets? What kind of velocity do you get?
I mean, good day, good weather, 84 maybe.
Wind at your back, 88.
Yeah. no. When am I back, 84?
And then talk about your abilities at shortstop.
Oh, shortstop, I mean, I started playing a couple years ago, and it's enjoyable. I like going up the middle a little bit more. Moving to my left, moving to my right's kind of a struggle. But it's awesome dealing with Matt all year, between shaking hands with Will last year. It's enjoyable just being able to talk to other people and then feel like, because I do like to talk decent amount.
It looks like your hat is in mid-season form already.
Yeah, long story about that one.
We got a little bit of time.
Well, we ordered hats in December.
They're hard to come by right now.
They didn't show up. But we're using ones from last year.
Okay, that's why it looks a little bit
it's a little bit beat up.
used.
Yeah, it's a little bit beat up, but that's okay.
All right, let's slide over to Matt. We'll come back to you, Hagen. Matt, second base, I believe.
Yes.
And pitch or just.
I don't pitch.
All right, so talk about your excitement for this season here.
I'm very excited this year. I think this is one of our. I think it's probably going to be one of our strongest year that I've been in high school playing baseball, just because our pitching staff is really good. It's the strongest part of our team. But
when you look at the Valley Division, Berkshire had that run to regionals last year. They graduated quite a few guys. Kirtland had some big turnover. They were the defending champs. So, it looks like it's a wide open division this year. And, what do you guys have to do to, end up at the top of the steps there?
Stay consistent. Lower down strikeouts and hit the ball more.
When you look at your offense, where is it 1 to 9 solid, or do you guys have some holes you got to kind of cover up?
I'd say it's pretty solid. Coach Brummett does a really good job with the order. Trying to get speedy guys on the bottom, try to steal bases, stuff.
So we got shortstop, second base. You can go ahead and introduce your third baseman, first baseman, and catcher.
Our third baseman is Casey Turner. He's a junior. First baseman is DJ Webb. And Zach Hall is the catcher.
When you look at that group of infielders, how well have you gelled together?
Really well. We've been playing together for like 3-4 years, and just the chemistry together is really good.
Excellent. All right, I'll come back to you as well. Will, you're up next. Go ahead and introduce yourself. What grade you're in and what positions you play.
Mostly left field this year, and I'm a senior this year.
So outfielder, go ahead and break down the outfield for us, since we talked a little bit about the infield.
We got me out in left field, and then we have Nate Boyarski in center most of the time. If not him, then we have Dane Sparks. And we've got either Eric Ellsworth or Logan Jones out in right field for us, so it's pretty solid out there for the most part.
As an outfielder, if your pitching staff isn't doing so well, you're pretty busy. I think you're planning to be kind of bored out there this season, the way the.
So far, I have been. I've been counting how many flowers are out there. So far, it's been none.
And that's a good problem to have.
Yeah.
Yeah. How exciting is it just to know going into a game that, we've got a pitching staff that's going to keep us in. You got to stay on your toes, but
yeah,
it's pretty good to be out there quiet.
Yeah, it is. It's nice, but sometimes it gets a little chilly out there with the wind blowing on you and whatnot.
Doing some jumping jacks out and left.
Yeah, I feel like sitting there and just trying to do something to warm up.
What do you see as like the biggest challenge your team has to overcome this spring?
Just staying consistent. Playing clean baseball the entire way through the year.
And then just looking at the batting order, is there a spot where you're like, we're at the sixth guy is leading off this inning. I know we're going to score a run. Is there a run of batters that you're just really confident in?
I feel like I'm confident in our entire batting order this year. I feel like we've got a solid lineup through and through.
All right, let's go down over there. DJ at the end. DJ, you're the catcher, right?
I'm first base.
First base, I'm sorry. Okay. So, going into this season, obviously things haven't been going well as far as the weather. How do you stay focused even though you're not getting on the field every day?
Right. We still keep practicing every day. We do inter-squad scrimmages. We pitch against each other. We throw some of our best pitchers against even our, we may say like not our best hitters, but even not our best hitters can even be the best hitters in the league. Like we have insane depth throughout our whole lineup, and I'm confident with our 9th hitter being able to get on base just as confident as I am with the 3rd.
What do you see as the greatest strength of the team this year?
Definitely our pitching and our defense. It's very rarely that a dude does get on base, and if he does, then he's most likely going to get left there. He's not scoring.
When you look at your pitchers, is there anyone that you're just like, he's on the mound, we're good? Or is it all of them? I mean, you can say that too.
Absolutely, every single one. I'm not worried about it, and even if they just so happen to hit the ball, I know it's not going to be a great hit. So just play my position. I know everybody else on my team is going to play their position.
When you look at the Valley Division, we talked a little bit earlier, the graduation losses at Berkshire and Kirtland, and then you look at the Metro Division, Independence comes back almost intact from last year. You got a lot of good baseball teams you're going to compete against in conference. How much does that help just to kind of help you guys develop your both on the field and then just the confidence level?
Oh, absolutely. If we see some of these best pitchers from every team, then we know if we're seeing the best pitcher in the conference, then we're not going to be worried about any other pitcher from any other team. And even the best pitchers that we see, we're not worried to see them. We're prepared, and we prepare all week in practice for them.
Last question for you, and I'll ask all the guys the same thing, but just this year, what are your goals individually, and what do you hope your team can accomplish?
Our goals, just stay consistent, keep doing what we're doing. We're 4-0 right now, so we're doing something right. And as long as we can just work together, hopefully we can put up a 2022 on a baseball banner this year.
Outstanding. Will?
Really just the same things DJ said. My real goal is for this year is just to stay consistent and just keep winning games.
I agree with what they both said. Consistent, win games, win tournament games, and hopefully hang up a banner.
All right. Hagen, I'm going to throw you a curveball. All
right, let's see it.
I believe I heard you committed to play in college?
Yes, Lake Erie.
Lake Erie.
Yes,
all right, yeah, that's right. All right, so yeah, what went into that decision?
Is this family just, it was the best fit for me. Coach Hutch at Lake Erie is just one of the greatest dudes I've ever met. I know a couple guys that are going there, but what really sold me to Lake Erie is Coach Hutch. Just amazing guy, amazing dude. I can ask him anything, and he'll just do anything for me. And I've talked to him a decent amount, but he just loves everybody on his team.
I know your dad's got to be thrilled because it's close, and you have some siblings, so he can, he doesn't have to pack up and drive 10 hours to go watch you and miss your brothers. So it's got to work out well being close to home.
Yeah, it's a 35-minute drive away from home. It's just money-wise, it's good for me as well. Academically, it's good for me. It was just the perfect fit.
What position do they recruit you for?
Officially, I'm utility. So, high school I played shortstop and pitch, and summer last year I played outfield and caught. So it's like officially signed as utility, but I will more than likely probably play outfield, maybe a little bit of second base.
All right, cool. All right. Coach, back to you, and, just fill in the gaps for us. Guys talked about the infield, the outfield, the pitching staff, the batting lineup, so, you can fill in the gaps and just talk a little bit about anybody they missed. Well, again, I would have to agree the common word that we've all used is just being consistent day in and day out, because it is baseball, and that's what's required to be a good team and a good player, really, is consistency. We do have depth in our pitching rotation. We have 6 guys that can get in there and throw strikes and get hitters out and get them on their front foot. And, we got guys behind the pitchers that can make plays. And then, we've started off slow with the bats. I think we've struck out, I don't know. Too much. Yeah, too much. But we do have a solid lineup 1 through 9 that they know how to play the game and they know how to swing the bat. So it's early on. Usually pitching beats hitters early on. So, but we'll keep working on that craft and again, working on all facets of the game. So You talked about the pitching beating the hitters. Well, Mother Nature beats everybody, and you guys have 4 games in, which is probably one of the most in the area. But how do you keep these guys focused and just motivated to come to practice back in the gym after you've played a few games?
Well, it's pretty easy with the varsity group, I can say. We have 6 seniors. Zach Hall's not here, and Dane Sparks is not here. But all 6 of these guys, they know what's expected, and if they're not working, they're helping somebody else out in the gym. And at Grand Valley, we're super fortunate to have a field house where we have cages and enough room to take ground balls and hit off tees. And then we do have our beautiful gym at the school that we can go in there and set up a small infield and do some situational stuff. So we are fortunate in that aspect. And we've gotten 4 games in because probably our grounds crew at Grand Valley. They've busted their butts preparing and getting the field ready each day for us to play. So, as in the coaches and the maintenance staff at Grand Valley as well. But so it's been frustrating. We have played 4 games, and I have talked to other coaches who've only played 1 or 2. But they do come into work day in and day out, and you can only do so much in a gym. And in fact, we gave them Saturday off because we played, I think, 1 game this week, and then we practiced the rest of the week. So, it's frustrating, but it's Northeast Ohio, and that's stuff that we can't control, that we can only worry about the stuff that we can control. So.
Right. All right, and when you look at, the guys are talking about they want to win a CVC title, make a run in the postseason, how are you going to define success? What's it going to take?
I would say that nothing less than a divisional title. We are definitely capable, and we have the players to do that. And again, coming back to just being consistent day in and day out. And I think if we're consistent, we play the way we can play, then we should be able to, beat all those good teams in the CVC. Our league is pretty good. I would say we're the older team this year in the league. So, that's an advantage. We've had all 6 guys have a lot of varsity at bats, a lot of varsity innings on the mound. And defensively, they just know how to play the game. So we have very capable players.
Outstanding. Well, you guys are off to a great start, and I hope you can continue on with that. Appreciate you making the trip out here today, and best of luck to you the rest of the spring.
Thanks for doing this for the kids. We appreciate it.
Sure thing. That was the Grand Valley Mustangs baseball team here at the CVC Spring Sports Media Day East version. We are out at Kirtland High School today. We have had 2 Media Day events previously, one out at Independence and one out at Geneva. Today we're trying to pick up all the teams in the central area of this 5-county league. Next up, we've got the Grand Valley softball team. So a little run of Mustangs here. We'll let them take their spots at the head table. Once again, all of our CVC TV productions are presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. You'll see a few commercials on them throughout the broadcast, but couldn't do it without them. Very happy to have their support throughout the year for all of our CVC TV productions, whether it's live football, live soccer, live basketball, or our Media Day events. So here come the Mustangs. Hi, Coach. All hard questions. Coach, I'm going to start with you. You can just go ahead, introduce yourself, and then introduce the girls you brought with you, and then give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Mustangs this spring?
Well, I'm Coach Rowland. And this is Emma Sullivan, Emma Elin, and Taylor Hall.
What was
all
the
seniors?
Emma and Emma?
Emily.
Emily and Emma. Okay.
Yep.
Which one was Emily? Okay, Emily's in the middle,
Yep.
and Taylor on the end.
Yep.
Okay, and then just give us your elevator pitch.
I think for the season, I think our biggest thing is competing for the league. I'm new at them from Trumbull County, so I don't know none of the teams up this way. So I heard Perry and Geneva are the teams to beat up here.
Right, you guys are you're in the Valley division, right?
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, you'll get Valley and Metro, so you got to worry more about Cuyahoga Heights, who played in the state final, and
No, we're in division with Perry.
You're in the Lake then.
Yeah,
Okay. So you get Perry, who just had their 70th straight conference win, and yeah.
And we got Geneva Monday, so we'll see where we stand.
Right, and then the Chagrin division teams you'll see as well. So okay, all right. Let's start, Emma. We'll start with you. There's a little black switch on your microphone. Make sure you just, yeah, either one. And then just flip that up when it's your turn to talk. Flip it down when you're done. But go ahead, introduce yourself. Tell us what grade you're in and what positions you play.
I'm Emma Sullivan. I'm a senior this year. I've played for Grand Valley all 4 years that I've gone there. I'm a third baseman. I'm really looking forward to this season. I think it'll be a good one.
How challenging has it been thanks to the weather where you're just not able to get out on the field every day like you should be?
Yeah, that's been a big one. Ohio weather's rough. We always get really unlucky this time of the year. We've had, 3 games canceled now? I think last year we got lucky, only had 1 or 2 all year. But yeah, I'm hoping the weather starts clearing up now.
Just overall, looking at the team this year, how different are you from last year?
I think we've improved from last year. We've been working hard this year, a lot of fundamental stuff. And it shows with our record so far. We're 3-0.
So good spring so far as getting on the field. The baseball team's 4-0. You guys are 3-0, so things are going well at Grand Valley.
Yeah.
What do you see as the strength of the team this year?
I really like our attitude this year. There's a lot of positivity, a lot of supportiveness from each other. I think we're going to have good bats this season.
And then just looking, at you as a third baseman, what do you bring to the table?
I would like to think that I'm a steady player. I try not to make errors, make the routine plays. Balls hit to me, make the outs.
And then just being a senior, you've got to take on a little bit of that leadership as well, make sure the younger girls are doing what they're supposed to do, show them the right way, how to approach a game and practice. How are you handling that job?
I think it's easy to beat up on yourself as an underclassman. You know, if you're playing varsity, you make a mistake and you feel like, it's tough. But you just got to, give them a pat on the back. It's okay. Get it out of your head. Don't let it snowball. Move on.
Individually, what's been the biggest challenge for you this spring?
I'm working on my hitting personally, just my mechanics. But I wasn't there for our first 2 games. I was out of town. So I was there for our 3rd game, and I'm really happy to be back. So it's nice to see how everyone's working together.
Give me 2 players that people are going to be surprised by this spring.
I'll say Carly. She's a freshman. She's playing shortstop. And Courtney. This is her first year playing. She's a senior. And
Basketball player, right?
Yeah, she's doing really well so far, I'd say.
Yeah, good athlete.
Yeah.
Probably taking a little bit longer to get used to swinging the bat than it is fielding, but...
Yeah, but she's doing really well so far.
Excellent.
For sure.
All right, we're going to come back to you. Emily, we're going to hit you up next. Go ahead, introduce yourself, and tell us what grade you're in and what positions you play.
Okay, I'm Emily.
Is that up? There you go.
I'm Emily Eland. I'm a pitcher, and I'm also a senior. This is my 4th year.
Were you the starting pitcher last year?
Yeah, I've been the starting pitcher all 4 years.
All 4, okay. So, you're bringing a veteran presence into the circle. Yeah. How key is that for the team, just having somebody that's been there and knows how to approach a game and address each batter?
I think it's just nice finally having, people behind me. I think this year, like Emma said, we went over fundamentals. That's a key thing in the field for defense and everything. It's definitely turning out different this year than it has in the past. So it's nice, and I'm always just there to cheer everyone on. So.
Every softball team has to have a quality pitcher. A lot of pressure on the pitchers. How are you handling that pressure?
I'm pretty good with pressure. I try not to show anything on the mound. So I don't know. I feel like at this point I don't get really nervous anymore. So.
How different are you this year compared to freshman year when you were out there wide-eyed, going out there as a freshman starting pitcher?
I'm going to be honest, I was probably better freshman year than I am now. I was playing a lot more games freshman year with travel and everything, so I expected everything that was going into it. But now I'm dang, I'm a senior, I want to keep it going. So.
What pitches do you throw?
Fastball, drop curve, screwball, a little rise and a little pullback drop.
What's your go-to when it's 3-2 with bases loaded?
Either a drop curve or a screwball.
And who's your catcher? Oh, catcher. Okay. Well, I'll talk to her about the catching aspect of it. But what kind of rapport do you guys have? I mean, you got to have a good relationship with your catcher. And
yeah, so we go to pitching together with my pitching coach for the last 4 years. We've gone together, and we're also good friends, so it just kind of works out good.
Who has the final approval? If you shake off a pitch, she calls.
So she calls everything, and if I don't like it, I shake it off, and she usually goes to my backup, like a drop curve or something.
All right. And I'll find out the real truth from her. When let's go to Taylor now. We'll come back to you too, Emily. All right, Taylor. Is she right? If she nods it off, you just go to her backup?
I definitely follow her lead for the most part.
What grade are you?
I'm a senior.
You're a senior too? Okay. So that rapport, how important is that, pitcher and catcher just being on the same page?
I think it's really nice to like be with someone like her mentality. Like I've always asked pitchers what their like full count pitches, so I can like get in their head and see what they like to throw for like last chance.
Are you calling the games autonomously, or is coach signaling into you?
There's a few times when he'll ask me for a specific pitch, like in situations, but for the most part, it's me.
How many years have you been a starter?
All 4.
Oh wow. So you guys have been a lot of pitches together. That's great. How much has that helped just both of you settle into your positions?
Yeah, that does help a lot. That we're on the same page about it all.
Right. And then as the catcher too, you're kind of like the quarterback of the defense out there. You see everything. You got to make sure everybody's aligned. How do you handle the pressure of that while you're also calling the pitches? And
I don't think that's too much pressure. I think it's easy to help guide your team. So it's like if you want somebody in a certain position, it doesn't feel like a lot of pressure to just help the team out by helping them move.
And then just what do you see as your team's strengths?
I think our fielding has definitely improved throughout the years. And this year, like being able to go to each position and help guide them the way they need to be helped, I think Coach Dave really took like it upon himself to help individuals rather than just trying to coach us all as one team. Like he's just guided us each to be the best person for each position.
And then give me your 2 breakout players this year. Who's impressed you so far?
I think we call her Bird. Her name's Abby Elin. I think she's really impressed me because she's slapping this year, and I think she's like broken out of her shell. I think she's shaking the nerves pretty well for that. And then also I would have to agree with Carly Cunningham. I never doubted her, but I definitely think she's a really impressive freshman.
How did the other girl get the nickname Bird?
I don't know.
So that's actually my sister. So my dad started calling her that when she was young, and she was just always like really small, and I don't know, he came up with that name, but it's kind of just stuck, and we always had other Abbies around, so she's stuck as Bird, and everyone calls her Bird.
That works. I never had a nickname. I wish I had one. All right, Taylor, last question for you is just, obviously everybody wants to win a conference title, district title, make a deep run in the postseason. What are your individual goals, and what do you hope the team can accomplish, and how are you going to do that?
I don't know if I have a bunch of individual goals. I just want to see our team succeed all together. I think our attitudes this year of being like a unified team really help us like get through our wins. So when someone's down, we're always picking each other back up and keeping the energy up in the dugout and on the field. So I think that's how we're going to succeed this year.
Okay. Emily, back to you for your individual goals, and what do you hope the team can accomplish?
My individual goals are just definitely to stay up in the count, not get like late in it and everything, get into the 3-2 counts, everything. But like everyone said, the attitude is definitely different than the last 3 years. Dave definitely brought that in and everything, the positives and everything. But I think we have a better chance this year than we have in the past because everyone's friends, everyone's playing as a team. There's no drama, there's nothing. And we've worked a lot on fundamentals this year, so that's nice, not just going in and like getting hard hit balls at us and not being taught everything that we like the fundamentals of it.
All right. Emma, same question to you. Individual goals, and what do you hope your team can accomplish?
Individually, I think I'm just looking to be the best teammate that I can and help anyone who's maybe new to the sport, because we do have some girls who it's their first, second year playing, or underclassmen who are still a little bit nervous. But I'm really looking forward to postseason, or just going as far as we can. I do agree with them. I think we have a positive mentality this year. So I'm really glad to see that from our team this year.
All right, and Coach, back to you. We heard from the girls about the infield, the pitching, the catching. Go ahead and break down your outfield for us.
Outfield, we got Courtney, we got Michaela Hopes, and we got Kaylin Hart, which we got a lot of speed out there, and keep everything in front. We always stress, keep everything in front of us, hold them big hitters as singles, and make them hit themselves around. Don't give up the doubles and triples is our mentality, is what we're trying to.
You've got a pitcher and a catcher that have been starters for 4 years. How instrumental is that? And just
that's huge with these three seniors here. We got 4 that start. I mean, that's huge, and they're great role models for our young ones that are coming up.
What's your strategy when you go out? You know, a lot of teams, you get a leadoff single. A lot of coaches will bunt that run over to second. Some are like, nah, we're going to take our chances, swing the bats. How do you approach it?
Every situation's different. Depends on the pitch. Depends on the pitcher. If we got a pitcher that we can hit pretty good, we might skip the bunt there, and if not, if we're struggling hitting, we'll lay the bunt down to get her over. Well, for the most part.
And what are the keys to success for you guys this year? What's it going to take?
Hit the ball, don't make the errors, and one thing is this team I'm coaching is one of the funnest teams I ever coached. They have a lot of fun, and I think we can compete for this league title. We got to play the game. We got Perry and Geneva. it is what it is, but I think it'll be fun.
Yeah, they had a nice game the other day. Perry won 12-9. Big slugfest, and
that's I never seen neither one of them play before. I heard a lot about them, but I haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, it's the CVC just in general. So a lot of good softball teams, and Perry's
Edgewood got a good team.
Right, and Edgewood's coming back. I think they're undefeated. So I think they're 2 or 3-0. Somewhere around
coach
there.
I do know. I know Coach Venzel. I played softball with him.
Yeah, so they're good as well. So yeah, you'll be tested early and often. How do you keep the girls focused? Things are going well right now. You're 3-0. Eventually, you might drop a game. How do you get them to bounce back and put that one behind them?
I think the biggest things are our senior leadership. That's going to load big time for us in them back-to-back games like that. I think, and just having fun the way we do. The energy's always there, so that'll help out with them back-to-back games and stuff, and staying up, I think.
All right, and just last question for you. How are you going to define success? Everybody wants to win the conference and go on and win a state title. Only a couple teams are going to do that. How are you going to measure success?
At the beginning of the year, I think me and Coach Bill, we were saying we get the double-digit wins. 12, 15 wins, somewhere in there, and get a good seed and hopefully win a couple games in the tournament and see what happens. Get a few breaks. You never know.
Never know. All right, ladies. Well, I appreciate you being here, and Coach, thanks for coming out. Best of luck to you this spring.
We appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, that was the Grand Valley Mustangs softball team here at the 2022 CVC Spring Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. Up next, we've got the Berkshire baseball team. Have head coach Nick Berzenko and his squad take the seats here at the head table. Our Media Day event and all of our CVC TV live streams are presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Always glad to have them as a sponsor for our events, and look forward to another spring season here with some live streams, and then on into next year we'll have a lot more live TV coming to you from CVC TV. So, all right, we've got the Berkshire Badgers up here after a run to the regional tournament last year. Head coach Nick Berzenko, third season. First one was wiped out due to COVID, and last year you couldn't have asked for a better introduction to head coaching. But, Coach, just go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with us and then give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Badgers this year?
So we got 3 juniors here today. To my immediate right is Jack Jacobs. Next one is Maxwell Jansen, and third guy over there is Joey Chekai. Like I said, all 3 juniors. 2 guys back that that were full-time starters for us last year. Joey's stepping in as more of a utility guy for us, and our expectations this year is we know what we did last year, and I think the guys have a pretty good idea of what they want to do this year. They've set out a few lofty goals, and we want to compete for a championship in the conference, and then we want to get back to the districts and make some noise in that tournament as well. So that's our expectations this year so far.
After that run last year, you graduate, just like everybody does, you graduate some key guys, but you've got two of your top pitchers returning, which is, especially when you look at the conference, when you have two top arms returning, that's got to be beneficial, but some other holes. But I think the main thing you've got to do is just get these guys to understand last year was last year, this year is a whole nother team. How do you get that and get these guys to refocus and forget about last year and focus on this spring?
Yeah, I mean, they understand that, I think, to a point. They're gonna remember what they went through last year and use that to help them get through every situation we'll be in this year. Returning two guys at the top of our pitching rotation is a huge key for us, and they're both lefties, and lefties are just hard to hit around here in general, actually. I know it's not very fun seeing something different when you're used to seeing righties all the time. All of a sudden you see a lefty, and it's pretty hard to figure out sometimes. And Jack's a pretty good. He's worked at his craft a lot this off season, and I saw it in his first outing. We haven't got to see Max yet because the weather hasn't been too cooperative for us. And then we're going to be very, very young behind them. So they're going to be leaders for us, and we hope the young guys kind of just fall in place and take over for those guys that we had to replace last year, because it was 11 of them. So we replaced 7 starters with a bunch of young guys, and they need to step into their roles quickly.
And the nice thing when you were talking about the left-handed arms that you have, you got them for another year too. And so,
correct, yeah.
So they're just scratching the surface a little bit right now. So, all right, Jack, we'll start with you there. After last year's run, obviously that had to be real exciting, and you were a big part of that. Now you're coming in, even though you're a junior, you're one of the grizzled veterans. How are you handling that role now that you're one of the team leaders?
Yeah, I just I try to lead as an example. I do everything to my best of my ability, and I try to get everyone on task. In the gyms, it's hard because we can't be outside a lot. Yeah.
Last year, you had this batting order that as a pitcher, you could almost count on 4 or 5 runs a game. This year, you got a bunch of younger guys stepping in, so there's going to be a little bit more pressure on the pitchers to keep the run count down. Is that pressure that you can thrive on? Does it make you nervous? Where are you at with that?
I do pretty good under pressure. I know that I got a strong defense behind me that will make plays, so I just try to pitch to contact, and I know they'll play defense behind me.
What did you learn your first 2 years as a freshman, sophomore throwing varsity, and especially last year with so much action that's going to help you this year and next year?
Well, freshman year, actually, I didn't get to play because of COVID. And last year, I really just learned that it's the team will play behind me, and I know that they got my back no matter what.
All right, let's slide over to Max. We'll come back to you, Jack, here in a moment. Max, same thing. You got to see some action last year as a sophomore, a lot of big games that you pitched in. What did you learn from last season that's going to help you this year and next year? Yeah, going from... Is your microphone on? Just make sure that's up. There you go.
There you go. Going from, freshman year getting canceled and, coming in and being a young guy sophomore year, I matured a ton last year, going from the start of that year to the end. In those district champ game and regional semifinals. And, last year helped me a ton to grow as a baseball player and a person in general.
Pitching in those big games in the district and the regional tournament, I imagine you had to have some nerves, but it also had to help you a little bit, heading into this year where you're now pitching in games that aren't anywhere near as big as those games were. How much does that help?
I had a very tough pitching schedule last year. I pitched against bunch of tough teams, and it made me a way better pitcher just to stay calm on the mound and just get through those tough situations. But just maturity has grown from those.
And I'll
those
ask
games.
you the same question I asked Jack. Is last year you could count on a lot of runs being produced with some of the big guys that you had. Pounding the ball, and now this year you got a bunch of younger guys stepping in. Does that change the way that you approach the each of your starts?
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a learning curve, but I mean, we're young and we're going to bring a ton of energy to the plate, and I think we'll get there eventually, but I don't really think it puts any extra pressure on me as a pitcher. I know every game I just got to go out there and do my job no matter what the run total is on our side.
We got number 1 and number 2. Who else is going to chew up some innings?
Joe here. This guy, he's gonna come in. He's a good arm, and we got Troy Hornack and I think Miles Miller and Jack Hastings will throw some innings as well. So, Lou, yeah, can't forget about Sweet Lou.
Sweet Lou. We'll come back to that nickname. Let's pass that over to Joey. Joey, you're gonna pitch. What else are you playing? What positions?
So I'm more seen as like a utility player. Basically anywhere in the infield, anywhere they need me, and just trying to be a reliable player in any position they put me in.
Last year, you got a little bit of action, right? You were a little bit of a role player to that run to regionals. How cool was that? How much fun?
Yeah, no, that was an awesome, memorable experience. I got to learn a lot, especially from the older guys. Like them leaving was definitely a sad thing, but I definitely learned a lot of like small advice here and there. So I definitely feel like I can utilize that this season.
And my next question is, what did you learn from those guys now that you're a junior thrown into a leadership role because the youth movement? What did you learn from them that you're going to be able to implement and kind of teach the younger guys how to approach the game?
Yeah, no, a big thing I learned is definitely the leadership characteristic, especially like not just in games but in practice as well. Just teaching the young guys, teaching the youth, the correct things, correct habits, good work ethics, and then especially in games, it's how to conduct yourself under pressure for sure.
And looking at the team this year, a lot of young guys. Obviously, the strength is going to be that number 1 and number 2 pitcher right next to you. What else do you see as something that maybe right now isn't a strength, but it could become one later in the year?
I definitely feel like it's definitely our definitely the learning curve of the youth that we have. I feel like just if we get more games in, everyone's just gonna pick up on it quick because we have a lot of multi-sport athletes, and even if they don't play multiple sports, we definitely have like these guys. They put in work all off season, and I just feel like they can bring a lot to the table with more experience.
How challenging has it been because of the weather? I think you guys have 2 games in, so right now you probably should have played 7 or 8, and you've only gotten 2, so you're back in the gym. And how do you deal with all that? And you want to get out and play, but you're stuck back in the gym.
Yeah, no, it's definitely tough to keep that strong mindset and good work ethic, but I feel we're doing a pretty good job as of right now to get through this harsh weather and just look for games in the future. Be ready for a game.
And then just last question for you: what kind of individual goals do you have for this year? And then what do you hope your team can accomplish?
Individually, I just hope to be a reliable player, both offensively and defensively. Not really having a set position, but just knowing that I can put our coaches' minds to ease wherever they need me. And then team goals, like you said earlier, I'd want to make a deep run into the off-season playoffs or the end-of-season tournament, as well as a chance for the CVC title again this year.
All right, Max, back to you. First, you got to tell us about Sweet Lou. Where did that come from? And then give us your goals for yourself and the team.
Yeah, I think Sweet Lou originated from the football team. I'm not too sure, but I've been calling him Sweet Lou as long as I can remember. So,
all right.
But individual goals, I mean, I'm gonna be leaned on heavily to produce offense, and I just consistently day in and day out hit the ball, find gaps, and drive in runs, and then get back to that district title game. CVC champs obviously is always a goal for any team coming into this season. So, yeah.
And when you're not pitching, you played some outfield and
left field,
first base too, or just outfield?
Not first base, no longer. So just left field now.
Okay. And then let's go back to Jack. Jack, same question for you. Individual goals, and what do you hope your team can accomplish this spring?
Individually, I just want to be efficient on the mound, getting ahead of counts, letting them hit the ball. At the plate, I just want to put the ball in contact a lot, limit the strikeouts. As a team, like they said, compete for the CVC title and make it far into the postseason.
And you are a first baseman when you're not pitching, right?
Yeah, I play a little outfield.
A little outfield too. All right. Coach, back to you. Let's fill in some gaps. We talked a lot about the pitching staff. Break down your infield, outfield, and batting order.
Well, like we've been talking about, we're very, very young, trying to replace 7 starters everywhere. We do have a few seniors in Ray Johnson, Caden Scolaris. Will be 2 seniors that probably start day in and day out, Ray in right field, and Caden's going to do most of our catching behind the plate, replacing a senior we lost last year in Garrett Bosse. He's doing a pretty good job right now. He's got some things to work on, but we're all in that situation. Across the infield, when Jack's not pitching, like he said, he'll be on over at first base, taking care of the first base island for us. Troy Hornack and Miles Miller will take care of our middle infield at second base and shortstop. Louis Philby and Joey over there will take care of a lot of third base duties. Jack Hastings, another sophomore, right? He's a sophomore? Yeah. Sophomore will take over for Mr. Flash in center field there, trying to replace Blake Jenkins, and he's doing a pretty good job out there in center field. And then when Max is on the bump, a guy, Louis Philby, Sweet Lou, he did get that from the football team, by the way. Just rolls off the tongue, so it's nice and easy instead of, it just rolls off the tongue, like I said. He'll play a little outfield in the corners, and then he'll play on the infield, and then he'll be on the bump a little bit as well. So, like I said, we're very, very young, and there's going to be a lot of guys that just play all over the place to just fill in when we have different guys on the mound.
You mentioned Blake Jenkins, outstanding center fielder, made some great catches. Did you see the catch his sister made the other day?
I did not.
Oh, I tweeted it out. I didn't even know it was his sister until he responded saying, "Oh, it runs in the family."
Really?
Unbelievable catch from left field. Yeah, check it out.
I'll have to find that.
Definitely runs in the family. But yeah, so obviously your challenges this year, just filling in, for those 7 returning starters you lost. You have a great start with the top of your pitching staff. How are you going to kind of hide those other inconsistencies that you have?
Well, they're just going to have to get better in game-like situations. I told them after both of our games this year that we're gonna get better no matter what with live situations. We can go through the pound ourselves in the head with doing reps and footwork and all the stuff in the gyms all we want to, but until we get out and actually get in a game-like situation and get through those situations where they're going to learn on the fly and have to make adjustments on the fly in a game, that's when they're really going to excel and make themselves better in every situation. So
Last question for you is just, obviously that run to regionals last year, you'd love to follow that up with another one, but, everyone wants to win the conference title, district title, and so on. How are you going to measure success this year, especially with a younger team?
I think if we can compete for a CVC championship and give ourselves an opportunity to win one at the end of the year, we end the year with 2 of the teams that I feel like are at the top of the conference this year, in Cardinal and Kirtland. We've seen Grand Valley once, kind of shot ourselves in the foot in one inning and gave them a few runs that they didn't really. We gave it to them and they didn't earn it in a way, is what I like to say. So we'll get to see them again and get another crack at them. But hopefully, as these weeks go on and we actually get to get outside and get consistent, success will be competing for a CVC championship, getting better every day and every week as a group. And bringing those young guys along with them being veteran guys and bringing those guys along. And then if we can win a couple of games in the tournament and get ourselves back to the district, I think having these guys 1 and 2 on the mound, they've been there, done that. So I trust them in any game that I can throw them out there and our defense will play behind them. And like we did last year, it only takes 1 run to win a couple of games.
That's it.
So we'll hopefully we'll get in those situations again and it'll just be like clockwork where it just clicks for everybody. So.
Conference is going to be interesting this year. You guys had graduation losses. Kirtland had big graduation losses. And then Cardinal brings back probably the best pitcher in the league. You guys probably have the best 1-2. Grand Valley's right behind with a solid pitching staff. So should be pretty interesting.
It will be. I think it's up in the air for everybody. Anybody can go out and grab it. It's just going to be who wants to go grab it. So.
Right on. All right. Well, that is the Berkshire Badgers defending district champions and made a regional final, right? Regional semis. All right. But appreciate you guys coming out, and good luck this spring. So that was the Berkshire Badgers baseball team. Up next, we got another group of Badgers, Berkshire track team. Coach Amy Green. Is Dave coming, or just you now? Okay, so we're going to fill two slots with you. You got a boy and a girl with you? All right. All right, you guys just fill in. Coach, I'll let you start out. This is Coach Amy Green from Berkshire. I'll let you introduce your athletes and then give us a elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Badgers this spring?
This is junior captain Jarrett Long and junior captain Marissa Tiber. The rest of my captains are either at a wedding or working, and one is on his way. He will be here shortly, and that would be Lucas Stoddard. Well, just like baseball, we graduated, I believe, 8 seniors from both the boys and the girls teams. So we have a young team, but they're very willing and able and ready to go, and we have a great work ethic so far, and everyone's getting along, and we're hoping for big things.
Standards are always high for Berkshire track and cross country, and even with a young team, how are they kind of buying into that?
Well, being now the only team without an actual track in the CVC, we're getting it done. The new ones are excited. We have a lot of the girls up from the soccer team, a lot of boys from the soccer team this year, and they're all having fun, and we're just getting at it.
All right. Jarrett, we'll start with you over there as one of the junior captains. You run cross country and track, so I believe you're going to be distance runners, but go ahead, just break down what events you'll be competing in.
I usually do the 2 mile and the 1 mile, and usually I do the 4x8.
So you were the guy that drew the short straw and has to run the 2 mile.
Yeah, me and Lucas Leggett. I was trading spots out for that.
I know you've been around a couple of years, both cross country and track. How have you developed as an athlete over the years?
I feel like I'm more well-rounded now. I do more cross training than I did when I started, like biking and swimming and lifting. I feel like it just really helped me improve.
And then so this year, you back in the distance events, how do you cross country is one thing. You're running through the woods, you get some different scenery, it's not too bad, but running 8 laps on that track, just round and round, how do you deal with the monotony of that?
You just got to find someone to stick to. That's what I like to do, and just have them do the work for you. It's kind of boring doing it yourself.
It absolutely is. But what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
I'm hoping I can get to regionals, either in the 2 mile or in the 1 mile, because I've been coming up short the last couple of years in cross country. So.
How have you developed your race strategy? I mean, going in maybe as a freshman, you're just like, I just want to finish. Maybe last year you kind of said, well, I'm going to hang with this guy and try and finish with him. And how have you developed that over the course of the last couple of years?
Now I usually try to stick with someone for like the first half of the race, and I try to catch people in the last half, try and just move up.
And then just when you look at the boys' team, who are some of the guys that have impressed you so far this spring?
Zach Babel so far has been really good. I think Dave said he's like 4th in the region for the 400, so he's got a really good shot making the state. Me and Lucas, obviously, we're doing pretty good in the 2 mile. Sam Grazan's doing really good in pole vault so far. He's been training at Spire all winter, so I think he could probably make state too.
All right, Marissa, we're going to go over to you, another junior captain. And Marissa, you've got to be like a 27-year-old junior. You seem to have been around forever. But I think it's just because I've known you from elementary school on up. But, yeah, so junior year, what are you looking forward to?
Junior year, I'm just majorly looking forward to helping out our younger athletes coming up. This is definitely a large building year for us, but they've definitely brought a lot of new energy and skill to our team.
As I mentioned earlier, there's just always expectations around Berkshire track and cross country, and so even a younger team has to, you can jump right in, Lucas. Just go around that backside there, or you can go, yeah, wherever you go. But so you've got to immediately jump in and develop that work ethic and all of that. And as one of the captains, you've got to help those younger kids along. How have you embraced that role?
I mean, I think a really big almost quote that we like to work through with the youngers are that whatever they put into the workouts, the practices, Saturday mornings, that's what they're going to get out in the season. And I think that's really important to teach them freshman year, even middle school.
What events are you running this year?
I'm running the 100 and 300 hurdles and 4x4.
How do you like those hurdles?
They're fun. I love them. I've been hurdling since 7th grade, and I haven't given it up, and I don't plan on it.
I love watching the 100 hurdles and the 110 for the boys just because it's so fast and you have to be so athletic. The 300, I don't know that I would want to even compete in the 300. That's challenging. How do you deal with that?
I question it every year. Every race, actually. I just think it's a great opportunity to get my stamina up with being a sprinter during the spring and then having soccer and cross country in the fall. I need to get my stamina up a bit. And it's very mentally challenging, that race.
Yes, and just watching when the athletes finish, it's like watching a cross-country meet where at the state finals where everyone just kind of collapses at the end. Just you have to put so much into it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Last 50 meters is all mental. Your body has nothing left.
It is brutal. And then what was the other one, 4x4?
Yes.
Who's in that relay with you?
We are still working out the kinks to our perfect 4x4 team, but as of now, it is my co-captain, Tara Barsikowski, and I, and then we have 2 freshmen, Mary Lee and Anna Russell, running the 4x4 with us.
And not that the hurdles are easy to prepare for at any time, but without a track, how do you put in the work?
We try our best. When it was colder out, we brought the hurdles into our gym, and we were going over them, just majorly hurdle drills, working on form really important. We're just using what we got, making the best out of our situation.
How often do you even get on a track to actually practice the hurdles?
We try to do hurdle drills at our track every practice, but
You have to describe the track. I don't think people understand what you mean. When you say track, it's more like a path filled with weeds and a little bit of...
It is a 333-meter
of kitty litter
oval
and glass
with goalposts in the middle of what would be lane 2 and a river running through the front lane, first lane in the 100 with bleachers concreted in where the 100 and the 110 would start. It's very unique.
It's definitely
That's an accurate
else.
description. Yeah,
But
I don't
it's the
think
track that I competed on when I was a student at Berkshire. So.
Right, and I don't think unless people have seen it that they don't really understand, and they don't have a track to practice on. So the success that Berkshire track has had over the last, when I was there in 1986, it was still that little cinder track, and it's difficult. And now most of it isn't even there; it's covered in grass. But so yeah,
the end
there's
zones
challenges.
go into the corners, so
Yes.
it's interesting.
Very challenging. All right, Marissa, did I ask you about some of the other girls? No, I didn't. Go ahead. Tell me some of the other girls that have impressed you so far in the spring.
Definitely my co-captain, Tara Barsikowski. She's a distance runner. She's helping all of the distance runners out. We recently...
Wasn't she a sprinter too? Didn't she run sprints?
No, that was her sister Allie.
Oh, okay. You're right.
Along with our distance girls, we have Summer Larch, who just joined, she's gonna bring some speed to our team. I believe.
Soccer player?
Yeah, we're recruiting some of our soccer players to run. Is she mid-distance? Yeah. She'll be running like 800s, 4s, hopefully. And Madison Drosco is also a sophomore who is going to do great things with distance. And then we have a lot of female freshmen that are just going to blow everyone out of the water. You wouldn't expect it with our track and how young our team is, but we have a lot of soccer girls coming up. Mary Lee, Anna Russell is a volleyball player, and we just have a bunch of young talent that we're really excited to show off this year.
All right. We'll come back to you, Marissa. Let's slide over there to Lucas. Lucas was the late addition here. Lucas Stoddard, senior. Lucas, coming off the winner you had, I've got to imagine you're riding a pretty big high in momentum terms. Lucas won a state title in wrestling, and then signed with Army. So a lot of big things happened for you over the winter, and now you go into spring. How exciting is it?
It's really exciting for me knowing all the past success that I've had in other sports. I kind of want to pull that into track season, just like football, wrestling, whatever I do, I want to be the best I can be at it. So the goal is to be all-state in all 3 sports I compete in. So I'm going to try to, I'm working my butt off now just to finish that goal now.
Shot and disc, or?
Probably not. Shot put has never been my strong suit. I'm much better at discus. I would like to be both. I'm fine with just one. It's equally as challenging no matter which route you choose.
And then, did you get to regionals last year in the disc, or didn't get out of the district?
I was like 5th place at our district. So
Okay,
I was
and
just,
top 4.
Just missed it.
Gotcha. So what's the difference in distance? Have you done that homework yet? As like, a lot of times kids would go over the past couple years and kind of get some averages of what it takes to get to state and to place at state. Have you done that?
No, I've kind of just been looking at myself and my own marks in the past couple of years. Last year, my farthest mark was around 135 feet. And I've been hitting that or very close to that early in the season, so I'm hoping that I can start boosting that number up coming towards postseason and finish strong.
Looking at the CVC, and Coach, you can attest to this, pretty strong conference for track, but not so much for throwers. There's a few that get out every year, but not, when you look at the sprinters and the hurdlers and everything else that get out. So when you look, who are the people within the conference that are pushing you to get better? I mean, are there any guys that you kind of lock into? I know Cardinals got a couple of throwers that are tough, but is that something that helps you, thrive a little bit?
I know the Cardinal guys are tough. We go there once, twice a year. So just competing with them is usually who we're going to compete with at the CVC level. But really, it's much different than wrestling. I don't have to focus on my opponent. I focus on like myself and my own technique, and the hard work I put in, I feel like that technique carries me to where I need to be.
When you look at the obviously not having a track hurts the people that compete on the track. You can pretty much throw anywhere, and you guys have a nice discus. What do you call it? Is it a pit? Pad.
Concrete pad in the middle of a field.
So for you can train just like you're going to compete any year, so that doesn't really come into effect. But what's the biggest challenge for you this season?
I think the biggest challenge is just the elements. I mean, running in the snow, in the rain, it's difficult, but trying to throw an object when your hands or the object is wet or it's raining on you presents challenges onto itself. So the weather we've been having lately kind of helps prepare us for what if it rains at postseason meets, or what if it snows. Like yesterday it was hailing, and then it was snowing, and then it rained, and then the sun was out for 5 minutes.
All kinds of fun.
It was crazy Ohio weather.
All right, and then just looking, from your own perspective, you already kind of said you want to be all Ohio, but individual goals, what are the steps? I mean, everyone has like short-term, long-term. In the interim, do you have are you trying to set a school record, anything like that? What are you hoping to accomplish this year besides that all Ohio honor?
The school records for shot and disc are not really attainable.
Dan Taylor
threw over 200 feet in discus, which
seems doable, right?
It sounds a lot. It doesn't sound as far as it actually is. Like 200 feet is wildly far, and the disc stays in the air for a good 10 seconds. Mine does not go that far. And the shot put record is like close to 60, 70.
Wow.
Again, that's wild. As much as I would like to break some of those records, that's not really the goal I have in mind. I think for me, it's my own personal records. I just want to, every time I compete, I just try to beat the best I've ever thrown and just continue to grow and throw the discus or shot put farther.
Marissa and Jared have talked about some of the other kids that are on the track. You can break down the throwers for us. Who has impressed you? Young kids, older kids?
We have very little boys throwers, actually. It's wrestling and football teammate Lucas Loma that pretty much rounds out our entire boys throwing team. I mean, we have a couple guys that are learning, younger guys that will eventually be successful in the future. I think that they bring a nice energy to the team. Just learning for them is a big key. And then on the girls' side, we have Nicole Sindrick, who is a returning captain, who is still putting in the work to be her best in shot put and discus. And we have Audia Pringle, who's a returning senior that is also putting in equally as just as much work as the rest of us are. So we're just striving to be as best we can be, and the girls team rounds out with more than a few freshman girls that were avoiding the track and didn't want to be running. So they have kind of embraced the thrower mentality and have started to learn the process.
All right. Well, good luck to you this spring. Marissa, back to you for a moment. What kind of goals do you have for yourself and for the team this spring?
Personally, I do not have many major goals. I'd really like to just step up in the leadership role, honestly. Track is helping me stay in shape for fall sports. I do really enjoy hurdling though, and I would like to get past districts, hopefully. I've been having some problems with my shins early in the season, so I guess we'll see.
Got to stay healthy. All right, and Jarrett, back to you. Same question. What are you looking to do individually, and what do you think your team can accomplish this spring?
I'm really just hoping to make regionals for the 2-mile. That's about it. And for the team, I'm hoping we can win CVC or be like a top place, because I know last year we were pretty close. I think we were second, right? Yeah, or third. So just hoping we can be up there again or win, hopefully.
All right, and Coach, back to you to recap things. Heard a lot about some of the other athletes. Is there anyone they missed? Anyone you want to discuss?
Basically, we're all doing. They're all doing very well. I've been very impressed with their attitudes, with their work ethic. Yet they're still having fun, and that's a big part of track being a mental game. Mostly, it's you and the stopwatch, or you and the tape measure, or the bar. So they're really willing to and able to step up and do the things necessary. So. I mean, the 3 here that I have with me today, I'm hoping to get them some top marks at conference and get them out of districts, and like we always want to do. But being better today than we were yesterday is always the goal.
And then I always like to ask the track teams, just the conference, as I mentioned earlier, really strong conference for cross country and track. You know, a lot of kids down to state. Like I said, not as much in the throws. Hopefully that changes here. In the past, Dan Taylor, obviously, and there have been plenty of them. But just how cool is it to have such a tough conference that pushes you to compete at a high level every time you go out?
Well, the fact that our conference is so tough is very helpful when it comes to districts and regionals, because there are some top caliber athletes in Northeast Ohio that should be at the state meet, but when you're 5th by a couple of inches or by a lean at the tape, it's kind of disappointing, but it's the caliber is that high here. So having a conference that we can compete hard in, or have to compete hard in, is helpful to get us through districts and regionals.
Outstanding. All right. Well, that was the Berkshire Badgers track teams. Appreciate you guys all making the trip out, and best of luck to you. I'll see you. I think you guys are at Independence, right, for their meet? No, you're not there?
We have Grand Valley and Aurora this week.
No, I won't be there.
And
I think the next one I'm at is Independence, their relay, and then Cuyahoga Heights.
We'll be at Cuyahoga Heights relays.
I'll see you there.
So we'll see you there.
And then I'll see you at CVC and
Of course.
District and beyond. So thanks for making the trip. Appreciate it, and best of luck to you this spring. That was the Berkshire Badgers track teams here at the 2022 CVC Spring Sports Media Day Central Edition, as we are out here at Kirtland High School. This is the 3rd of our 3 Media Day events. Up next, we've got the Beechwood softball team. I did see them, but they will be here momentarily. So I'm going to take this opportunity to take a quick break here and recognize our sponsor, Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. And we should be back momentarily.
Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Welcome back to the 2022 CVC Spring Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. I'm Steve Hare, the CVC Sports Information Director, and up next we've got the Beechwood Bison softball team. Head coach Mike Carino and his players are here with us. Coach, I'm going to let you start. Just introduce the players you brought with you, and then go ahead and give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Bison this spring? And grab your microphone, one of them, and then there's that black switch on there. Just flip that up, and you're ready to roll.
Thank you, Steve. I have Emily Clark and Nia Brown with me, two returning juniors from last year's team. This year we're kind of what I call a 50-50 team. We return 5 starters in some solid positions, pitcher, center fielder, shortstop, couple other positions, but we do have to replace a catcher. And we've got 3 kids on the team that have never played varsity softball. So we're kind of, looking at how quickly can they catch? How can they catch up to playing varsity ball? We have 11 players on the team. Last year we only had 10. COVID and other things have really hurt us from a number standpoint. But I think things will be good. We do return a pitcher, shortstop, center fielder, up the middle. It's going to be a first-year catcher, so that's where we have to see how that goes for us.
Right. Yeah, and having that right up the middle, that's always key. If you had a veteran catcher, you'd probably feel a little bit better.
Right.
But yeah.
Right. Well, we graduated a 4-year starter at catcher, so replacing her is going to be a senior who caught a little bit here and there over the last couple of years, but nothing extensive. So we'll see how it goes.
And I know last year you guys started playing your best softball at the end of the year. I was at that Chagrin Falls game, probably one of the most entertaining games I've seen in a while. I can't remember the final score, maybe 2018 or something like that. But just every inning, one team would put up 3 or 4 runs, and the other would come back, put up 3 or 4. Just a ton of fun. But that just showed the potential that you guys have, just being able to come out there and put the bat on the ball, made some key plays when you had to. And how has that carried over to this season?
Well, the one thing, like you said, I look back before coming here today. We started the season 0-5 last year, and it was the 5th game, and Magnificat run ruled us by about 25 or whatever it was. And then from there, from 0-5, we went 10-4 the rest of the season, like you said. And I think, again, the year before being COVID, kids had never played varsity. Emily and Nia were sophomores that didn't get a chance to play as freshmen. We had a freshman pitcher. So, the varsity leadership carried us a little bit, but then the younger kids really stepped up last year. And I think going into this year, I've seen, and not against live pitching yet, obviously we haven't played, but I've seen, I think we can hit the ball, carry right from where we left off last year, because most of our hitting is back. I think defensively, like we said, up the middle, question mark, how quickly does the catcher catch on? So, I mean, it's just a matter of if we can carry over, get some games in, and just get our feet wet, I think we'll be okay.
That's the biggest challenge, is getting those games in. And we were just talking before we went live, is you guys haven't played yet. A lot of teams have played 1 or 2 games, and I think the team that's got the most got like 4 or 5. And we're going into the 3rd week of the season. You should have 10 games in already. So that's been a challenge, and we'll come back to that momentarily. But let's start out. We'll talk to your players there. Let's start. Emily, you're a junior. Tell us what positions you play, and just kind of give us your perspective of the team this year. How are things different from last year?
So my name is Emily, and I play shortstop and third, but I'm a utility player, so I could play anywhere they need me. Last year's team, we had a really good chemistry as a team, and I think it's going to follow into this year. There's some newer players this year, and there's experienced players, so I think it should be an interesting season. But I'm super excited to see how it goes.
And as we talked about with Coach, is just having that strength of the team up the middle. That's key. You've got your pitcher, shortstop, second base, center field. A lot of the action happens there. Is that settling where it's just kind of like, okay, we know we've got some young faces, but at the same time, our veteran leaders are right up the middle and can handle most of what's going to be thrown at you?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be a great season for us. We have a lot of skilled players who are still here and are mainly infield, and then there's Nia, who is pretty talented, and she plays center field, so she'll keep the outfield locked down.
Yeah, I remember Nia from last year, big catch in center field in that Chagrin Falls game, right? Yeah, so, all right. So you got all that strength. What do you see as like the biggest strength of your team this season?
I think our biggest strength is going to be hitting, and I think our hitting is pretty strong.
Yeah, you guys smacked the ball around quite a bit last year. You scored a lot of runs. You just have to tighten up on defense a little bit, and I think with a little bit more veteran leadership that's there. Since you're the infielder, break it down for us. Give us around the horn there. Introduce your other players.
Okay. So
if you know them all. You may not even have them settled yet.
Okay, so for now, I think Riley is a junior, and she's playing first base. And then Rachel is a freshman, and she's playing second base, and she's new this year. And then me and Ari will be playing shortstop, and when she pitches, I'll play shortstop. And when a girl named Cherry pitches, I'll play third, and Ari will play shortstop. And then our outfield, left field will be.
Oh, we're gonna let Nia talk about the outfield.
So
yeah, you're stealing.
You're
stealing Nia's thunder.
I wasn't sure. So yeah, and then our pitchers are Cherry and Ari, and then our catcher is Riley Park.
Okay. All right. Now we'll go to Nia. I'm going to come back to you, Emily, but we'll go to Nia now. Nia, just talk about last year to this year. What's been the biggest change for you?
So I'm Nia. I play center field, and last year, like what Emily said, we had a lot of chemistry. So this year I'm interested to see how our games are going to work, how our team dynamic's going to be. And I'm just excited when we get into the groove of things, how this season's going to play out.
A lot of teams, juniors are still considered underclassmen. Your team, you guys have some younger kids, so your juniors are the veterans and have to provide the leadership. How are you embracing that role?
Well, a lot of the new players are in the outfield, so I've just been taking them under my wing and giving them pointers and tips along with what the coaches have been telling them.
And when you look at your game, what do you bring to the table?
Well, hitting-wise, I like to say that I'm consistent, and defensively, I try to catch and get every ball that I can.
And when you look at that crew in the outfield, you're going to have a lot of new faces. So as the center fielder, you've got to kind of make sure everybody's on the right page. How are you doing that early in the season?
Well, I'm just making sure to back them up because I know since they are new, they're not going to be able to get to everything. So I'm just making sure to have their back, be behind them,
Now we've talked about the infield, the outfield. Let's talk about the batting order. And who are some of the girls that you know you can count on to put the ball in play, get the clutch hits when you need them, and deliver some big hits throughout the season?
Well, Emily, she's a good batter. And Ariana, she's a sophomore. She's also very good. And then we have Riley Zabel. She's a junior. She's pretty good. And then we have Riley Park, who's a senior.
All right, and just what kind of goals do you have for yourself this year, and then for your team? What do you hope you can accomplish?
Well, personally, my goal is to stay consistent with batting, just making sure I can bring runs in. And then defensively, when I'm in center, I just want to stop any runs that I can.
And before I let you go and go back to Emily, Beechwood isn't one of those teams that just every year is district title or, getting to regionals or anything like that. You guys are trying to build a legacy. And as juniors, you got this year and you have another year to kind of leave things better than you found it. How do you plan to do that?
Well, I want to make sure that we go farther in the playoffs, which means we need to have good communication and just being there for one another, having a good chemistry. I think that's important.
All right. Good luck to you this spring.
Thank you.
Emily, back to you. Same questions. Let's start with the legacy one. Is you guys have to try and leave the program better off than you found it a couple of years ago. What are you doing to make sure that happens?
I just think setting a good example for the younger classmen and telling them and showing them how to be leaders and help out the younger classmen when we graduate. And also, I just think that communicating with each other and building a strong team that gets along is super important, and being able to talk to one another if we make mistakes and help each other grow.
And individually, what do you hope to accomplish? And team-wise, what do you hope the Bison can do this year?
Individually, I hope to accomplish just being consistent batting-wise, and then in the field, I just need to work and make sure nothing gets past me.
All right.
And then as a team, I hope that we all just have fun and have a winning record.
It's a good goal.
Thanks.
Start there. All right, Coach, back to you. We've talked about your infield, your outfield, pitcher, catcher. They leave anybody out? Who do you want to mention that's kind of impressed you so far?
Well, we haven't been outside but once, so it's kind of hard to say. But I think the key is going to be, like they both touched on, we're going to have to hit the win. Ariana coming back as a sophomore pitcher, she had a good year last year as a freshman. I think she's a very good pitcher in the area, but she's not going to be able to pitch every day. We're going to have a rookie in Cherry Lee be her backup, kind of like Emily was last year, but the difference is Cherry's a freshman, Emily was a senior. So that grit that Emily brought to the team and, like that Chagrin game, she just kind of pulled her way through it. But I think 1 through 5, 4 of our top 5 hitters from last year are back. So I think if we can score some runs, get some good pitching, play some good solid defense, I think we'll be okay. There is another player, Maya Greller, that I wanted to mention. Maya had thought about not playing this year, came back. She was a rotation player last year. So she'll fill a spot in left field. So really, we do return 6 kids, all 6 from last year that saw a lot of time. It's just a matter of like the girls touched on. We've got to see if that leadership rises up. We have to see if that team bonding kind of gets together because, last year's team, Emily and Shayna held it together. They 4 years played for me, played in the program, different at different levels. So if our juniors right now, because Riley Park is our only senior, if our juniors step up, help Riley lead this team, it looks good for this year and next.
Right, and like you said, that's going to be one of the biggest challenges. You've got some younger players, and you're trying to strengthen, the defensive lineup. When times get tough, you have to have that ability to say, okay, that was one bad inning. Let's not let it turn into two, and that's where you've got to count on your juniors and your one senior to say, okay, girls, let's turn this thing around.
We can't give 4 outs. That's been my philosophy all the time, and I know that's every coach's philosophy. Because once you get to that 4th out, that's when everything opens up. And that's what we try to harp on now. And it's been hard because we've been in the gym, we've been on the turf just to practice, we've been on the dirt once. And you got to get that feeling on the dirt 4, 5, 10 times before you're comfortable playing in the dirt, playing in the grass, doing different things. So, I think it's going to take time. The one thing is right now we have a stretch, like you said, where the weather's going to get nice. Hopefully we get 4 in this week and see where we're at.
Right. And, the one thing that you can look at within your own division of the CVC is Harvey was a lot like you guys were 5, 7, 10 years ago, and they won a conference title last year. And, a lot of that just starts out with, hey, we had a good core group of girls. You have a nice core group of girls. Right. And then they started to believe, and they started to win some of those games they were losing in the past. And so, you don't have to look far for inspiration. Harvey did it last year, and you guys are in a conference in the division where you've got Chagrin Falls, you've competed with them, Orange, and, so you're right there.
We can compete. I really do. I think we can compete, and it's just, like I said, it's a matter, we got to get out there and play.
Yep.
That's going to be the key.
Yeah, the one thing you can't control is Mother Nature, and that's unfortunately not working in our favor this spring. But all right, any last words of advice? How are you going to define success for the squad this year?
I think the big key is going to be growth and consistency. Will be successful. Again, like I said, we have to have the young kids catch up as quick as they can in this little short window, because now, realistically, 5 weeks and what are we, tournament already? Drawing for the tournament?
Yep.
So, and we've
going to be a lot of teams with 3 and 4 records.
Well, right. It's like, there'll be those few schools that'll get that 10, 12 games in, but, the way I'm looking at it, we'll have 6, 7, maybe 8 in there unless the weather goes really well over the next 3 weeks.
Right.
But all of a sudden it's May. We're sitting here on April 10th, and you think about it, 30 days in April, 20 more, and we're at May 1st. So it just goes by so quick, and we've got a holiday in there that kind of puts us down for a few days. So, we're it's going to have to be quick. And I think that's the thing, consistency right off the get-go. Young kids kind of adapting to varsity softball right away, and then see how it goes from there.
You nailed it when you said adapt. As a spring sports coach or an athlete, you just got to be able to adapt.
Yes.
Take whatever Mother Nature throws at you and go with it. But all right, well, I appreciate you all being here. That's the Beechwood Bison softball team. Ladies, good luck to you this spring. Coach,
Thanks,
always
Steve.
good to see you.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's the Bison. Next up, we have the Cuyahoga Heights softball team. So more softball to you, coming to you live from the Spring Sports Media Day here at Kirtland High School. Thanks, Bison. Appreciate it. I needed a decoration.
I know. I was going to.
See you, Mike. That was the Beechwood Bison softball team. Next up, we've got the Cuyahoga Heights softball team. Coach Kyle Manfredonia could not be here today, so we have just the 3 players that should be coming over momentarily. There they are. All right, ladies, just grab a seat, and we'll have to start right to left and just work our way around with the defending Division IV state runners-up. All right, so Cuyahoga Heights softball next up here at CVC Spring Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. We're going to start all the way to the right. Go ahead, introduce yourself, tell us what grade you are, what positions you play, and then we'll go down the line with some questions after that. Oh, make sure you flip that microphone on. There's a little...
Hello, I'm Alize Reyes. I am currently a junior. I play both second and shortstop.
You must be fast.
A bit.
if you play second and short.
Oh.
Sorry, bad joke. Alize, you've been around, fun to watch you last year. Obviously, that run to state was exciting. And since Coach isn't here, I'm going to let you kind of give us the elevator pitch of, last year was one season. You went all the way to the state final. This year, you graduated a couple kids, including the starting pitcher. So obviously, you've got some work to do. But give us an overview of what you guys are expecting this year.
We're expecting big things again this year. We're taking it game by game, obviously, and that's like one of our big things is we don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. We want to just take it day by day, game by game, practice by practice, and just get better within ourselves and as a team, and we want to stay together. And we have a great pitcher here, Bella. So, yes, we lost Julia, but we have Bella here who is going to pick up where she left off. We have majority of our returners coming back, so we are filling a place at third, but we have a great third baseman, Shai, coming up, and then we have who was our right fielder, Sierra Wise, who's now playing center field, and then we have Katie Calvi returning in left, and then we have a couple people battling for right, but we have a couple seniors and also Natalie Mischek.
When you look at last year, early in the season, did you guys think you had the potential to get to the state final?
Honestly, yes. Within just looking at the talent we have between last year and in this year, it's just so much talent that it's so beautiful to see.
What, obviously you have to replace Julia. You talked about Bella a little bit, and we'll talk more with her in a moment. You lose third base. You next girl up, step right in and do that. What are some of the other challenges you guys are going to face?
If you want any of us to tap in, too.
You can,
I'm gonna work our way down. So yeah, don't worry. You'll get them all.
All right, keep going, Zay.
This weather is challenging. We've only played 2 games, but honestly, I think we have a really good shot this year. We have a good season awaiting us, so I think we're all excited.
All right, now Katie, we're gonna go to Katie, and I'm gonna come back to Alize too. But Katie, talk about that run last year and just being a part of that. What was that like?
It definitely was incredible. It's something I'm very thankful for to be a part of. It's something I'll always remember. And being a junior, it was like my first take as being an upperclassman, and it was incredible. And we still have that same drive and mentality to get back there, and we know how it feels like to be there, so nerves are out, we're familiar, and we're just ready to go.
I think that's the main thing that you guys can take away from that is obviously, having that, state runner-up trophy was nice too, but just knowing you return most of those girls and you now have, hey, we were there, we can do it, and you saw that team, Bradford,
yeah.
They were good too, but I really think the difference was they had probably 3 girls that were just amazing and scored most of their runs for them, and then their pitcher was really good, but collectively I thought you guys were right there. And what's going to be the difference for you this year? Just to, if you get back there, you got to be able to outscore the opponent. What's going to be the difference?
Yeah, we're definitely going to get our bats moving. Bradford had a really good D1 pitcher, Skip Miller, which we give props to. They were really good. And we only had 1 hit. Studnars got that for us. But we're a good team on offense, so we're just going to have to time up our swing and be able to get on base because defense wins games, but you got to score also in softball.
You absolutely have to. And let's talk about the outfield since you're left field, right?
Yeah.
Give us the breakdown. Who's in center, who's in right, and how's that group gelling?
All right, so I'm in left. I played there last year, and it's looking good. Our left side, we got a solid shortstop and third baseman. And then moving to center field is Sierra Wise. She's going there for Maddie Vance, who Maddie Vance was a really good center fielder, one of our team captains. And Sierra knows what to do, and Maddie taught us well. And we're hoping that she'll lock down center field, and we have no worries with her there. And then in right field, we have a little bit of a rotation going with Maddie Krasnoak, who's a senior, who's very talented, as well as Delaney DeSanza and Natalie Mischek. And then Riley Casey also might come up and play some left field too. So we have depth and just a lot of experience, so we're excited in the outfield.
And you guys only have had 2 games, but in those 2, did you guys meet your expectation? 2-0, right?
Yeah.
I mean, did you play the way you thought you would?
We got our bats moving in both games, which we were happy about. We try to want to limit our errors to least as possible, and because errors kind of dictate the game, whether or not you're going to win or lose. But our second game in our conference, we won, so that was really good. We're getting ahead in the conference, so I think it is going well. 2 wins, it's better than 2 losses, so we're taking it as a learning experience and moving forward for each game.
Conference-wise, I know Independence is always that thorn in the side, and last year you guys got to split the conference title, so I'm sure you're trying to keep it at Cuyahoga Heights this year.
Yeah, definitely always fun when we're facing our rivals, Independence, but they're just another team in our conference, another game. They're just 15 minutes down the road. It's win or lose. It's not going to predict the future, and we're just going to take that game by game against them.
Outstanding. All right, Bella, you're up next. What grade are you, Bella?
So I'm a junior.
Okay, so you're not like a wide-eyed freshman stepping into the starting pitching role. You got mostly JV last year. Did you see any varsity time?
For the most part, I played JV, but I did get a couple innings in, which was great.
So you've got some big shoes to fill for Julia. A little added pressure. How are you handling that?
I don't do too well under the pressure, but knowing how great my defense is, it has helped me a lot. And they're all so great, and it has boosted my confidence so much, and I just can't wait to get after it.
And that goes a long way when you know you can count on the girls behind you to make the plays, but it still means you still have to throw strikes and do all those things. So how do you focus when you get in the circle? I mean, you're going to deal with nerves, especially in some of the bigger games, and you didn't get to pitch in the state run, like these other girls got to play and get up there and bat. You didn't get to do that, so it's all going to be new to you. How are you going to deal with that?
For me, it's all just about taking deep breaths, and at the start of every inning, after we do our catcher throwdown, all my infielders, they come up to me and we just do a in and out, deep breath, and it really just gets me in the zone, all focused, and that helps a lot.
What kind of pitches do you throw?
I have a lot of spin pitches, and over the off season, I've been working really hard on my changeup, and it's come a long way, so I'm really glad with where it's at.
And fastball, what do you know how fast you throw?
For the most part, I can do about mid-50s.
Okay, so you can bring it a little bit. And Julia wasn't like an overpowering pitcher either. She threw a lot of hitter spots, kept batters off balance. So how do you plan to do that? Just to kind of, not let a batter get ahead of you to force you to throw a pitch you don't want to throw.
Yeah, I try and get ahead in the count as best I can, but sometimes that just doesn't happen. But I don't let it bother me too much. I just know that I need to hit my spots and throw the pitch the right way so my defense can make some plays.
Is there another pitcher behind you, or are you it?
In a couple games, Georgia Cattler, sophomore, she'll help me out so I don't have to play as much, rest up a couple times.
And then what kind of relationship do you have with your catcher? That's going to be important.
So me and Kayla have actually
She's a sophomore, right?
No, she's actually a junior.
She's a junior. Okay.
So, we've been friends since the second grade, and we played on the same summer team as each other for years. So we've always had that great bond, and I'm excited to get to truly play with her again, and I know we can bring it.
All right. Tessa, I'll come back to you, Bella. Tessa, go ahead and tell us who you are, what grade you're in, and what positions you're playing.
All right. Hi, I'm Tessa. I am a junior, and I play short, and sometimes I play third.
So you had a big hand in that run to the state final. How cool was that as a sophomore to step up and contribute so much to a big run like that?
Well, to be honest, I don't even know. I don't even think I was thinking back then. Being in the state championship was great and everything, but a hit's a hit. It was great, and yeah.
What did you learn from that run and even in that last game, even though things didn't go well for you guys, but what was your takeaway from that whole thing?
Anything is possible. If you try hard enough, and you can do anything.
And when you look at your shortstop and first set? Third, sorry. So you've got that left side of the infield locked down, but where's the strength of the infield? I mean, is it veteran leadership? Is it just the talent you guys have? What is it?
Well,
Alizé playing both second and short since she's so fast.
I think it's just the chemistry that we all have. I think we're all very close, and like Alizé and I, we're on the same travel team, so we get to spend all year round together, and again, it's just the chemistry. I think we're all great friends.
Who's going to have the breakout year this year? You can't include anyone at the table.
Oh God, I don't know.
Anyone impress you so far in the preseason first 2 games?
I don't know.
Talk about your pitcher. How much confidence do you have in her?
I think Bella could do anything. As long as she can get the pitches down the plate, we will be great. We'll be good.
And from your perspective, what are the strengths of the Red Wolves? I like it. I like it.
Maybe I think our hitting has gotten a lot better than it has been in some games, but I honestly think our defense is pretty good. As long as we can not lose ourselves, as long as we stay together, we'll be okay.
And I think it was Katie that said we got to score runs, and so obviously that batting order is going to play a key role. From 1 to 9, how confident are you that everyone can get the job done?
Very, very confident.
How are you guys playing this year? Kyle, I know, likes to bunt every once in a while, but are you guys a little bit more aggressive, swinging away? What's the plan?
Well, I think we've all had these last 2 games. Our hitting has been very good, and well, he does like to bunt. Like, he'll throw a surprise bunt in there, but yeah.
All right, last one for you. Just individual goals and team goals. What do you want to accomplish for yourself this year, and what do you hope your team can accomplish?
Well, I hope we make it far in the playoffs. That's about it for the team. I hope the chemistry stays good, and for me, my goal is to make my hitting better and everything.
All right, Bella, same questions, individual and team goals.
Like Tessa said, I hope we make a great run in the playoffs just like we did last year. And an individual, I just want to fill the shoes that our last pitcher did, and I hope I can make everyone proud with that.
All right, and then before I let you go, who's your breakout player? Nobody at the table.
I think our first baseman is Zakiya Baker. She's a senior this year, and I really think she's going to stand out in the conference.
Sounds good. Katie, back to you. Individual and team goals and your breakout player.
Individual goals, definitely. I want to be one of the top players in the conference, shooting for first or second team. I want to be able to contribute to my team and help out as much as I can. And then team goals, we want to make it back. We got a lot of people riding on us this year, hoping, and we're going to put on a show for sure, and we're just going to make a run, and we're excited, and I hope everyone else is as well.
Outstanding. And then Alizé, back to you. Individual, team goals, and who's going to be your breakout player?
So individually, I am leading off, so it's a lot of pressure to start off the game and to just start off each at bat. And so personally, last year I didn't have the best batting average during our normal season. Postseason, it was a lot better, but normal season I want to just improve a lot and just have no errors or minimize any errors in the field. And then as a team, I would obviously love to make it back to states, win this time. And just obviously just make that big accomplishment as a team and show everybody that, yeah, we lost people, but we're still just as good as we were before. And then my breakout player, I would honestly say Natalie Mischek. The amount of energy and the effort she gives at practice every day. And you can tell because when it pays off in the field and when she's making diving catches and she's smiling and she's laughing and she's never giving up, it just shows how much love and heart and how much she actually wants to play, and she proves that.
Outstanding. And then just one thing I'll leave you with. I can't remember who said it, that anything was possible. Katie, was that you? Or Bella? Or Tess? Dana Denner, you guys.
Yeah. Oh, love her.
Was it your cousin? No, it's someone's cousin. That's your cousin. I remember that from last year. Okay, but you see her. She played 5 years ago, graduated 5 years ago, and MAC Player of the Year last year, playing Division I softball. So yes, anything is possible, even from a small school. And I hope you guys get to watch her a little bit. She's a ton of fun to watch. But great run last year. Sorry it ended the way it did, but hopefully you guys will get a chance to get back and finish the job.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, appreciate you all being here. That's the Cuyahoga Heights Red Wolves. We now have a nickname, so thanks for coming out to Media Day. And next up we have, I believe, the Crestwood baseball team. Is Crestwood over there? Oh, here they come. There's Crestwood. How are you? There you go. How you doing? Nice to meet you. Yes, sir. Thanks. Thanks, man. All right, the Crestwood baseball team taking their seats here at the 2022 CVC Spring Sports Media Day, presented by Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Coach, I'm going to let you go ahead and introduce yourself and the guys you brought with you, and then give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Red Devils this year? Grab your microphone there and flip that switch up. There you go.
Chris Stanley. This is my first year at Crestwood. I brought along a senior, Caden Pleckety, our captain, and freshman, Charlie Summer. Both are pitchers and infielders. Charlie plays first for us and may play some in the outfield. Caden's our second baseman and may not play in the outfield.
And then just an elevator pitch.
No,
what have you seen so far?
We, like every team in Northeast Ohio, haven't had a ton of time outside. Kind of limited resources on the campus itself, but we're trying to get better every day. Right, guys? Young, a little inexperienced, but it's a baseball team, and every day we got to figure something out and try to get better at it. So that's really it.
I know the weather's been the biggest challenge for just about every team, just trying to get out there and all that work you put in the gym. You want to see, how it translated to the field. Not many teams have had that, but what other challenges have you faced, and how have you kind of encountered those and overcome them?
Well, I mean, numbers, the last couple of years at Crestwood have not been ideal, even though I haven't been there, just looking at the rosters and whatnot and hearing from the people who are still part of that program. For us this year, again, shallow on the numbers. Injuries have already taken a toll, even though we're only 2 games in. That's been a struggle because with only 16 players available for varsity and we already have 3 kids who are out, the shuffle game is it's real. It's a struggle, but again, everyone's going through it. Some worse than others, but we'll manage.
All right, Coach, I'm going to come back to you. Let's slide over there to Caden. Caden, you're a senior. Tell us what positions you play, and just kind of give us your overview. How are things going so far this spring?
I mostly play, middle infield. In the past, I played first base, but mostly relegated to the infield and pitching and stuff. And so far this season, we've competed every game. Last game we're down a lot of runs. We come back, bring it within 2-3 runs. We're not giving up, giving it 100%. I think that's thanks to the youth and stuff. The young energy that the freshmen are bringing is really pivotal to what we're doing.
And when you look at just the weather that we faced, and how difficult has that been? Just where you put in all that preseason work in the gym, you might have gotten a couple days outside. Then the season starts, and you're supposed to be outside, and you're still forced to practice in the gym. How difficult is that, and what do you do to kind of stay inspired and motivated?
It's really tough. Our season got pushed back a week. We were supposed to have opening day. Whole week got canceled because, it snowed middle of March. So, in order to keep it fresh, we got to just introduce new drills, and we got to bring new energy. Just keep the energy up in the gym. Keep the vibes good, and make sure we get our work in.
Being a middle infielder, what do you play primarily? Short, second
base.
Second. So break down the infield for us. Who's in there with you?
First base, Charlie. I'm at second. We got another freshman, Tristan Addis, at shortstop. And third base, you could either be Steven Lincoln, who's also a freshman, or Jake Rowe, who's a senior. And then catching behind the plate is Jonas Honeycutt.
And you being a senior with a bunch of young guys, obviously you've got to handle some of that leadership and make sure the young guys know, how to approach practice, how to approach games, that kind of thing. How are you handling that role?
Mostly just leading by example. I'm not the most assertive individual. I'll tell you how it is, but I'm not going to get in your face about it. I just mostly just do what I got to do. Make sure I'm doing the right thing, and just leading by example.
All right, let's slide over there to Charlie, the freshman. Charlie, being a freshman on the varsity team, you handling that pressure okay?
Yeah, I think definitely my first scrimmages was nerve-wracking, and then I started for the first time against Independence, and that was pretty big task, but I think I'm getting through it. Yeah, it's settling down the nerves that I get.
Who are the guys on the team that you kind of lean toward, to follow in their footsteps? Like I said, you got a senior there, but, is there anyone that you kind of say, okay, well, he's doing things the right way, I want to stick around with him?
Yeah, definitely Caden. He's our captain for sure, and he has a reason to be our captain. He's good to the freshmen. But I think really anyone, they're all we're a pretty small team, but everyone I think has a good relationship with each other, and I really like that about our team.
What do you bring to the table as a player, a pitcher, first baseman, and a hitter?
Hitting, I'm struggling right now. I'm in a slump, but I think I'm working through it. And then pitching, yeah, I don't really.
Yeah, I mean, are you a confident pitcher? You go in, try mow guys down, you try to work around them? How do you approach your pitching starts or appearances?
Yeah, I have a pretty good curveball that I've been working in, and then my fastball is not top of the line fast, but it's not slow, so I think just hit my locations. And then first, I'm a pretty big target over there, so I think it's easier for the infield to have a good throw at first.
Caden kind of introduced the infield. I'll let you handle the pitchers. We got two of them here. Who else will chew up some innings?
Jake Dustman is our ace. And then Isaac, he came in late to our season, but he's a PO that is big for us because, as Coach said, injuries have hit our team. And Isaac came in, and it was a really big add-on to the team because he's a pretty good pitcher. And then we have Kyle Gregel, which is a good relief pitcher. He'll come in and throw strikes. Same with Steven Lincoln and Tristan Addis. They're both freshmen. And Cooper Pausch is injured now, but when he did pitch, he was pretty through strikes. That's what we need.
All right, and looking at the batting order, I mean, how confident are you that 1 through 9 you guys can, produce runs no matter where you start in the lineup?
I don't think we have too big of a drop from the top of the order to the bottom of the order. I think we're all the same skill level so I don't think that's you're not looking at 7, 8, 9 and thinking, oh, we're gonna get an out now. You still have a lot of potential going down the order to score runs, which is it's good for a team to have.
All right, and I'll leave you with this. What are your individual goals for this season, and what do you hope your team can accomplish?
I definitely want to get out of the slump and get back in the lineup for sure. And then pitching, I just think I need to hit my spots. Walks is a big thing that we started out the season with balls, and you can't defend walks, so you just really need to hit your spots and kind of let your infield and your outfield take control and back you up. And then at first, I think I just really scooping the ball this year. I want to get everything over there.
All right, Caden, back to you. Same question. Individual goals and team goals. What do you hope to accomplish this spring?
I want to just overall improve my consistency. over at the plate, on the mound, in the field, and hope that help contribute to a winning season.
All right, Coach. Back your way, we talked about the infield, we talked about the pitchers. I'm going to let you break down the outfield for us.
Outfield, we have a sophomore in J.P. Roble, just come out of wrestling season, who was another state contender for us. Right field will be the aforementioned Jake Rowe, who also splits time at short and third as a fill-in when guys are on the mound. And then in left, we have Kyle Gretel, another senior, who also pitches. So experience, because all three were starters last year, but still got a lot of work to do in terms of just game recognition. The kids just haven't had a ton of live ball experience, and that's a stumbling block for us, as it is many teams who are young or inexperienced, and we're unfortunately that combination. But outfield-wise, we have a lot of guys that can step in and fill in when guys are pitching, one of those three people. But we're pretty solid as a group.
When you look at the conference, Berkshire made a run to the regionals last year. Kirtland's had a couple district finals in the past couple years. You look in the Metro Division, you guys will play crossover games. Cuyahoga Heights and Independence have both made regional or even state Final Four runs. So you play in a pretty tough conference, and you come in as one of the newer teams to the league. How have you settled into, and you being your first year, you've got to, trying to compete against those squads. How do you plan to do that?
It's in terms of at least my objective, especially as a first-year coach, it's more looking internally to get these kids to be the most productive players they can be, and that's the only way we can be competitive. If we can't be that best, I know it's corny, version of themselves, then them going up against anyone, it really doesn't matter if they don't have an identity. That's what these guys needed to create, which they are creating, that identity, and knowing that they're going to be leaving a legacy. That's super important. Now, I came from Benedictine. I was there the last 6 years, so we played Kirtland, we played Independence. I have a good understanding of those caliber teams. I don't know really much of anyone else, but these kids have played against them, and they're talkative, and they bring a lot of information to it. So we don't really strategize about like, hey, this matchup's going like this. It's like, hey, let's get our best 10 sticks in the lineup. Let's make sure we make every play, get dirty, compete in every play, and then the chips will fall where they may.
And then how are you going to define success for the team this spring?
Wins and losses, obviously, that's, the indicator, but that doesn't tell the whole story. And I'm sure if, we were off mic and you pulled the kids aside and asked them if they were better today than they were when I first met them, I know what the answer would be, and I know what they would say. And not because I told them to. It's because these kids work hard. We put a lot of hours in, and the results are there. It's just, they're good, but they can be so much better. And once they internalize that and let it work for them, and then they push each other, it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun run.
All right. That is the Crestwood Red Devils here at the 2022 Spring Sports CVC Media Day. Appreciate you guys being here, and best of luck to you. Hopefully we get on the field. It's got to start there, but good luck this spring. Appreciate you being here. That was the Red Devils, and next up we have the Orange Lions baseball team, followed by the Harvey baseball team, and then a quick break. And then we've got Kirtland tennis, Kirtland track, Kirtland softball, Chagrin Falls baseball, Wycliffe tennis, Kirtland baseball, and a special guest we'll have on a little bit later in the show. But right now we've got the Orange Lions. Thank you, sir. Give them a minute to take their seats here at Kirtland High School. Coach, we'll start with you. Your microphone's got a little black switch on there. Flip that thing up. But go ahead, introduce yourself, introduce the guys you brought with us, and then give us a little elevator pitch of what we can expect out of the Lions this spring.
All right, my name's Fred Zapancic.
Grab your mic there. There you go.
Fred Zapancic with Orange Baseball. We brought Max Abramson, senior, Trevor Moss, senior, John Boyle, senior. Basically, we're like everybody else in Northeast Ohio. We're hoping that the weather breaks and our field dries out. We're about ready to change our school mascot to Scuba Steve. It's our field's underwater. We were there this morning trying to dry it out and just trying to get some games in. That's really all we're doing. We have a great mix of older guys. Most of all three of these guys would have been 3-year starters. We have 2 4-year starters that we have up here, mixed in with some nice sophomores that we have and some junior in the junior group. And it's just, we need to get out and play some games, see some live pitching. We've gotten 1 game in. We've been on the field 3 times since March.
Wow.
It's been tough.
It is, and you have to envy the teams that went down to Myrtle Beach or anywhere else just for a week of games where they could play a little bit and get out on a field that isn't all full of mud. So yeah, it's challenging. How do you keep the kids motivated and inspired? When you're like, hey, practice, games canceled, practices in the gym.
We're truly blessed. These three right here do a great job of leading the program and helping the younger guys get through the monotony of being stuck in the gym. Trevor has a favorite game of knockout, which he's come up with a couple different versions to keep us busy while we're in the gym, but yet still working on skills. And Max and John, they're throwing their pens. Max leads the outfield group, keeps them busy from day to day, and they keep it fun. We're having a lot of fun in the gym, doing the best we can with a tough situation, and we want to get outside. That's all we can ask for.
All right, I'll come back to you, Coach. Max, on to you. Go ahead, introduce yourself. Tell us what positions you play and just what you're looking forward to this season.
So I'm a senior, Max Abramson. I play corner outfield, mainly at right field, and pitch a little bit too.
The challenge obviously is just getting outside and getting into that swing of finding that rhythm. And I'll talk to Trevor about his game, but how you keeping it interesting and keeping the young guys engaged?
Well, it's really important for us to focus on our little things. Without the little things, we can't make all the big plays happen. So we really focus on those little things in the gym as much as we can. We make sure to keep it fun too. Not a lot of standing around for us. We always like to be moving and stuff, but it's like I said, you can't really do a whole lot in the gym with outfielders. The roof's only so high, but just really focus on the little things right now.
Talk about the outfield group. Who's out there with you, and how's that group gelling?
So to start, left field senior Chaz Proles. He's pretty quick out there. He can track down any ball. He moves all over the place, and then taking over the center, Chris Utek. He's a sophomore, really talented. Can really do anything on the baseball field. We're lucky to have him out there. Probably, one of our better hitters as well. And then me in right field, I just make sure everything goes smoothly out there. But we're really talented out there. We like to call it a no-fly zone. Make sure, any ball in the air, we're going to get it.
My high school team, we were Tupperware. Airtight, nothing gets through.
Yeah.
So good. You got to have something.
Right.
Everybody's got, Miami Hurricanes had the big chain for their defense. You got to have something to keep it fun and
100%.
interesting. So,
100%.
what are the biggest strengths of the team?
Well, I think our strength is really our speed. To be honest, we got a lot of athletes on the team. We can move around the bases. We can move around the field. And we got a lot of smart guys too. So not a lot of mistakes out there. We know the game really well. We'll be able to play situational ball, and like I said, not a lot of mistakes. Pretty smart group of guys.
Sounds good. All right, Trevor, up to you. First, you got to break down that game. Talk to us about knockout.
Everybody gets in a line. Coach will fire some ground balls at us, and it's easy. If you miss it, you're out, and it's the last man standing.
You gotta compete.
Yeah.
You got to make it fun and engaging. I like it. All right, what positions are you playing this year?
Mostly be a utility guy in the infield, some second, hopefully some short, maybe some first. I had some unfortunate injuries to my shoulder, so just doing as much as I can.
All right, and obviously, again, we talk about challenges. The first one is the weather. Second one, outfielders, it's a little bit harder to catch fly balls in a gym. Infield, you can do a little bit at work, but what are the challenges that you've encountered so far?
Well, I think one of our main goals is just to, have a really high chemistry. We're just going out there trying to have fun, and obviously the weather sucks, but we're making the most of it, and we're getting better every day. So yeah.
When you look at the conference, the Chagrin division in particular, very good baseball up there, and you've got Chagrin Falls is kind of, I don't want to say been dominant over the course of the season, but they're kind of the measuring stick for that Chagrin division, and you guys are right there with them, challenging them, being competitive. But how much does that help you elevate your game, just knowing that you've got somebody that you can say, okay, we want to be them, we want to get after them, and kind of steal the throne from them?
Yeah, I think it motivates all of us. I mean, every day we're thinking about it. We want to be the best in the conference, and hopefully more at the end of the season. So it drives us to be better.
When you look at the strengths of the team, what are they from your perspective?
Well, I think we have really good pitching. Like Max said, we're all really smart. We're going to play baseball the right way. I think one of our main emphasis have been, doing all the little things perfectly. So limit the errors, just limit mental mistakes, and we'll be fine this year.
Break down the infield for us. Who's there?
Yeah, we got Jackson Vellinger, senior, at first. At second, myself, Noah Bromberg, short, John Boyle, and then Noah Bromberg. We'll also shift over there a little bit. Then at third, it'll change a little bit. We have Jalen Greer, a freshman, Johnny Neal. John may play some over there. We got a lot of guys that can play everywhere, so that's one of our strengths.
All right, let's head down to John. I'll come back to you, Trevor. John, were you late? The diver?
Oh, yeah.
Is that your cousin, sister?
No, yeah, that's my sister.
Oh, yeah, that's she had a great year this year, too, down in Texas.
Yeah.
That's great. Janie.
Yeah,
her first name was lost for a minute. But, yeah, so that's great. So athletic family, obviously, that's great. And you're pitching and playing some infield?
Yeah, pitching, playing infield, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to let you break down the pitchers. Let's talk about your pitching staff. Who do we have out there?
I think we got me and Noah Bromberg. Those are going to be our top two guys. We'll be taking the ball in big games. And we got a couple of young guys at the end of the rotation. Freshman Johnny Neal, Trevor talked about, should give us some innings. Sophomore Brandon Lurie should give us some quality innings as well. And, yeah.
And then just looking at that pitching staff, how many guys are returners that ate up a lot of innings last year?
Pretty much all of us. We lost one senior that gave us some quality innings, but outside of that, we got a lot of guys that are coming back.
And how confident are you in that staff that no matter who's out there, you guys can keep them in games and keep the run totals down and keep guys off base?
Oh, I'm very confident. I'm going to disagree with these guys. I think our strength is our pitching. I think we can win a lot of low-scoring ball games with our pitching.
Looking at yourself as a pitcher, what do you bring to the mound?
Just getting ahead in counts and being efficient. Getting our coach really harps on 13 pitches or less in an inning, and I think that's something I take pride in and do a lot.
Every team needs that bulldog pitcher, not necessarily the ace, not the guy that is considered the best pitcher, but a guy that, oh, hey, we're in a bind. We need to get somebody to get out there, shut down a big inning or something like that. Who is that for the Lions?
I want to say it's myself, but I'll be unbiased. I'll give it to Noah Bromberg. He's a guy who goes out there and competes every day, so yeah.
And then just from your perspective, what are the biggest challenges aside from the weather and just getting out there and doing those things? But, whether it's Chagrin Falls, whether it's another team that you guys have your eyes on, what's the big challenge that you guys are trying to clear this spring?
I would just say it's staying consistent with our offense. I think our defense and our pitching is always going to be there every day, every night. But if we can put up 6, 7, 8 runs a game, I think we'll have a good chance to win a lot of ball games.
Individually and team-wise, what are your goals this year? What are you hoping you can accomplish, and then what do you hope your team accomplishes?
Individually, I just hope to improve upon defense. I think my pitching has always been pretty consistent. Hitting is always there, but if I can improve upon defense, I think I'll be a really solid player. And then as a team, I think we have a real shot to win the Chagrin Valley Conference, and yeah, it's definitely a goal of ours.
Trevor, back to you. Same question. Individual goals and team goals for the spring.
Individually, just keep up my batting average, be strong in the defense, consistent, and team goals, like you said, we're going to win the conference and hopefully more in the state tournament.
I like that. You said we're going to win the conference. I like it. Max, same question to you.
Personally, I'd like to go back-to-back first team all-conference player. And as a team, I want to, for games, I want to jump out to a lead early in the game. I know it's not as very specific, but it really helps us in the long run for, jumping out to an early lead.
Okay. And Coach, close out with you. Had the guys talk about the infield, the outfield, the pitching staff. They leave anybody out? Anyone you want to mention?
Again, they did a really good job of knowing our ball club. These guys, again, they're leaders. They did a great job with us in the past and leading these new guys that are coming in. As they mentioned, we have freshman Johnny Neal. He'll pitch, play some third base for us. Brandon Lurie, he'll be a utility infielder and pitch. He's another bulldog mentality pitcher. You can just throw him out there. We had Chagrin the other night. Fortunately, he hung a curveball and they put it over the right field fence, and he just sat back and struck out the next hitter. He's just out there to compete. John will go out there and compete for us on a daily basis. It's one thing I like about the ball club is we'll go out there and compete. We're kind of gritty. We're getting a little bit better at getting our energy up and staying consistent through the full game through a full practice. So their goals are attainable. We're certainly capable of doing what they're talking about.
And last question for you is, the guys talk. They want to win the conference. You want to make a deep run in the postseason. But as their coach, how are you going to define success this year?
Again, we're just working to get better day to day, going out and competing on a daily basis. Our schedule, as you see, I gave you the sheet, where we're going against D1 teams, D2 teams, every basis. We're just out there to compete. And we're just trying to elevate Orange baseball to take that next step to catch the next level that we're going up to. So that's our goal.
All right. Well, Coach and guys, I appreciate you making the trip out here. Best of luck to you this spring. That was the Orange Lions here at the 2022 CVC Spring Sports Media Day, live from Kirtland High School. This is the third of our 3 Media Day events. And so next up, we've got the Harvey Red Raiders, or Harvey Red Raider. All right. That makes it easy when I'm moving my camera around. I can keep it in one spot. So, Coach, go ahead, introduce yourself, and then just break it down for us. Give us a little elevator pitch of what we can expect out of the Red Raiders this season. Yeah, absolutely. Flip that switch on there. There you go.
Absolutely. I appreciate me being here. I mean, you allowing me to be here. But I had a couple guys that were going to be here today. And, as you know, we're a young program here at Harvey. So we have one senior that's starting this year on the varsity, and then outside of that, we have 2 freshmen starting, and we have 3 juniors, and everybody else is sophomore. So, and that's kind of where we were last year too. Last year we were a young team. We had 2 seniors on our varsity program, and everybody else was just a young squad. So. That's just kind of state of like where we are, So, but it's promising because I look forward to next year and the year after, we're going to be coming back with a lot of experience. So
this might be the hardest question I ask you all day, but do you know the last time Harvey might have been mentioned in a preseason baseball poll?
Oh, that's interesting that you brought that up. Well, no, it's I look back at. The previous records, and I have access to, I think, 2004. I think that was, and nothing against the previous programs, but the best record that they had was they had a one season with 9 wins.
Yep.
And then the other years were pretty much around like 4 or 5 wins. So it's not historically a baseball program, but. When I think other schools looked at us going into the preseason and they saw, we have a catcher, Connor Bates, 3 pass balls all last year, just a heck of an arm, a great bat, and then the kid's got a work ethic, and people see it. I know Jeff Mentor's coach Jeff Haas had worked with Connor in the off season, and he said to me, Connor's freshman year, he said, this kid, and this is like in December of Connor's freshman year, this kid is going to be your freshman, he's going to be your starting varsity catcher. This kid is good, that good. And so coming from Jeff, and I know Jeff well, but like coming from Jeff, who's got a great background as a catcher, that meant a lot. And then here you got other kids that were supporting not just Connor, but you had Blake Brozick and you had Christian Royale and Israel Arandando. You have these guys that have been they're returning, and they lost their freshman year, but they had a great successful sophomore year last year, and now here they are as juniors, and people were talking about them, and not only that, but we had 32 colleges come, because I do a fall ball program, and and that was a 6-week program, and we had lots of colleges coming out to watch these guys. And so to me, when colleges are coming into the dugout saying, "Hey, I want to talk to some of these guys," that was very impressive.
Yeah, and so you get that preseason recognition from the Ohio High School Baseball Coaches Association. I saw it, and I was like, wow, that's awesome for the program, and I can only imagine how proud you and your players were just to have that recognition. What was the response to that?
Well, again, that was something that I brought up to the team, but they don't know. They don't know what that means. These guys, you have 3 of them that watch baseball, that study the game of baseball, that will go and We might be off on a Friday, Saturday, and they're going down to Ohio State to go watch Ohio State play. All right, so they understand. But you take away those 3, then you got another 22 on the roster that have never played baseball before. So that's where it's different. My son goes to Willoughby South. I coach baseball in the rec league at Willoughby, right? Those kids, they grow up playing baseball. Kids in Painesville, there was no baseball last year after 12 years old. So here we are. We're in a deficit already, but at the same time, these kids, they get some recognition. I tell them about it, and they have a smile on their face. But at the end of the day, they weren't sure what that really meant.
Right.
What does that mean? So, and it just means like, hey guys, people think that you guys are going to be okay this year. You're going to be pretty good. So, okay, well, so they feel good about it. But, at the same time, we have just a different group of kids. We're not the West G's or the Mayfields or we have kids that they work. These kids they work. They go to jobs. They help support and put food on the table, right? And so, so at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, I want to be a baseball coach. I want to get wins. I want these kids to feel success, but at the same time, I want these guys to be young men, and I want them to know, hey, what you do on the field, that's what you're going to do in life. You're going to work hard.
Well, I'll say this, in the media days we've had, the fall and the winter, I've had an opportunity to talk to some of the Harvey coaches, and they're making a difference now. And whoever's doing the hiring is doing a great job, because they're finding coaches that are buying in, and then the kids are buying in, and Harvey's fortunes are changing. And so when I saw that preseason baseball poll, I was like, oh, here's another coach that doing the right things, making sure his guys understand that, hey, I'm all in, so you guys need to follow suit. And it comes, and the kids notice that when the coach is going above and beyond, the kids see it and they want to go above and beyond, and then the result is what you saw. And so hopefully good things are coming for the program. But
we have a middle school program that's been we got that going about 5 years ago. Actually, this is the 6th year right now. So, and I don't know if you've been in our weight room.
Nope.
It's one of those programs. It's a weight room that people will walk in and they're like, wow, their jaws drop, And so I say that because there really isn't a weight room like it. And I've been in a lot of weight rooms. It's fantastic. But our kids are working so hard in the off season. And there's a lot of philosophies like baseball players shouldn't be lifting at all. I coached,
such a myth.
Right. I mean, I was at the college level. I was at 3 different programs at the college level. I was a strength coach. That's what I was. So, but I was specified in college baseball for strength and conditioning. Eastern Kentucky, Winthrop University, Coastal Carolina. All those programs, they lift on game day. I'm just telling you, like we were at Wright State a couple years ago, and like they lift on game day, And so our kids have bought into like, hey, we need to be in the weight room, trying to get them to buy in on how to eat properly, because we have a convenience store across the street and they want to get their hot Cheetos still. But but at the end of the day, it's like these guys, they understand like, hey, we need to play summer baseball. So that's what I did last year. Was I started a summer baseball program for 13 and above. So last year. And we're going to keep that going, but that's the only thing I can think of. Like, how can we build this program? It's like we got to get these kids to play baseball during the summer. But I also know that these kids, they also are in band or in other sports, because being a very small program, a small school, we need to have everybody participate in every other sport. So, but yeah, I feel great that Marvin Walling's my athletic director. He's very supportive, and we have a great group of coaches. Last year we had fantastic coaches that volunteered to come on. Mike Mockner, who you may have known, and with all his championships and all his experience, it was great to have him and Coach Alexak be on board last year to really like help us build this program. And right now, it's all we can do is just carry on what they've taught us. So.
Break down the lineup. Go 1 through 9 if you have it, or who's going to fill all these holes for you?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so we have Blake Brozick. He's going to be our number 1. He's just a solid contact hitter. So So Blake will start us off, and then
What
we're gonna,
position?
Blake is a shortstop.
Okay.
So he'll play short and he'll pitch for us. We have Christian Royale. He'll either bat number 2 or 3. There's going to be times where he'll bat 4 as well. So, but Christian's primarily going to be like a utility guy in the field. He's going to be our number 1 pitcher. And then we have Rodrigo Flores. He's a freshman. Trent Hall. He's another freshman. Isaac Mendoza. He's going to be playing third and center field for us. Lucas Walters is one of our seniors. Israel Arredondo, he's a senior. We have another guy that's probably going to be right towards the end in our lineup. Brandon Borowitz. He's a first baseman. He is coming off an injury. He had sprained his ankle a few weeks back, so he's at that point now where this is his first week returning back for us, so he's going to be right there. Jacob Kanya is going to be our starting center fielder. Jacob is probably the fastest guy that we have on the team. We're hoping that he's going to get some bags for us, but it doesn't matter about the bags. I just want him to make plays in the outfield. Be a leader out there, and then as far as out in right field, we got a couple guys that are kind of competing for those spots. So we have a guy named Dave Novak and Braylon Kimbrough. Both of them are very suited for that right field spot. So we're going to see who's going to compete and be ready to go here this coming week.
And then pitching wise, got to have some pitchers.
Yeah. So we have behind the plate this year, we're going to have Robert Boykin. So he's going to be our guy behind the plate. I mentioned about our pitchers before and with Christian Royale, but we have Blake Brozick. Blake's got a nasty curveball, and he's confident with that. He loves that, So he doesn't throw hard. He's only about maybe 73, 74 miles an hour on his fastball, but you never know if that – as a batter, you hope that curveball is going to break,
Right.
So you got Rael Brozick and Isaac Mendoza. Those are going to be the 3 mainstays on the mound. And then we're going to have Rodrigo Flores, a freshman, with Trent Hall, another freshman. So there's 5 guys right there that are going to be in the rotation consistently for us this year.
And aside from the weather, since that seems to be the biggest challenge teams are facing, what do you see as your greatest challenges, and how do you plan to overcome them?
Well, as far as the weather goes, we're fortunate. We have a grounds crew that actually does a great job with our field. So when we have an away game and our opponents we can't play, I'm like, we could play at our field,
right.
So we're very fortunate with that. But as far as some things that we are. Not to give too much away, but again, we're young, So we're watching a lot of film. So we do film breakdown once a week. We're breaking down our own film, or whether if it's a game or practice or scrimmage, we break our stuff down. Because I could say something to our guys in a practice, but when they actually see themselves doing it, and they're like, oh, that's what coach meant. So that helps out a lot. And again, it goes back to just our guys just being able to understand what we're doing. We're young, so we're not as aggressive on the bases as I want to be. And what I mean by that is our guys, we're tentative, and when we want to get our secondary, we're still flat-footed. So that's one thing that I want to be able to improve. We need to understand angles of pitches. Understand when we're watching an angle of a pitch and we see a catcher dropping down, that means that we need to be aggressive at that point. But again, these guys, like I said, 3 of them have played summer ball. So outside of that, we're learning on the fly right now.
Right. And then just last one for you is how are you going to measure or define success this season? Everybody wants to win a league title and make a deep run in the postseason, but for you, maybe you're gunning for 20 wins, maybe 10, whatever it is. How are you going to define success?
Well, we have a tough conference, the CVC in the Valley Division. That's a very tough division, right? So I know that Grand Valley, I just saw them. I think it was recently that said that they expect to be on the top. So originally I went into this thinking that we're going to be pretty good this year, but I want to go one game at a time. But you know what? We've never beaten Kirtland. Can we just take one from Kirtland?
Right.
I'm not asking for two right now. And then when you have Grand Valley, that's like, hey, we expect to win. Okay, let's just take one from them. So that would be fantastic. But at the end of the day, I want our kids to have fun. I want them to love the game, and and I just want to just continue to build this program. We're going to have a game at the Captain Stadium May 3rd against Madison, and I think it's fantastic when we get to bus in 200 of our middle school kids, and they get to see, wow, that's my high school up there. They're playing in the Captain Stadium at a night game.
You guys are.
I want to be.
You're actually busing in the kids.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. So that's one thing I could think of. Like, how can we build this program? We got to start with that middle school.
That is awesome.
So yeah.
Yeah,
So,
that's what I go back to what I said earlier. Betsy Hayda, same thing. Soccer coach, same thing. They're all in, and they're finding creative ways to make the kids feel good about representing Harvey, and you're doing the same thing, and it's awesome. So I appreciate that more than you know, and I wish you great success, because it's the way it should be. And too many coaches in the past, not just at Harvey but other schools, they're just apathetic. They're we're going to do what we do, and if we find success, great. If not, oh well. And when you find those coaches that are buying in and creating and building a program, you got to keep those guys and bottle that up and just get the kids to buy in as well. So kudos to you. That's awesome.
I appreciate that. Yep.
All right, Coach. Well, I
thank
appreciate you being here. That's the Harvey Red Raiders, or in this case, the Harvey Red Raider. But good luck to you, Coach. I'm sure I'll see you on your field somewhere.
All right.
All right. Next up, we've got the Kirtland tennis team, the pride of Kirtland. Do you need more seats? They won't all fit, unless you're going to have to squeeze them in there. We've got the Kirtland tennis team coming out in full force. I'm about at, the max width is kind of like his left shoulder and then that chair, but that far chair. So, yeah, you can get someone there. And Kirtland tennis coming out to represent. All right, we'll grab a microphone there, Coach. Coach Bob Lisecki, I'm going to let you, I guess in this case, I'll just have the kids. You can introduce the kids, but I'll have them repeat it, and then just give us your elevator pitch. And I'm going to have to go zoom in on you because your head's cut off on the other one. So, Coach Bob Lisecki, go ahead, introduce your kids, and then give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of your award-winning tennis team out here this spring?
All right, well, thanks a lot.
You're on.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Steve, for doing this for CVC. So starting here, we got Aaron. He's our number 1. Our number 2 is his sister, Bella, right here. Number 3, we got Patrick Bach playing third singles. Liz is one of our doubles, and actually playing some singles too. She's been going back and forth with it. Her doubles partner is Stephanie Drzetic, who's not here. She's got a soccer game. And then also doubles, we got Charlie and Vince playing doubles. But we do have a lot of kids out again this year. We've talked past couple years, Steve, about how many kids are coming out for tennis. We're getting a lot of student athletes who are looking for something different, something to do. We have some track people who are like, hey, you know what, I want to learn tennis, so we're going to work through their track schedule and tennis schedule. But it's really cool to see all the kids come out. We were able last year to start a JV program, and Brian Harvey, who's a teacher here at the high school, he keeps the clock for all the soccer games. He's our JV coach, so we got a lot of kids out for JV. This weather's been kind of rough for everyone, so getting matches in has been really, really tough. We're looking for some great things. Some of them been playing for a while. Aaron's been with us his whole career. I know we lost a year because of COVID. This is Liz's 3rd year, but really second. Bella's 2nd year. She did a great job last year as a freshman. Charlie and Vince been playing for a long time, and Patrick stepped in last year, played some JV, and now made that step up. But it's been fun. When I took over 5 years ago. It was a change from softball, baseball, and now tennis. I'm making the trip. I talked to Moran already and said, hey, over the next 10 years, my final 10 years, I need a track job to take care of all spring sports. But it's a lot of fun. We get a great bunch of kids. Harvey and I always talk about how fun it is to go to practice and games. Past few years we've hovered around 500, and it's been a great experience. It's been fun. Bus rides are entertaining, and that's what you want. Kids to have a good time, and they're learning a sport. For a lot of our kids, the young ones, they're learning it for the first time, but I view it as a lifelong sport. A lot of these kids are going to be playing tennis a lot longer than a lot of other sports. They can play up until they're 60, 70 years old. So it's really, really cool.
I remember your first year, and it was kind of new for you. You had played some tennis, so you knew a little bit about the game, but one of the goals you had was to grow the program and develop it. And, over that course of time, you certainly have. You've increased the numbers, you've increased the quality, and, hopefully that continues. So.
Yeah, it's been fun.
All right, so let's start. Who was first singles?
Let's go with Aaron.
Aaron, you're going to go ahead and you're going to introduce yourself. Tell us your name, your grade, and then just kind of what you're looking for this season. Flip your microphone on. There's a little black switch. Flip it up. There you go. I heard it.
My name's Aaron. I am a senior here at Kirtland. I am playing first singles. This season, I expect myself to do pretty well. I know the competition is pretty high in our conference. Saying that, I've already played a couple very good opponents, and I expect myself to do well, especially as the season keeps going on. So,
you mentioned it. The CVC is a really strong tennis conference. You look at Hawken and Chagrin Falls and Orange and some of the other kids. West Cuyahoga had some really good state caliber kids as well. And so you get tested early and often. How does that help you rise to the challenge?
I really like playing people who are better skill set than me. I think it helped improve my game. It shows me what I should be doing. So I think it's very beneficial for me to play against those good players.
What's the strength of your game?
I think my strongest suit is my serving. So.
And then how do you work to develop the rest of it to match the strength of your serve?
What I've been trying to do recently is play more aggressive, especially after I serve. I have a good serve. I'd like to push the net more often, just gain that confidence at the net.
And what are the biggest challenges for you?
I'd say playing to other people's speeds. Sometimes when people hit slower balls, I'm changing from hitting fast to slow kind of messes me up a little bit. So I think learning all the aspects of the game could really help me out. So.
Aside from anyone here at the table with us, who are some other players that are going to make a name for themselves at Kirtland?
Well, we have Liz, who is currently a junior, so she has an entire season next year, and I think as first singles or second singles next year, she will do very well, especially with my sister Bella. Same thing, she'll be playing singles, and I think they're getting the experience now this year and last year, and I think it's going to help them out.
All right. Who was second singles? Bella. All right. Make sure Bella's got a microphone. Bella, go ahead, introduce yourself, tell us what grade you're in, and then just your outlook for the preview of the 2022 season.
All right, well, my name's Isabella. I'm a sophomore. I play second singles this year, and I'm pretty excited about that. Pretty excited to play alone and work on what I need to work on.
So not only are you a sophomore playing, varsity tennis, but you're also a girl playing boys tennis. So you've got the double whammy. How are you handling all that extra pressure?
I wouldn't say pressure as much as just nervous about some of my opponents. I see that they are pretty much better than me, higher skill level. So it's been rough, but.
Have you guys been working on Mr. Paul to add a girls team in the fall? I know Bob has. I know Coach has, but yeah.
Yeah, that is something that we have talked about. But one thing that we do have on our team, we do have a lot of girls who are playing at a very high level. But these two, especially right here, they wouldn't play in the fall. Why?
I have volleyball.
Okay, we got a volleyball
okay.
and we got a soccer player. So a lot of our girls who would play tennis are involved in other sports here at Kirtland in the fall. Now, could we get enough girls to field a team? Yes, I think we could. But I know these girls love soccer, love volleyball, and they wouldn't give that up at that time.
Right.
So. If we did get a girls' team in the fall, that would be the best of both worlds, to be able to offer another sport in the fall for those girls not involved in a fall sport.
Right, and obviously soccer and volleyball has gone to back-to-back regionals, so those programs are definitely stand on their own. So yeah, I understand, but yeah, and it definitely wasn't a question of your ability to play with the boys, but just the fact that Kirtland doesn't have a girls team. But yeah, having the ability to play soccer or volleyball too makes it difficult. But go ahead, Bella, and let's get back to your tennis. What do you find to be most difficult about your role as second singles and playing against mostly boys?
I think what's most difficult is they're much more aggressive than I am, so like not receiving their serve but more of receiving their forehands or backhands is much more difficult for me than I feel like it would be for my brother.
How long have you been playing tennis?
I started when I was younger, but I took a break, and then I just played as a freshman and a sophomore.
Okay, so you've got a little bit of experience. How much has that kind of helped you rise up the ranks here at Kirtland? Just having that experience, and a lot of the other kids are coming in learning it for the first time. How has it helped you to have that previous experience?
I'd say that it helped a lot, especially with the fundamentals, as like taking lessons with my brother actually when we were younger. I think it helped me get the basics down for what I need as a tennis player at Kirtland.
Any trash talk go on between you and your brother?
Oh, yes. He likes to pelt the balls at me.
Nice. It's training, right? What when you look at this season, what are you trying to accomplish?
I would say I'm trying to mostly work on myself and learning what I need to work on as an individual, mainly going up to the net and being more confident there. That's something that I struggle with.
And what is the strength of your game?
Definitely my serve. I think that's my strongest part of.
Is it better than your brother's serve?
No.
He was talking up his serve.
His might just be a little better. I'm more consistent, but his is harder.
All right, good. All right, third singles, Patrick. Patrick, let's go ahead and introduce yourself, name, grade, and what are you looking to accomplish this spring?
So I'm Patrick Bach, and I'm in 11th grade, and I'm looking to have fun and improve on my tennis game.
When you look at your game, what do you bring to the court? What are your strengths?
I would probably say quick reflexes and just speed overall.
How much have you developed from previous seasons to this year?
A lot. I mean, yeah.
I know I've covered a couple of matches over the past few seasons. Looks like you guys have a ton of fun. How close is this group, and what leads to that?
Close to what?
Leads to that closeness. You guys seem to have developed a pretty good bond.
Well, Kirtland's a pretty small school, so we've already, known each other and gone to school since elementary, and it's not like a bigger school where, you meet a new kid every day or something. So we all know each other here.
Okay. As a player, obviously you try to improve every aspect of your game, but is there anything that you really focus on to kind of shore up any weaknesses you have in your game?
Probably form. When I first started, people said you have to do it this way, and that made me want to not do it that way. So I'm, trying to still work on my form.
And what's the best part about playing tennis for Kirtland?
Probably the competition. The competition's really nice because, everyone else is really good, and I'm just starting out. So.
All right. First single or first doubles? Liz, okay. Well, let me get my camera over to you, Liz. All right. Introduce yourself and tell us what your expectations are for this spring.
Okay, well, I'm Liz.
I'm a junior, and I play first doubles with Stephanie Drzetic, but like Mr. Lasecki said, she's at soccer. So obviously there's a lot of athleticism on our team, so I expect great things out of us. And first doubles can be fun because some teams put their good players there and some not so good players goes down the line. But I think it'll be really fun, and I think Stephanie and I can work together as a team because we play soccer together, so we've known each other for a while, and it's just really fun to play with her. So I think that's a big aspect in winning, is just having fun with the game.
Playing soccer, obviously you guys play at a high level, having won a state title a couple years ago and getting back to regionals, and that program has just cultivated that competitiveness. How does that carry over to tennis for you guys?
Well, specifically for me and Stephanie, it definitely carries over. We're both very competitive on the court, and I think one of our struggles is kind of taking it a notch down and realizing that it should be fun. But we definitely, at practice, I drilled her, she drilled me. We keep that intensity throughout the season from soccer or tennis.
I have to imagine sometimes when you play against a first doubles team that's, two boys, they might take for granted that you guys are as competitive and athletic as you are. Does that kind of help your game a little bit, just catching people by surprise?
Yes. Also, coming from last year, having a coach tell me that I was pretty good for a girl, that also fueled the fire to want to come out and beat them.
How long did it take to get the strings out of his eyes after you pounded the racket over his head? Oh my, yeah, not quite the thing you want to say, but
well, it came after a victory, so
there you
I
go.
took it as a compliment.
Oh, good for you.
Yeah.
And just use that as motivation, fuel the fire. What's the strength of your game as a doubles team?
Doubles, I think. Well, we've both taken lessons before, so we both have the fundamentals, like Bella was talking about. We can play well as individuals, but then, like I said, we have that teamwork aspect where we can talk to each other on the court, move around, and have a fluid motion with one another. And I think that's really one of our biggest strengths.
And what are you guys trying to overcome as far, I don't want to say weaknesses, but just, everyone has parts of their game that they have to improve upon. What is that for you?
For me, I used to play singles, so it's that transition into doubles because it's a totally different game. From the first match that I played with her, I was definitely playing singles on a doubles court. So that's something I have to overcome. And also kind of just repetition, getting one more ball back, because that's what high school tennis is.
And you've been a part of the program for a couple years, and what is it about the program that's just attracting kids to come out and try it, even the kids that are playing other sports that just want to come out and try it?
I think it starts with the coaches. The environment that they have created is really something special, where we started my freshman year, I think we had 20 people, and now we have 50. On our first practice, we had 47 people all in the elementary school gym just wanting to play and have a good time with friends. Yeah, so it starts with the coaches, and it has a consistency throughout all the players where it's just a really welcoming community.
And I say that's ridiculous, but in a good way. Like,
yeah.
Wow, that's I thought you were like 30-something, but that's impressive. So good. And then, so obviously you've got this year and next year. What are you trying to accomplish on the court?
Winning, I guess. My last season, I didn't win a lot because like I said, it's just getting that one more ball back and that consistency. So my goal is first singles next year as a senior, which would be amazing. But I think working just overall on my game and my ability to win.
There's going to be a lot of competition for those spots.
Yes.
I mean, when you've got the numbers like that, eventually it's...
Yeah, that's what we're struggling with this year, is finding a spot for everyone.
Good. All right. Second doubles. Who wants to go first? We're going over there to the left. All right. Okay.
Vince is a DJ, so he's made
All right, guys, go ahead, introduce yourselves, tell us what grade you're in, and then just, what your expectations are for the spring.
My name's Charlie. I'm a senior here at Kirtland.
I'm Vince. I'm also a senior here at Kirtland.
And what are you guys hoping to accomplish this year?
To win.
And to build a better teamwork and friendship along the way as well.
Going back to the numbers, just, this program started, it was a couple of wrestlers and a couple other guys that just, came out to have some fun in the spring, and now it's developing into this program that is becoming not just a way to have fun, but be competitive as well. What's been different?
Well, I come from a football background. I've been a Hornet football member for my entire high school career, all the way back since elementary school. I joined as a tennis as a freshman, just looking to try something different and hang out with my friends. I've always been a big like football, wrestling, like basketball guy, so I'm into like the contact sports, and tennis is a lot different. It's much more relaxed and simplified, so the contact aspect isn't there, and that's what I find relaxing about it.
I come from basketball. I played basketball throughout high school. It's a big change of pace from this practice to that practice. No more conditioning. No near as hard. I enjoy it so much because I get to play with my friends, and you don't have to take it as serious as other sports you have to do. You can give up 1 point and you can get it back.
How much have you guys grown as players?
I'd say we came pretty far. Me, him, and Aaron started freshman year, and we ending it here. I think we've had a pretty good time. We've all gotten a lot better than what we started at.
Yeah. Me and Charlie like 3 years ago were nowhere near as coordinated as we are today. We're still not that coordinated, but still, we're better than we were.
How challenging is it to play doubles like that, where you're not only playing the guy across the net from you, but you have to communicate with your own teammate? And I know I've played a little bit of doubles just where you're hitting the other guy with the racket because there's no communication. So how do you guys handle that part of it?
Communication is a big aspect of it. We've heightened on communication this season. We're a lot more talkative now, and we kind of can read each other a lot better than normal. We're just trying to focus on getting better at like tag teaming the net and figuring out where the other person is, and that spatial awareness aspect of it also is trying to get improved significantly.
Looking at this season, with the growth that you guys have had, what are your realistic goals? What are you hoping to do as far as the postseason, whether CVC tournament or sectionals, districts?
We want to at least have a positive record, and it'd be nice to win CVC second doubles.
It'd be nice to have a positive record. We're just gonna just see how far we can take it. You know what I mean?
So. Outstanding. All right, Coach, back to you. Obviously, we talked earlier. One of your goals was to grow the program. You've done that, but now you've got to. You've got the numbers. Now you have to develop the quality and get these kids to be competitive. And I hear it out of the kids. They're practicing more. They're taking lessons. They're doing those things. What's the next step?
I think the next step, like you said, is developing the young players. And I think playing matches is the best thing for these kids. So we have a full JV schedule. Any nice day now until the middle of May, there will be a match because we're so far behind. But being able to have those JV players play 2-3 times a week, we do have a couple freshmen who have played before and are interested in doing more in the off season. A lot of these kids have done some work with Eddie Manuel, who's the coach he's a girls coach at Menor, but he's also works at Menor Heisley as a tennis pro. But a lot of our kids have been working with Eddie. But yeah, we do have a lot of kids out, and the young ones are getting better. And watching these guys grow up and improve and become a team. Every year, every team has a different vibe. But the one thing we always have is fun. It's always a lot of fun, and I think it comes back to the small atmosphere we have here. And like Patrick said, everybody knows each other. Like these three have been friends since freshman year. Liz has been around since her brother Justin, who's at OU right now, but he comes around and helps out. You got Bella always pushing Aaron. She's always at the
sibling rivalry
fence. Tell him, why didn't you go to the net? So it's a lot of fun, and having kids that are involved in other sports is great. We get a lot of the student athletes, and every year we have new ones that pop in and say, hey, I want to try tennis, and especially doubles. These guys would tell you doubles. If you have the hand-eye coordination, you could learn a few things, and you could be pretty successful at the doubles.
one of the nice things too is being a part of a tennis conference. You have a lot of great teams that you can learn from and emulate. How much does that help when you go out and you I don't know if you even play Hawken because they're in the other division, but do you see those teams and are you able to say, hey, this is where we aspire to be?
Yes, we have. We've played Hawken in the past. Perry's another a good program. We see them twice. Rob's done a great job with them. But all the coaches have been very helpful throughout the past 5 years. Wycliffe, he'll be here later. Jason, he's a young coach who we've done a lot of things together, trying to boost our programs. But yeah, we went to Chagrin Falls. We've played Orange. We played Hawken, and a couple of years ago we played Hawken, and it turned out they beat us 3-2, and it was a great building block for us. Our second year we went to Menor, and we happened to beat Menor 3-2, and Harvey and I joked with Matt Paul and walked in and said we're retired, we're done. We beat Menor in tennis, so what else is there? But
reach the top of the mountain. What else is left?
Yes, but it's been a lot of fun, and the coaches in tennis have been really, really fun to talk to. We have all levels of a tennis coach. We have the tennis coach who's, this is what I do for a living. I'm a tennis pro, and I live and die tennis. And then we have hey, I was thrown into this position, and I'm just here. But everyone's been great. Having a team like this, boys and girls together, over the past few years, our girls have really held their own on the boys' team, and I think this is like the 8th time I've heard Liz talk about that comment that still fuels her.
As it should.
Yeah.
Use it.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate the Hornets being here. Long trip coming out to Kirtland High School today. Appreciate you being here. But best of luck to you this spring, and I'll be out there a couple of times. I think this week you have a home one that I think I was planning to be at, so I'll see you soon. But I appreciate you being here. Thanks, Hornets. All right, that was the Kirtland Hornets tennis team out here at the 2022 CVC Spring Sports Media Day live from Kirtland High School. I've got a quick break I'm going to take, and then we'll be back with the Kirtland track teams. So once again, I want to thank our sponsor, Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery, for all they do to make CVC TV possible and to make these live streams come to fruition. So we will be back momentarily.
Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery diagnoses and treats facial pain and injuries, and also offers a full range of dental implants and bone grafting procedures. Look no further than the Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery for all of your oral surgery and cosmetic surgery needs. Please visit their website at www.ohsurgery.com.
Welcome back to Kirtland High School for the 2022 CVC Spring Sports Media Day. This is the central version. We already did an east version out at Geneva and a west version out at Independence. And today we'll close out our Spring Sports Media Day events. Next up, we've got the Kirtland girls track team, head coach J.P. Moran all the way to the left. Coach, I'm going to let you introduce your athletes you brought with you and then just give us your quick overview, a little elevator pitch of what we can expect out of the Hornets this spring.
Okay, so here we have, we'll start at the end. We have Ava Golem. So she does hurdles and high jump. She's been with the program throughout her high school career. She's also a star volleyball player here. Then we have Sophie DeMarco. She pretty much can do it all, 400, 800, pole vault, you name it. And she's a star gymnast and also a cheerleader for the Hornets. So, and then Ellen Connor next to me, she's a sprinter for us. And she's a member of the marching band, and she's one of our theater stars here. So we got a lot of bases covered here. So our team this year, we have a great mix of upperclassmen and underclassmen. We've got 36 total, which is a great number for us. Seven seniors. Then there's 8 juniors, 12 sophomores, and 9 freshmen. So it really is a nice spread. And one thing so far, it's early in the season, but our depth has helped out a lot in some of our conference meets. And then we'll see what we can do as we progress further in the season. But excited. I think we have a nice team. It's a great group of kids, and we have a lot of fun. And hopefully the weather starts getting a little bit better here. And
that was going to be my first question for you. Is obviously baseball and softball have been decimated by the weather. It hasn't affected track too much, but how does it change the way you guys approach a weekday meet or a weekend invitational when the weather is so uncooperative?
Yeah, well, so luckily we have not missed a meet yet. I saw a couple invitationals we were not in. I saw some of those get canceled. I guess the biggest way it affects us is just with the practice. Especially we have some specialty people here. We've got relay handoffs, pole vault pits, high jump, long jump runway. So some of that is a little bit challenging. But so far we haven't missed a meet. And our next invitational is Tuesday coming up, and so far it looks like it might be okay. So
don't jinx it, JP.
Yeah,
Don't jinx. Baseball and softball coaches are at home watching right now, saying if we're canceled, it's your fault. Right. You brought it up. Yeah. All right, let's slide over to Ellen. Ellen, go ahead, introduce yourself again, and tell us what events you're competing in this spring.
My name is Ellen Connor, and I'm currently a senior, and I run the 100, 200, the 4x1, and the 4x2.
So let's talk about the 100 and the 200 first. Obviously, quick sprints. What's the biggest challenge for you? Obviously, you don't have that long stride. You're not 6'2", so you come in here and a few more steps it takes to get to the finish line.
Well, that's actually the challenge for me is I get tired pretty easily, even in sprints. Like, I kind of see the finish line, and I'm like, oh, good, I'm done. But I haven't reached the finish line yet, which is especially apparent in the 200 because it's like I just get tired so easily. But I don't know. Other than that, I don't think there's too much of a challenge. It's a pretty simple concept.
The 100's pretty easy. You just kind of say, you got to run as fast as you can. The 200, there's a little bit more strategy to it, right? I mean, how do you take the corners? Is that just kind of you take a breather there, or are you still trying to run full speed?
At full speed. I mostly just try to remind myself that it's better than a 400, and at least I'm not running that, and that usually helps me out. What else to add?
Well, let's go to your relays. Who are you running your relays with?
In the 4x1, it's Alyssa Brill, Maya Raguse, and Marissa Carmesino, and then in the 200, it's Alyssa Brill, Marissa Carmesino, and then Elise. Yeah. I don't know her last name.
We've got a couple people coming in and out of them right now, so but Elise ran it last time.
Okay.
Yeah.
What what is the biggest challenge in a relay? Is it the handoffs? Is it?
I would say the handoff, because every handoff is different. Like handing off to different people, it's always different, because like whether they're coming in slower or faster, whether they start off slow, go faster, or like go fast, go and then go slower. It's like super dependent on the person. So you really have to practice specific handoffs with specific people. It's not one size fits all, basically.
I was going to ask, how much work do you put into that in practice then to focus on the handoff?
I would say that like the day before the meet we focus heavily on it, but otherwise you don't really need to put so much effort into it. When they added the like 15, what was it, like 15?
The 30 fly.
Yeah. It made it easier, and like there's more room for error. So it's like if you have to slow down for someone, or if you have to like stop for a sec to just make sure you have the baton like firmly grasped, it's not as big of a deal.
To who? You or everybody
well,
else?
I guess to me, it's reassuring.
Gotcha. All right, that makes sense. Okay, and then so which relay do you feel most confident in?
The 100, because I'm the third leg, which means I'm on the turn, which means I feel kind of like faster, because if you lean in, you kind of get that, you get more of a momentum going, and it just feels kind of good.
Who determines the order? Is that coach, or do you guys kind of work it out amongst yourselves?
Well, last year we actually had like the exact same setup. Like I've been the third leg for 2 years in the relays. So that was set up last year by you, and it just kind of worked, and so we just kind of kept it.
Both, I guess.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
If kid's not comfortable, then we can move them somewhere.
All right, and then looking individually and for your relay teams, what kind of goals do you have for the spring?
Well, individually, I want to be able to kind of, I want to get a better form, and I want to be able to hold my own, I guess, like be able to like show how fast I am in my own right. And then with relays, I want to support my relay team like best I can, and I want to be good for them because they're really fast.
And then last question for you is give me some breakout athletes. Nobody at the table, just who are some of the other girls that you expect to have a big season?
Probably Macy, McIntosh. All the girls in my relays are so quick.
Macy has good genes. She's my cousin. If
Okay. It's like, I guess. We have really good like incoming freshmen that I look at them and I'm like, I wish I did that as a freshman. And we have a lot of I don't know, it's just really like everyone is just pulling their own weight, and it's just really awesome to see. And yeah, I mean, everyone is just so awesome, and I don't know. I don't know who else to shout out other than the girls in my relays because,
All right. All good. All right. Well, thank you, and good luck to you this spring.
Thank you so much.
All right, Sophie, you're up next. Make sure your mic is on. Flip that black switch up. And then just go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what events you're going to compete in this spring.
I'm Sophie DeMarco. I'm doing pole vault, 800, and 4x4, and I get thrown in the 4x8 when they need me. Just really wherever they need someone.
Pole vaults I always like to discuss, and I say it every media day, but pole vaulters are nuts, but in a good way. It's like you're daring, and it's not something I ever would have tried, but you have to have the right mentality for it. How did you get into pole vaulting?
Well, this is the first year. Last year for one of the invitational, the relay one, we wanted to get people to do it, and that was the first time I ever did it. And then Corinne Greenlee was also interested in doing it this year, so I was like, why not? Something new to do. But we're still very new to it.
And how is that process going of learning to not only do it, but do it well?
Well, the weather's kind of prevented us from doing it a lot of the times because the mats and just everything's soaking wet. So we really haven't had a ton of practice with it, but we're hoping to kind of, once we get the technique down, improve from then on out.
So what do? You go in the gym, you set up a big mat, you climb to the top of the bleachers, and then just jump head first? Is that basically your training?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess we kind of have had our most experience at meets, and that's kind of been good because the last meet we were the only 2 girls doing it, so we were able to kind of build up to it. That was good.
All right.
Yeah.
And then 800?
Yeah.
And obviously middle distance. So that's one where you've got to run fast for a long period of time, but not quite like a sprint. So how do you strategize those races? Is there, like, do you pick a runner you want to stick with? And
Yeah, I definitely kind of just try and stick with the girl in front of me. I've learned that it's kind of better to keep the same pace rather than sometimes I got a little too strong and then that second lap on the 800 I struggle. But I think my biggest thing is just trying to keep a steady pace.
And then 4x4, you said?
Yeah.
And that's one of the favorite races for everybody. Number one, because it's the last race and you get to go home. But also it's really exciting because you have 4 people running 400s. Which leg are you?
Typically like 2 or 3. It depends on who's in it that day.
And then who do you run with in that?
Alyssa Brill, Macy McIntosh, and Sylvia Vasicki, and then sometimes Elise Beinhart.
Okay. And then how's that group gelling? Do you guys, like, obviously you practice the handoffs as we talked with Ellen, but how else do you practice it? I mean, do you run together or do you run your laps individually?
We're kind of all mid-distance girls, so a lot of our training is done together, and Alyssa and Macy are in other relays and stuff, so they have that experience, and I think we're all generally, like, 400's kind of the better race for everyone, so we all like doing it.
And then the 4x8 is probably everybody's least favorite relay. Is that it's your favorite?
I think everyone who does it likes it.
Really?
Yeah.
Oof, my son hated it, but he was also a kid that liked to run the 2 mile, which was never normal. So, what do you think your best event is going to be this spring?
I'm not sure. I think there's still a lot of room and time to see what happens with that.
All right, and I'll ask you the same question as Ellen. Give me some breakout athletes.
Sylvia Vasicki and Ainsley Borthwick, I would say with distance, they're some of the strongest freshmen I feel like we've had come in a while. We'll have Corinne Greenlee in a lot of field events, and obviously Riley's in a lot of distance events with Delaney Kuchkowski, and Maria and Ava are hurdlers. So we have a pretty good group of girls. All of our events have several people in them who it's kind of like their special event.
Okay, and then just individual and team goals. What are you hoping to accomplish?
I think as a team, we can definitely, at a lot of our invitationals, place higher and stuff. Like I said, our team's a lot stronger this year. It's kind of spread out over the grades rather than one grade being dominant, so everyone can pull their weight. Yeah.
All right. Ava, you're up next. Not a volleyball question. We're going to talk track. So you had mentioned you're the hurdler, 100 and 300. Any other events?
Yeah. So along with the 100 hurdles and 300 hurdles, I also high jump and sometimes long jump, depending on how I'm feeling that day. Long
jump's one of my favorite. Speaking from a photographer's perspective, the pictures with the sand kicking up, those are always favorites. But the kids don't really like the pictures because they make faces, and then they're like, "Why'd you use that picture?" And it's like, well, it's the sand, not the face. So what's your favorite event?
Definitely the 100 hurdles.
Why?
I don't know. I just kind of found that it's almost like it's so exhilarating to run, just kind of getting on that like starting block and jumping over those hurdles. I was new to it last year. It was my first time. Like I hadn't even thought of it. And Marie Alfieri was kind of just like, Ava, like come try hurdles with me. And I was like, okay, why not? And I started doing them, and I found out like I wasn't too bad at them. So I kind of stuck with it, and I really liked it. And I just love the race.
Had a hurdler earlier that same thing. Loves the 100, 300 not so much. And
it's painful.
It is. It's brutal. Like I like watching the 100s too because it's so fast and so athletic to be able to clear the hurdles at such a fast pace. But then you watch the 300s, and it starts out so fast, and then it's like that turn, it's like, oh, they're starting to slow down. Yeah. And I understand why, not making fun of them. But how do you get through that race?
The 300 hurdles?
Yes.
It's hard. You just kind of have to keep the mindset of, the finish line is coming soon. You got to keep going, push through, and just going to practice, working hard. Like Coach Madden always says, like, you got to run those 400s at practice to make you better at those 300 hurdles, just to keep training to get better at them. And, I mean, even though their race is so painful at the end, you kind of feel like a sense of relief and, like, you're happy that you, like, you finished that race.
And looking at the long jump, like I said, it's one of my favorite, but that's pure athleticism too. You just got to run full speed, put the foot down at the right spot, launch yourself in the air at the right angle.
Yeah.
How do you practice that? I mean, how do you get to that point where you want to be?
Well, this year I've been focusing more on high jump this year instead of long jump, but I know a lot of the girls like Marissa Carmesino and Maria Alfieri in my regus, they really focus on that long jump and getting their steps right and making sure they have they count their steps so they can jump off that board and there's not as many faults that happen.
So repetition obviously plays a lot. How many times do you do that at a practice?
As many as we can, especially if the sand is dry, just making sure that you're getting reps upon reps, making it easier and more like muscle memory.
And then high jump is one of those events that I just can't explain, because I think I skipped that day of school where they explained the physics of being able to launch your body straight up in the air and over this bar. So that's always fascinating to me to see kids do that. I mean, how do you practice that one?
It's kind of just getting the form down, making sure you jump, throw your head back, hips back, arch your back, just getting the form down, and then after that you kind of work your way up, being able to jump higher and kind of figuring out your steps where you're supposed to start, like your running from. It's really hard to figure that out, and it takes a lot of time and practice to know exactly where you want to start and where you feel comfortable.
Most athletes are competing in 4 events, and you're doing 4 pretty challenging ones. I mean, obviously, the high jump isn't like the running the 2 mile. You're using, different muscles and levels of exertion, but you still have to tire yourself out a little bit through those 4 events. How do you kind of work yourself out to recover the fastest in between events?
It's kind of hard between the high jump and the hurdles, because I do the high jump, and especially if there's a lot of girls back there and you're going pretty slow, sometimes I don't really get to finish jumping and then the 100 hurdles being one of the first events, I kind of have to go right into it. So there's not really any time to recover from those events. You just kind of have to, sometimes I have to take a break from high jump, go do my hurdles, and then go back to high jump, and just to make sure I can get it all done. But it's just kind of mindset, making sure, just telling yourself, like, you'll be fine, you can do it, like, you've worked hard for this.
Cool. And then just what kind of goals do you have for yourself this year?
I really have been focusing a lot on the hurdles this year, and kind of making it to districts is something that I want to do this year.
Okay. And then breakout athletes, who are yours?
Definitely like Marissa Carmesino. She's pretty speedy. Seeing good things from her. And Corinne Greenlee, she also high jumps with me as well. She's pretty good. And Elise Beinhardt high jumps as well, and she's really good as well.
All right, sounds good. Coach, back to you for a recap. They've mentioned a lot of the athletes that are going to compete for you. Are there any others that we should keep an eye out for?
They covered a lot of them. We do have some really good freshmen coming in, and then we've just had some girls coming along recently. I know, like, we have Chloe Ungrady in the throws. Olivia Dolovecki is kind of a mid-distance there. They've kind of mentioned quite a few of the other ones coming along, but it's just such a great team to coach. They're so fun, and I mean, as we went through, you're asking about who's in the relays, and I mean, for a small school coach, we have like 6 to 7 girls that could run each relay, which is just like a gift for a coach at a small school to be able to have that. And all of these girls, they're just nice people, they're good people, and they support each other. So it's like whatever we need on any given day. And, like we were talking about who's in the relays yet, and each meet, we're just kind of, trying different events, different people, different formations of the relay. And I always like to just have the conversation with them to see, like, are you okay in this leg, what do you prefer? And, so it's just a really fun group of girls to coach, and and they're just nice to be around too. Win or lose, it's just a pleasant experience for everybody, I hope.
We just had Kirtland Tennis on and talking to Coach Lasecki and just how he's kind of grown the program. And one thing that has really helped him, and we didn't even talk about that part of it, is just the overall competitiveness of the Kirtland community. And whether it's the girls' soccer team, the girls' basketball team, the softball team, they've all had their share of success over the years, and the girls are just hungry and competitive minded. How much does that help your teams like cross country and track?
Oh yeah, well, so it's amazing, and I'm head coach in the fall and the spring. So it's pretty neat. I get to kind of see a lot of it, and then a lot of my girls and guys I coach in the fall are on the track team, so they kind of carry that over. And then they just you got all these people coming from all these other sports where they are successful, and they know what it's like to work hard at practice and prepare well, and just bring their A game to each competition to try to do their best, and they're just really proud of our school and our teams, and every team's like, we're all really supportive of each other. I know I saw softball came in here. You're going to talk to them later. I mean, I think we've got like 4 or 5 girls that at any given time are doing both, and we all work together. I've got cross country girls doing soccer, and and all the coaches, we all get along well and root for each other. So yeah, it is. I think that atmosphere obviously carries over in lots of different ways. So.
All right, outstanding. Well, I appreciate you guys being here. Good luck to you this spring. See you at one of those meets coming up. I have this little temperature threshold now that I won't go out in the cold anymore. I'm getting too old, man. I get home and my whole body hurts. I was at a softball game. My toes were frozen for like 2 days. My wife, why is your feet so cold? I was like, dude, I was outside. It was like 32 degrees and can't do it anymore. I'm getting too old. So appreciate you guys being here. It's warm here. I'll spend all day here, but thanks for being here. That was the Kirtland girls track team. Up next will be the Hornets boys track team. Since 11. Running a little bit behind schedule here. We've got Kirtland boys track followed up by Kirtland softball, Chagrin Falls baseball, and then Wycliffe tennis. And then we'll have author Sasha Graham on to discuss her new book. But we've got head coach Greg Sale. Coach, go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you, and then give us your little elevator pitch of what we can expect out of the Hornets this spring.
Okay. Far left over here is Austin Leland. In the middle is my son, Will Sale. And over here to my left is Phil Laverty. And, We've gotten off to a decent start this year. We have 25 people on our track team, but we're a little bit oddly divided. Of the 25, we only have 3 seniors, and of the 25, we only have 9 people running. So we have lots of throwers, and so that makes the running side of the track program a little bit rough.
A little thin.
Yep.
All right, let's start. We'll start with Austin all the way down to the right. Austin, go ahead, introduce yourself. Tell us what grade you're in and what events you're going to compete in this spring.
Hi, my name's Austin.
Flip your switch up on that microphone. There you go.
Hi, my name's Austin. I'm in 11th grade.
And what events you going to run?
I'm going to be in the 400, the 800, the 4x4, and maybe sometimes the 4x8.
So a lot of the distance, mid-distance stuff. All right, and looking at the overview of the season, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
To get faster.
And just when you look at the relays and the distance running, what is your strategy when you hit those races? I mean, do you have a time in mind that you're looking for, or are you just like marking kids that you want to beat?
If we're winning by like a lot, say we start the race and we're already in the lead, I would just go for a good time. But if they're keeping up with us, I would go to try to beat them.
Coach was mentioning you got a lot of throwers, not quite as many runners, so that forces guys to compete, and you want to score points in the meet, so you got to do a little bit better. How does that push you to work harder and try and compete a little bit harder just to get those extra points?
It just pushes me to try to get as much points as we can.
Who are you running the relays with?
Will Sale, sometimes Warren, Ian Borthwick, and Brigham Waite.
And just when you look at the relays, how are those teams gelling? You got to work on your handoffs. You got to work on the rotation. Are all those things coming together?
Yeah, those things are coming together.
Good. What's been the biggest challenge for the relay teams?
The handoffs.
Yeah, so we were talking with the girls. What do you guys do to work on those handoffs?
We try to learn how to just smack it into their hand and try to just get the baton in their hand and not let them drop it.
All right. What's been a big challenge for you individually on the track this year, and how are you kind of working to overcome it?
My speed.
Just trying to get faster.
Yeah, just trying to get faster.
Imagine that. You're running track and you're trying to get faster.
Yeah.
That's good. All right. Will, let's slide over to you. Grab your microphone there. Make sure that black switch is up. And then what events are you going to compete in this year?
Similar to Austin, I'm running like mid-distance, 400, 800. I'm doing a little bit of high jump too.
So you get to get coached on the track at practice, and then you get to go home. How often does your dad say, well, we need to sit down and have a talk about your practice today?
Yeah, it's actually it's more often than you think, but yeah.
Obviously you come. Your sister Jenna ran here. Outstanding athlete. She's now running at Miami. Do you feel any pressure to live up to her standard that the success that she had here at Kirtland?
Goal always trying to be better than the next person. So, I'm chasing it, but if I get there, I get there.
What did you learn from her as a younger kid, just watching her run and compete, that's going to help you in your career?
Obviously I looked up to her and I idolized her. So, yeah, just trying to get better every day.
Any sibling trash talk?
Not yet, but.
All right. What's your favorite event?
Probably the high jump, because there's not a lot of running in that. So.
I like it. So you're a distance runner, but you don't like to run. Good. I like how that works. High jump. You probably heard as we were talking to with the girls. That's one of those events that just I'm fascinated by. Just the way that you can run, change directions, jump, and do all that, and clear this bar. What goes into a successful jump?
Obviously jumping high, but there's a lot of form involved, and I haven't really got down the form, so that's definitely something I should be working on.
So if I was to ask you biggest challenges, that's probably it, getting the form down on the high jump. What are you hoping to accomplish this year?
Obviously I'm just trying to PR every race, but I don't think that's realistic, but it's a goal I could definitely strive for.
Aim high. All right, Phil, go ahead, introduce yourself, tell us what events you're going to run.
I'm Phil Laverty, and I'm going to run the 100, 4x1, and 4x2, and then I also just picked up that I'm throwing disc now as of Friday.
So sprinter throwing the disc. You don't see that too often. How did that happen?
Well, our throwing coach was my middle school football coach, and we talked a little bit, and he kept nagging me to go back there and throw. So I went back there Friday, and without any form, I was pretty good at it, so I'm going to do it now.
How has the transition gone from not throwing the disc to learning how to do it?
Well, I had one practice, and my form wasn't great, so I gotta keep going after we run a little bit every day.
As far as the sprints, though, you're right at home there. Obviously a football player too, and doing those sprints and competing in those sprints helps you for football. But how is that? How do you approach those sprints? Is it just something where you're trying to develop speed for football, or is this you're really 100% in on becoming a sprinter?
It's a little bit of both. I definitely want to get faster for football, but I'm not bad at the sprints, so I think I could develop and get pretty good at it even more.
As a sprinter, are there other guys that you look around, whether it's your own school or other schools that that you're familiar with, that you watch them and try to emulate them?
Yeah, our school, Scotty Hamer, he's not here, but he's pretty good. He runs the same events as me, so we push each other a little bit, and then every school has a fast sprinter, no matter where you go, and So it's always nice to have to run against someone fast at every school.
What when you look at the sprints, like how do you approach it? Do you just go out, okay, I'm fast as I can, or is there a strategy to it because you're running a prelim and then a final?
Well, the sprints are short, so you got to go as fast as you can. But I've been working on my start a lot recently because I start a little bit too low. He's been telling me to get my hips up, so I've been working on that a little bit.
All right, and then you said there was a relay involved?
Yeah, I'm in the 4x1 and 4x2.
And who's running those with you?
So we have the same for both relays. It's me, Scotty Hamer, Warren Eveland, and Danny Alfieri.
All right, and then is that group gelling? You guys ran together a little bit last year too, didn't you?
Yeah, me and Scott, we ran together a little bit last year, and we handed off to each other last year, so we know what we've got to do. And since the four of us are in both relays, we are gelling faster because we get more reps together.
All right. Coach, I'm going to throw it back to you and fill in some gaps. Who are we missing? We talked about probably all of your runners, and then you said you got a bunch of throwers. So just who else has kind of impressed so far in the preseason?
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with Greg Einot. He's a junior, and
he ran last year, so I remember the name.
He's a thrower. Yeah. He
okay.
threw last year, and he's all about the shot put. He works on the shot put year round, and we're looking for good things from him. Or Ian Borthwick. Ian Borthwick is a jack of all trades. You're probably familiar with Ian
cross
from
country.
And he's also our number one disc guy. And so he runs
another odd combination.
Yeah. How many people do you know throw the disc and then run to 3,200?
Right.
But
wow.
He's doing a nice job for us. And then Danny Alfieri, quite honestly, he's a freshman. He's our only freshman runner. And he's on the 4x1, the 4x2, and he's doing a great job.
All right. Any goals for the team? I mean, anything you've got circled that you want to accomplish this spring?
Well, with the strange distribution of our athletes, it's kind of tough to compete as a team. So individually, we're trying to get them to go as far as they can go. Relays as well, but just as a team, it's going to be a little bit more difficult. Winning duels is going to be difficult for us because we have too many open spots.
Right.
We don't have a hurdler at the moment, and so we're giving up some points in places. But it's just about developing the kids, make sure we have fun, develop, and then try to get them to perform at the highest level that we can for their event.
Sounds good. Well, I appreciate you all making the long trip out here to Kirtland High School. Appreciate you being here and taking part in our media day, and best of luck to you this spring. That was the Kirtland Hornets boys track team, and next up we've got the Kirtland softball team, followed by the Chagrin Falls baseball team and the Wycliffe tennis team. So we're moving right along here at CVC Spring Sports Media Day. Kirtland softball team has gotten a few games in already on I believe it's a 2-game win streak, 3-game winning streak. 2 games. Oh, I was right. It's okay. So I said 2 the first time. Gianna trying to correct me. I got you, Gianna. Yes, 2 conference games. So very big start for the Hornets. Got Coach Jamie Kamensky to my left. I almost called you Smerdell again. You're still Smerdell in my phone because I will always forget, and I'll be like, who's this Jamie Kamensky?
Better of the two, sir.
Right. So, definitely. Go ahead and introduce the players you brought with us, and then give us your elevator pitch of what you've seen so far in the spring.
Right now, to my left, we have Gianna Cantini. She is our senior pitcher first baseman. And we have Malia Becker, who is our senior second baseman, and potentially some outfield in the near future here, but most likely for our second base. Our elevator pitch. So far, we started off pretty well. We opened up against 2 very, very tough teams. They've come out strong, NDCL and Youngstown Ursuline. Ursuline's ranked in D3, and to be quite honest, when we see them again in playoffs, I'm not afraid. We're sitting in a really good spot. We had a nice win against Berkshire, come from behind, which was great to see. And we kept pushing, and no big deal here to the left, who had a game clutch hit there. But against West G, we just kept it going, and those were teams last year that we kind of got beat up by a little bit. So we're in a really good spot this year, and I foresee us going a good distance this year.
You've been building a little bit of a program. You came in, a lot of new faces in the program. You're really thin at pitching, and Gianna's done a great job kind of holding down the fort there. But you're starting to see the results this spring. And like you said, you beat Berkshire, you beat West Cuyahoga. Last year, those are 2 games. You guys had a couple of bad innings, and things didn't go your way, and so you're starting to see the fruits of your labor. How exciting is that to just finally see these girls that last year weren't very confident in making plays, and now they're doing what they're supposed to do and having fun and seeing the results?
I mean, all I can do is smile. These kids mean the world to me, and just the work that they put in to see it come to light is just, it's like a proud mom moment, if that makes sense. They're amazing, and as long as they keep with the confidence, they're going to keep getting better and better.
All right, I'll get back to you, Coach. But Gianna, I talked about it already. You've kind of, I don't want to say you've been thrown to the fire. You're a pitcher. You do pitch. But typically a team will have another quality pitcher or somebody that can provide some backup, but you're just the workhorse. And it's tough sometimes, when things aren't going well, there's nobody to come in and rescue you. So you've kind of had to battle through those tough situations. So knowing that, how much fun has it been to see the success this year?
Yeah, so like my freshman year, I wasn't expecting for this to be my job, but I kind of developed into a pitcher. I wasn't much of a pitcher, and then now seeing that like that hard work and that even when like they get a hold of my pitches, like people in the field being able to handle that's been really, all you can do is smile. All you can do is smile. It's been great this year, because I've got all the faith in the world of the people behind me.
And then just to see, like, every game, it's somebody different. So, like, the Berkshire game, Malia and, who was
Nicolina
Samak, yes, they both came up with clutch hits. And West Cuyahoga was somebody different. Bella has the home run. And so you're starting to see multiple players come out and make big plays at key times and come up with clutch hits or big plays in the field. As a pitcher, knowing that, hey, they got to have my back, and you're seeing it, how cool is that?
No, it's super cool. It's good to have like the depth in our lineup this year. We really have 1 through 9. Everybody has the ability to handle these pitchers, and seeing other people like pop up, it's been great because it just shows these other teams that like, no, anyone can do it at any time. Like, we don't have a weak spot. Like, don't try to hit it to our third baseman or our shortstop. Like, everywhere is handled.
What's been the biggest difference in the team? I mean, obviously the girls are a little bit better, a little bit more confident, but how did all that develop from last year to this year?
From last year to this year we added 2-3 freshmen that really filled in the holes in our field. Like Grace Mastrangelo, last year we really didn't have a third baseman. We didn't know who it was. And getting her to play third base allowed for Bella, who's naturally an outfielder, to go back to the outfield and play where she is comfortable playing. And now we have Kennedy Boyd, who's got some speed. She's filling holes in the outfield, allowing for Malia to come into the infield. And we have Kelsey Sale, who can come in any game and be a big bat and hold her own on first base. So I feel like these freshmen and, of course, like the sophomores having a year under their belt has been a really big difference in our gameplay.
And then as a pitcher, to have a quality catcher, someone you can...
Yeah, for sure. She's been great. Sorry.
No, that's okay. No, I was just going to say, when you're a pitcher and to have a catcher, she's a travel ball player. She knows the game. She's got a high softball IQ. So when you might have some difficulty in the circle, she can come out, get you through it. And so how important has that been to you, just having a quality catcher and developing the battery you guys have had?
No, yeah, Maddie's great. We just recently realized that it's a lot more fun when she calls the pitches. But no, she's honestly been a rock out there. She, blocks everything. The only thing she doesn't get is the ones that I wail over her head, but like that's obviously my fault. No, and she's fantastic, and most of the time when she comes up to me I yell at her, but she tells me that she'll get yelled at if she doesn't come up to me. But it's a dynamic we have. Like, we're close. Like we have that understanding, and we can joke around with each other, and no, she's a big deal. She's a big deal in our success for sure.
Absolutely. And you said it. It's that dynamic, and you're both gamers. You're both the kind of player that you want the ball in your hands. You want to be in those clutch situations, but it's also helpful to have somebody else. It's not just you. So, and I think you're seeing the fruits of that labor and that kind of coming through this season. So, last year you had a lot of challenges. This year you're going to have a lot of challenges, but I think you're in a better situation because of your teammates than last season, and I think it's showing early.
Yeah, for sure. And last year, since we missed a year and then we had a really young team, we didn't really know each other. So at the end of the year, you kind of saw how once we started to know each other, we started to play better, we started to do better, and we've been really trying to get to the point where we're comfortable with each other, and we're trying to have a lot more fun this year, be louder, throw the team off, and I think recently we've proved ourselves.
All right. Malia, the hero of the Berkshire game, or I should say one of the heroes, because there were a lot of big plays in that game. But, for you to step up the way you did and come up with a big win, how exciting was that for you?
It was super exciting. Like I said in the interview before, it was just we had always come so close to beating Berkshire, and it was just it's hard to explain how exciting it was just to have everything come together, because there was so much. We had held them it was a really low-scoring game. It was only 4-3. And so it came down to who wanted it more, who came up in the tough situations. And in the 7th inning, it was our team. We came back from a 3-1 deficit, and it's very exciting. Hopefully next time it doesn't go into the 7th inning. That was a little nerve-wracking, but it's okay. It all worked out.
Do you think you could have come up with that clutch hit last year in the same situation?
I honestly don't know. Last year, I know it's early in the season, but last year, I don't know. I feel just like my confidence is bigger this year, just because, like Gianna was saying, our team chemistry is so much better this year. Just because with the year we missed with COVID, it was like we had 2 sets of freshmen. And with us having no seniors, we were the only people with experience. So it was really hard to create a team chemistry when you didn't have much of an experienced team. So this year, practice just feels so much different. We're having team dinners again. It's more of a family. So it was really nice. There's more cheering. Even Mr. Van Arnhem, he was behind the plate every pitch, and I heard him cheering for me every time. That's so cool. And it was everybody behind me. So I don't know if I could have last year, but I'm glad it happened this year.
And what's been the biggest change for you developing the confidence you have now?
Probably just repetition. Like Mr. Cantini, he's such a blessing, because he's very knowledgeable in the field, and especially with hitting. He's been helping me work on just what to do better on the plate, making me more confident. We hit almost, when we don't have a game, we hit every day. Even if we do have a game, we hit every day. And it's just repetition and getting used to seeing the bad pitches, letting those ones go, and just getting used to hitting everything that comes towards me.
He's also the dog whisperer, right?
Yes, exactly. That was, yeah. Yes.
Who else, obviously you've come up with a big clutch hit. Gianna's always clutch, but who else are you going to count on this year to come up with the clutch hits and clutch plays? I'm
really hoping for Gianna DeFranco, because she makes some crazy plays at shortstop, and I feel like she just doesn't get enough recognition. There'll be a ball that'll sail towards her, and she'll stop it no problem, and I'm like, I don't know if I could have done that. So I'm glad she's in the position she's in, and she has travel experience behind her, so I'm really hoping, and she deserves it. She's our little buddy, so I'm really hoping that comes up for her. And any of the freshmen, it's just honestly anybody on the team, because it's so exciting no matter where you are. Even if like Kelsey Sale, when she came into the game, it was her first at bat and she got a walk, but I don't think she realized how big that walk was for us. It threw off the pitcher, it got someone on base. It started the momentum. And even if you're coming off the bench, you can make such a big deal. So anybody in the right position.
You nailed it.
Thanks.
That is so key, that whether it's a walk, whether it's making a simple play, or if you're a pinch runner, just doing those little things, and then the big things happen. But
Mhm.
you nailed it. That was good.
Thank you.
All right, Gianna, back to you. Who's your breakout player that you kind of expect to make some things happen for the Hornets?
That I expect, I really want Grace Mastrangelo to break out. I think she's a little nervous right now, but she's good.
She is. She had a couple hits the other day, huh?
Yeah, she can do it. And I have all the faith in the world in her. And I know she's going to pull through. Yeah, for sure. No, and you, like you said, she's already getting hits, and she
hits the ball hard.
Yeah,
she hit it
hits the ball
square. Yeah, I
hard.
mean, she hit it right at a couple
And
people.
They're
But
just right at people, and
Yep.
she deserves it too. And Gianna DeFranco, and yeah, and Maddie's gonna do it again.
and the beauty of this whole thing is you guys are very young still. I mean, almost everybody's going to be back, and it's you're developing a little pipeline now, and got to build on it. So, all right, Coach, back to you. Who do we leave out?
We've got Ava Perutsky at first. She's starting to get her confidence back playing the field. A couple at bats here, I think she'll get going again too, which is huge. We have our lovely seniors right here. We've hit Maddie, Grace, Nick, Belle, Kennedy. We have depth on our bench this year, which is super nice. Again, Kelsey Sale. We've got Morgan Carmesino, who plays a pivotal role. We have Avery. I always mess up her last name, and I feel bad trying to even
You're
say
not
it.
the only one. I have to type it multiple times, and I'm like, ah.
But she brings depth to the outfield as well. And then we've got Riley Greenlee, who came out this year. Oh, my goodness, I put her on first base, and I'm like, cool, Nick hits the ball. I'm like, you're scoring. Sorry, you're going. She's knocking at the door, too, for a lot of playing time here. And we got Mia Osborne. So we're sitting in a very, very good spot. We got Megan Reed developing as a pitcher this year, too, for the future. Kennedy Boyd's working at pitching as well. So, I mean, we're looking really good for this year, especially, and we're going to win a lot of games.
Absolutely. And I know, obviously, you want to win the CVC title, the Valley Division. I got to say, you've got to be one of the prohibitive favorites along with Crestwood. And then, you already got Berkshire and West Cuyahoga, in the bin. So, you just got to keep doing what you're doing. But, yeah, the mindset, totally different this year. The girls are confident. Like they said, they're cheering in the dugout. They're loud. They're excited for each other. And that's the recipe for success.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, I appreciate you all being here, and I hope to see you again soon. The weather hasn't cooperated much for baseball and softball, but hopefully we get out there eventually, maybe this week. Might get 3 or 4 in, hopefully. So, good to see you all. Congrats on the early success, and best of luck the rest of the way. All right, that was the Kirtland Hornets softball team. Next up, we've got the Chagrin Falls baseball team coming in after a Sunday afternoon game against Gilmore, I believe, right? Is it Gilmore? And we'll find out the result of that game momentarily. Coach isn't dirty, so it doesn't look like they pushed him around the dirt at all. Oh, that's right. There is no dirt out at Gilmore. I forgot about that. All right. Coach Sweeney, go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you, and then give us the little elevator pitch. You guys are one of the teams that have got most of the games in already this spring. So, yeah, give us a little overview of what we can expect out of the Tigers.
So I got my 3 captains here. Senior Brett Vaccaro, who will pitch and play third and probably a couple other infield positions. Leo Fornara. He also pitches, catches, plays a little outfield. And Andrew Kirkpatrick, who also pitches, catches, first, third. As you can see, we don't have a lot of depth, so all these guys have to play multiple positions. So we just got back from Gilmore, so we just played our 6th game of the year. So we've, in baseball, it's funny. I mean, that's almost a fourth of the season already done. We played 2 in Myrtle Beach. And then we just, we're having trouble, obviously, like everybody else, getting consistent games in. But from where we started in the preseason to where we are now, it's like night and day. I mean, at the beginning of the year, man, I wasn't sure we could win a game. And now all of a sudden we're playing pretty good baseball. We're making plays in the field. We're throwing strikes and pitching, especially when we're throwing our main guys. And, we got our top of the order really swings the bat well. And so it's exciting. We've won 2 in a row. We lost a couple games to D1 Austintown Fitch and Twinsburg that were tight games, good games, just didn't get it done. So I just think the more we play, the more we get experience with our other guys, the better we're going to be.
I know every spring I send out that questionnaire, and you send back a book. You do a great job with that, so I appreciate that. But, every year I can go in and know, okay, Chagrin's going to be Chagrin. Well, this year, I don't want to say you were a little bit less optimistic than normal, but I could sense it that, you've got some question marks you don't typically have. But now that you've got a handful of games in, are you still at that same level, or are you a little more confident?
Definitely more confident. When I have to write those things, sometimes I don't even know my batting order or who's going to play in certain spots. So, the depth issue is still an issue. We have 11 guys on varsity, 11 guys on JV. So we just don't have a lot of choices. So a lot of guys have to play multiple positions. But I definitely was not sure how this was going to play out. We knew we had our top of the order. We thought we'd hit the ball at the top of the order. We knew we'd pitch well. We had Leo and Andrew coming back, who are third and fourth guys last year, and we knew they'd step into 1 and 2. Now, we haven't played consistently enough games to find out the rest of our pitching staff yet, so that's certainly going to be sort of a question mark still until we play back-to-back games, more than, I guess back-to-back
Right.
games as we come forward. But so we will find that out. But, I was more worried just defensively. I know Brett said it in an interview already earlier after the Gilmore game that, we're just kind of known. I always tell them all the time, I said, it's tough to beat good teams when they don't make mistakes. And we've been a team that just doesn't really make mistakes. We just make simple plays, and we don't beat ourselves. And it's really hard for teams to beat us when we're not walking guys and we're making plays in the field. And I wasn't sure that was going to happen, and it's started to happen. We still got a ways to go, but it's, we're definitely on the rise with all that.
All right, I'll come back to you, Coach. Let's move over there to Brett. Brett, go ahead and introduce yourself and tell us what positions you're playing this spring.
Yeah, so I'm playing third base primarily this year. I'm going to pitch a little bit in relief and hopefully be one of the starters. I'll also play some other spots in the infield. Right now I'm hitting 3 this year, and I'm really excited. It's my first time in that part of the order, so yeah.
How different was the preseason? Because, like I said, Coach kind of came in, and there are more question marks than normal, at least over the past 5 or 6 years. So, some of those questions, did the players, was that on your minds as well?
Definitely was on our minds. I think we didn't have a ton of returning players, and like Coach said, we don't have a ton of depth. So the players who had to step up didn't have a ton of experience. But at this point in the season, I feel really confident that they're going to get the job done the rest of the year.
How much did that trip south kind of help the team come together?
Definitely a ton. I think a lot of other teams in our area didn't have that opportunity, and some of the teams, it was their first game playing when it was already our 5th game, so that experience gave us a huge advantage over them.
And every media day I say the same thing. If you can do it, you got to do it. It's just, number one, you get to go down, enjoy some nice weather, and play while the rest of the teams are in a gym. But for that team bonding experience, I think that goes a long way too, especially when you guys had some new faces in the lineup. That goes a long way. So what do you see as the strength of the Tigers this year?
I think the top of our order is going to be a huge key part. Basically, I feel like we're confident that we're going to generate a run every time we go through that part of the order. So, yeah.
And then you're playing third base. Go ahead and introduce the rest of your infield.
Yeah, so we have Gavin at shortstop, Gavin Stevens. He's a junior, first year on varsity. Drew Mergenhagen, also his first year. He's playing second base. And then Sven's our starting first baseman right now with Andrew Bazone, who's a senior, as our backup. And then Andrew's going to play some third base when I pitch also.
Okay. Who's a catcher?
Leo and Andrew,
okay.
2 catchers. Yeah.
I'll get back to them then. Good. All right. And then just what are you hoping to accomplish individually and as a team this year?
Yeah, so my goal this year is to hit 400. I haven't always been a power hitter, so more contact, want to hit above 400 for sure. Limit the errors. Last year was a little bit of a struggle. Third base last year was my first year in a while playing there, so it's a little bit of a bump in the road, but I feel more confident this year. And as a team, I'd like to – it's always our goal every year to win 20 games and make it to the regional, and we'll take it from there.
Today you got to play on turf. What do you prefer, the dirt or the turf?
Definitely the turf,
Turf.
the natural hot.
Yeah, I figure most people say that, but there are people that don't like turf. And whatever, I think I'd rather the turf. But all right, let's move that on to Leo, catcher, pitcher, and then general utility, I assume.
That's correct. Starting pitcher, newfound position at catching this year, and an outfielder normally as well.
Well, let's start with catcher. Why is it newfound? Have you ever caught before?
I have never caught before, but last year we had 2 college guys that were catchers, and this year Andrew's my catcher, and I catch for Andrew. But it's definitely been tough. But I don't think going into college there's a better way to develop myself, and I think Andrew would agree with this. Playing catcher, it opens up your mind to so much more about the game, and it really gets you thinking about, where the play should be made, and thinking 3 steps ahead. But there's definitely been some challenges with it, but it's been a great experience.
As a catcher, you're kind of like the quarterback of the defensive alignment there,
Exactly.
and you get to see everything, but it also takes on some additional burdens. You got to make sure everybody's aligned right, and a lot of pre-pitch stuff that has to run through your mind. How are you handling all that?
I've had a lot of guidance from the coaches. I think I've been getting better and better at it. But yeah, exactly, with the pitch calling and pitch location, with different runners on, thinking about pitch outs, pickoffs. The coaches do a lot of, they do a good job at helping me regulate that. But it's definitely been, a process to sort of take all of those things at once and put them together smoothly. So, it's definitely been a struggle, but it's been getting better.
Yeah. And obviously, a lot of new faces in the lineup. The preseason was really important to shake some of the rust off and
Right.
Kind of figure out who needs to be where. How do you think that process went? Are you satisfied with how things shook out?
I'm definitely satisfied with that thing, with how the process shook out, especially on the offensive side from the bottom of the order. I've gained a lot more confidence in the bottom of the order. in practice every day, they've been working super hard, and the improvement's starting to show. And I think it's going to continue to show. Like last year, 1 through 9, everyone was a threat, 1 through 9. We're not quite at that point yet, I would say, but I am very confident that we're going to get to that point.
Who are a couple of the guys that aren't here today that we're going to hear about throughout the season?
I think one of the main guys is Calvin Hill. He played as a freshman, and he's got one of the most naturally talented hands and quickest swings that I've seen. And I think he's going to be a big producer for us at the plate this year. And I think Nick Calabrese will be as well. He played varsity last year, and I think it's been a little bit of a slower start for him, but he's definitely been showing improvement at the plate, and so I think he's going to have a big year for us as well.
All right, sounds good. Andrew, we're going to slide over to you, and make sure that mic is all the way up, the black switch there. Okay, good. All right, and Andrew, pitcher, catcher, outfield, a little bit of everything?
Catcher, third, and first mainly.
Okay, so no outfield. So, man, I got to go back to coach then to get the outfield breakdown. But, just talk early on. You guys had the trip to Myrtle. You guys got a few games in since you've been back. There were some question marks in the preseason. How satisfied are you with how your team's performed thus far?
I'm really satisfied. The younger guys have really stepped up. It was a little nerve-wracking coming in the season, knowing that we weren't the most experienced of teams. But yeah, like I said, the younger guys have really stepped up and really worked in practice to fill those roles, and they're doing a really good job.
What did you see as the biggest challenge coming into the season?
For me, it was the catching position, and Coach Sweeney will tell you the same thing. There were days where Coach Sweeney was begging people to just try to catch. Leo really stepped up, and he's been really working hard on catching, and he's really doing a good job back there for me. So, I'd say the catching position's definitely the one that I was most worried about.
As a catcher, I'll let you talk about the pitching staff. Who are the top guys that you guys are going to count on to chew up a lot of innings?
So me and Leo were the main two. Will Graham and Sven Nielsen have been pitching a lot. Brett has pitched. We all pitch other than Nick Calabrese and Bizomo. He might pitch, but he's not one of the main guys. But, yeah, everyone pitches, and everyone's real talented on the mound.
All right. Coach, I'm going to throw it back to you. Let's start, just break down the outfield a little bit since we didn't talk too much about that crew, and then got a couple more for you.
Yeah, right now, most games, Nick Calabrese will start in left and bat 5 for us. So, he got a lot of experience last year, and he was injured a little bit with his back last year. So, we expect big things out of him. I mean, Donnie Hardy's a stud in center field. He's a big-time player. He leads off for us. I think in the first 6 games, he already has 6 doubles, and you know, his batting average is, you know, 450 around there or something, and just a great center fielder, fast, steal bases. But and then Calvin Hill's kind of Leo's dark horse. You know, he's come up with some big hits. I mean, he gets he's doing a really nice job for never not playing since his freshman year, and I think he'll give us some innings on the hill as far as in relief. I don't think he had rotator cuff surgery actually in October, I think. So he's able to give us, you know, 1-2 innings at a time. So I think by the end of the year, he's really going to be a benefit on the mound. But those are kind of our main outfielders. Will Graham plays some outfield as well. Leo used to be an outfielder. Now he's pretty much just pitcher and catcher. And, you know, I want to talk just real quick on those two. Just, you know, I threatened to cancel the season because no one wanted to catch. I said it's pretty tough to play when we don't have anybody to throw to. So those guys, Andrew's like, yeah, I'll do it. And Andrew's done it a little bit before, not really at the high school level. And Leo's like, Coach, I've never done it before, but I'll do it. So, he's just one of those guys that, you know, are relentless at his work ethic and, you know, just a great attitude. And, you know, even when things aren't going the best, you know, he's still going to fight through it. And you know, like he said, he's getting better and better all the time. And that's been huge for us because Leo's got a cannon back there. So, I mean, he pretty much shuts down the run game. So, you know, and he's getting better and better at all the other stuff too.
And then just I asked the guys about this too, is just, you know, preseason, you had a lot of question marks. Now you got a handful of games in. Optimistically, you've got to be a little bit higher and just knowing that, okay, we still have a few holes, but we're in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I feel pretty good. Obviously, I don't like our record. We're not used to being 3-3 at this point. You know, we have a pretty good program for a long time, so, you know, that's not really where we want to be, but I don't really look at it that way in a sense because I knew, you know, we were getting there, and so I was positive throughout the whole time. You know, and again, when you're playing like once every 5 days, it's just tough to get in a rhythm. So I think going forward, our biggest thing is, like they said, getting the bottom of the order going and getting them consistent at bats and experience, and then seeing what the rest of the pitchers do. You know, we definitely know that Andrew and Leo will be our guys. We just have to find those next 2 or 3 guys, and hopefully when we start playing, hopefully this week, when we can get 2, 3, 4 games in, you know, we'll kind of have a better idea with the rest of the pitchers.
All right, and then just lastly, you know, obviously the standard is high every year. You guys aren't looking at just winning conference titles. You want district and regional titles as well. How are you going to define success this year, knowing, you know, how young the team was and how many holes you had to plug?
Yeah, and like I told these guys, I mean, honestly, experience-wise, I mean, we had a lot of guys back from last year. I mean, we lost a lot of our maybe top-of-the-order guys and our top-of-the-line pitchers, but, you know, we still had, you know, Brett started for us last year. Leo ended up starting in the playoffs for us last year. Andrew started since his freshman year. Nick Calabrese played a lot last year. And who else am I missing? And Donnie Hardy started for us in center last year. So we had 5 guys that had regional experience, you know, and district experience and stuff. So it's just we didn't have really anything from the rest of the guys experience-wise, you know. So it's just kind of, you know, our standards don't change. I mean, they are. We keep them there every year, like Brett said. I mean, you know, 20 games, get to the regional, CVC. I mean, those don't change, and I don't see why we should think any less this year. I mean, we certainly believe, you know, I think that tradition helps, and I think we all believe in it.
All right, Coach. Well, I appreciate you guys coming in, squeezing it in after a game. I'm just glad you got out and got to play. Probably wasn't the warmest day, but just nice being out there under the sun and getting the game in. So best of luck to you guys the rest of the spring. Appreciate you being here.
All right, thank you.
That was the Chagrin Falls Tigers baseball team here at the 2022 CVC Spring Sports Media Day. We've got a couple other teams coming up. Right now we've got the Wycliffe tennis team, followed by Sasha Graham, who's going to discuss her new book. And then we'll have a little bit of a break, and then Kirtland Baseball is going to close out our Spring Sports Media Day. So right now we've got the Wycliffe Blue Devils settling in here at the main table. Another tennis team. I think this is our second of the day. All right, Coach Jason Moulton, correct? Yep. All right, Coach, go ahead and introduce the guys you brought with you, and then just give us an elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Blue Devils this spring?
We have 2 juniors, Noah Telsman and AJ Levon. AJ's our first singles, and then Noah's our second singles. We've played 3 matches so far, and we've competed. You know, we played Lakeside, and they're probably the best team in the CVC Valley at this point. They're returning 4 really good players. We battled though, and you know we're so young. We played Geneva, and I think last year we lost 5-0, and this year we lost 2-3, and we had one go to a third set. We could have beat them there, but just close matches. And then we went to South, and we had a couple matches go into third sets, and we lost 4-1. It could have easily been 4-1 our way. It's just kind of the name of the game. But you know we're young. We have a lot of athletes on our team, and we're just getting there. It's just gonna be a long process. I think they're gonna get there. It's more just a marathon. I mean, you're gonna see, as a month went by, these kids have already gotten a lot better, and they're taking their athleticism and turning it into actual tennis, which is a really big deal.
And you talked about the athletes, and I just remember their names, multiple sport athletes, so that certainly helps, a young tennis team kind of develop when you've got guys that know how to compete and translate that over to the tennis court. So
yeah, my biggest pitch for a lot of these guys is, a lot of people scoff at tennis. They're like, it's not baseball, it's not the other things. But then we get those athletes. They're soccer players, golf players, basketball players. They do a lot of different sports, and most of our team is basketball players and soccer players. And they get into playing tennis, and they just want to have fun, and that's their biggest thing is, I just want to have fun. And then they go out and maybe they lose, and then they go, I don't like that. Their competitive side takes it over, and they go, okay, well, I want to get better and I want to win. Even if it's tennis, they go, I want to win. And then you kind of have them hook, line, and sinker at that point. They're athletes, and they just want to compete. So it's
absolutely.
Good.
Feed them that competition. They'll run with it. All right, Noah, let's slide over there and make sure your microphone's turned on. Flip that black switch up. Just go ahead and introduce yourself, and then just tell us what role you're filling. First singles, second singles, etc.
So I'm playing second singles. Last year, me and AJ, we played first doubles, so it's kind of a switch, something new. Last year, I kind of depended on him, and we kind of worked together. And it's kind of weird now being by yourself and having to do everything by yourself.
Yeah, I was going to ask, what's the biggest difference? I mean, obviously you're playing with a partner in doubles, but going to singles, it's still tennis, but now it's just you, the lone man in the arena.
Definitely being consistent. Like before, you could rely on your other teammate, but now you gotta do everything right, or you're kind of you'll just mess up.
How much have you developed as a player from previous seasons to this year?
Well, I think I made a huge jump from last year. Like I said, I always depended on him, but through the start of the season, I wasn't too consistent. But as we progress, I feel like I'm getting there.
And what's been the biggest improvement to your game over the years?
I'd probably say my backhand. Before, God, I could not hit a backhand, but now it's getting there. Along with my serve, it's really progressed since last year.
Competitively, the CVC's got a lot of great tennis teams, Hawkins, Chagrin Orange, and then even down, as Coach mentioned, Lakeside's got some quality. Perry's good. Kirtland's developing. They're getting better and better. And so obviously, tennis is growing even in the Valley Division. How much does that help where you're competing a little bit more each match?
It's great. Playing people that are better than you, it's going to help you get better. Every single match this year, I've played against someone who's either equal to me or better than me, so it's just pushing me every point.
What's been the biggest challenge for you developing as a tennis player now into singles?
Like I said before, consistency. It's a big key thing.
All right, AJ, on to you. And what are you playing now? What are you? First singles, okay. Yeah. And how different has it been? You had your crutch over here, Noah. Just always had somebody on the court with you, and now it's just you.
It's definitely a lot more running around the court. You only have to cover half the court usually, but now you have to cover the full court. So that's the only difference. And the people are a lot better from first doubles to first singles. Every shot's consistent and right where they want to hit it. It's perfect every time. So you got to be pretty much perfect back every time too. Has
that been the biggest challenge for you? Is that now you're seeing usually the best player on the opposing team?
Yeah, it's a big difference, especially everything, not only the shots you hit, but the movement you have, where you have to be on the court at all times. So, you got to be perfect all the time. So it's a big difference.
How many years have you played?
This is my second year.
Oh, okay.
Last
so
year was my first year.
Okay.
Yeah.
So growth from last year to this year. What's been the biggest improvement?
Just like Noah, probably just consistency and then confidence, just like actually hitting the ball as hard as I can, not just like dinking it over just to get it back over. It's just hitting it hard back, trying to compete with other people.
Looking at your goals, what are you hoping to accomplish this year?
I'm hoping to just – so the first match was against the Lakeside first single, who's probably like one of the best kids I've ever played. By the second time we play them, I just want to be like maybe not beat them, but just compete with them a little better is really all I want to do. Maybe make it more of a match. And that's really it.
And then I'll give you a chance here. Who are some breakout players we're going to see this year? Who do you think is going to have a good season?
Definitely senior Bryant Murphy. He's played his freshman and sophomore year, and last year he didn't play. But then this year he's playing again. He's gonna be pretty good. And then we also got someone else, Ryan Lakovich at third singles. He'll be pretty good. And then Kurt Bogert, who also plays first doubles with Bryant. He's probably the quickest developed person I've ever seen play tennis. Like, it's crazy how much he's like gotten better just after 2 months probably.
Nice. No, I'll go back to you. Same questions. What are your goals for the year?
Kind of what AJ said. I just want to be more consistent. Going to the CVC tournament, I want to win the CVC at second doubles, hopefully. And yeah, my fault, second singles. And then when we go to the postseason with me and AJ are probably going to play first doubles, and so I want to kind of make it far with him and see what we can do.
All right, and then same question. Who's a breakout player in your eyes? Who do you think is going to have a big year for the Blue Devils?
I feel like our whole lineup's going to do really good. Like Coach said earlier, like we're a team full of athletes. Like every single kid is very athletic, and I feel like everyone's going to progress like extremely from the beginning of the season to the end.
All right, Coach, back to you to wrap things up. We've got your first and second singles here. Who's at third singles and your two doubles teams?
At third singles, we have Ryan Lakovich, and then first doubles, we have right now we have Bryant Murphy, and then I think we're going to put Anthony Shaw at first doubles, and then second doubles is going to be Kurt Bogart and Jimmy Wheeler. So that's two freshmen at second doubles, and then a senior and a sophomore at first doubles, and then a sophomore at third singles.
So it sounds like you're trying to grow the program. You've got some athletes in there. It's going to help. What's going to get you to the next level, though? How are these guys going to, you may not win a state title to attract all the younger kids that come play, but you still have to have some success to inspire other kids to come out and try tennis. How are you going to do that?
Yeah, the big thing is just having fun. I mean, they're just picking up really quickly. I mean, these two are two juniors that he played 1 year in middle school, and then the COVID year was freshman year, and then he picked up his sophomore year. So they're all, most of our guys haven't been playing tennis that long, and then our only senior played his freshman year. COVID was his sophomore year, so there was no season, and then junior year didn't play, so he's only played 1 year in high school. So most of these guys, they're just playing all the time, and a lot of them, we played a lot this summer. And then the guys that we picked up, we have 17 kids now, so it's just like we're kind of a decent amount to choose from. And you're seeing these freshmen go up on the weekends and go up after practice, just playing and just not with me, they're just going and they're just playing consistently. And you can see this slowly just by playing. You don't have to get lessons. You just go out there and hit a ball, and you kind of pick things up by yourself and go, oh, I can do this, or I can do this better, and you start just getting better. And it's been a big deal. You could see it in the month. The weather is not great, so we don't get to practice every day. We don't get to play every day, but we've been practicing for a month, and it's night and day already, so it's a big deal.
And then last question, just define success. Obviously everyone wants to win league titles and district titles, that type of thing, but for your program, what's it going to take to be successful?
We're so young. We're graduating one senior, so I think we kind of went into it going, okay, we're going to develop a lot. It's a marathon. These kids are going to get way better. Maybe we lost to Geneva the first time around. The second time around, we're going to try to get them. And just getting to that point by the end of the season where we have all this momentum going into next year where, hey, you never know about a CVC title. It's something that when you only graduate one senior and you have a couple of guys that are playing really good tennis and they're only going to get better, that's probably the long goal is maybe not this year, but, hey, there's always next year, and just seeing these guys compete and have fun and just keep going.
Outstanding. Well, I appreciate you guys coming out today for Media Day, and best of luck to you this spring. All right, that was the Wycliffe Blue Devils tennis team. kind of winding down our spring sports media day here at Kirtland High School. We've got a special guest joining us next, author Sasha Graham, live from Phoenix, Arizona, where it's quite a bit warmer than it is here in Ohio. So let's, I am crossing my fingers here, folks. This is the first time I'm trying a live call on one of our streams, so I tested it, and I hope it all works out pretty well. But let's go to Sasha now. I heard voices, so I'm pretty confident that I have audio. Sasha, how are you today?
Hi, Steve. I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing well, and just hearing your voice makes me happy because everything's working the way it is supposed to. I was very nervous about that, so glad to see it's working. Today, obviously big week for you with the publishing of your second book of the Tiny Ninja series, but third overall, correct?
That's right. So in 2019, Milo Does Not Like Mornings came out, and then in 2020, we released Milo Does Not Like Mornings in Spanish, and then just on Tuesday, on April 5th, we released the latest book called Whitney Wins Everything.
And that's why you're here, because now you've touched my arena when you wrote a children's sports book, and so now I can bring you in. And just full disclosure, folks, Sasha is a very close friend of my brother. I've gotten to meet her a couple of times out in Los Angeles, but you guys worked at Disney together, and now you're in Phoenix, but still close friends.
That's exactly right. And I have been having the best time watching your media day. It's something that I wouldn't have done normally, but I was a high school athlete and played volleyball, basketball, and I ran track. And watching all of these young people come on and be so articulate and talk about their goals and talk about trying new things. Boy, that young woman who talked about trying pole vaulting for the first time, it really struck something in me and reminded me why sports are so magical and so important for all of us.
Well, you nailed it, and that's why I do what I do, just because of that passion I have for sports. And so the passion that you have has carried over into writing children's books, and Whitney Wins Everything. I got to read it. It was the first time I've read a children's book, and you wrote it at my level, so I really understood it. So let's start with Tiny Ninja. Thanks. Let's start with Tiny Ninja books. How did that idea come to you?
So I don't know if you remember these 3 ninja movies from the 80s. They had Hulk Hogan in them. They were just classics in a certain segment of the population. But my kids, particularly my boys, loved these movies. My boys are not really old enough to have been watching these movies, but they may have been introduced to them by somebody who liked them. And so there were 2 of them. I have 2 sons. And when I was pregnant with my daughter, they decided that she would be the 3rd ninja in their trifecta. So they knew that she would be really small when she was born, so they nicknamed her Tiny Ninja. And I am always writing. I've been a professional writer for a really long time, and I loved this idea of a tiny ninja. And so I wrote all of these stories, and eventually I hit on this idea of the tiny ninja being the best version of us, really personifying our conscience and, our compassionate and brave side. And once I did that, it really all came together. And so I introduced this idea as a complete concept of Tiny Ninja books, with the idea that about every 18 months or so, a new book will join the collection. And so far, so good.
And so Whitney Wins Everything is the second book in that series. I read some of the media stuff that you had put out, not keeping score in sports and those types of things. And those are discussions that we're having in society right now related to, well, gosh, it's sports. Are we really supposed to not keep score? Are we supposed to worry about our opponent feeling dejected if we beat them, badly, that type of thing? So that's why I'm really interested in this, because it's just another way to say, hey, here's another perspective. Here's another way that we still want to win. We want to win everything. That's obviously the purpose of sports, but sports also is about more than just winning, and that's where I'll let you take over and discuss Whitney's dilemma here.
Right. So the book is about this really competitive little girl named Whitney, and she's really talented. She wins, all of the trophies and all of the medals. And then one day, there are these birthday invitations that are going around from this little girl named Lily, and Whitney realizes that she's not getting one. And when she asks a mutual friend, the friend says it's because they're going to have games there and you'll just win all of them. And this is really confusing to this little girl. You know, she's in first grade or so, and she thinks, but everybody loves a winner. You know, I'm always picked first for all the teams. And then she goes to her soccer practice later that afternoon, and the coach tells her in this new league, they don't keep score at her level. And she thinks it's the most ridiculous thing she's ever heard in her entire life. And I will admit that I am sort of on Whitney's side with this one, that I coached my second son, his name is Indy. I coached his basketball team a few years ago, and I came out with these grand plans that we were going to, you know, I had speeches prepared, I had drills ready, and these first graders showed up and they were not ready for what I had in mind. And we went out for our first game, and it wasn't pretty. You know, the other team showed up and they were running a motion offense, and they had this bona fide point guard, and they left us all over the court. And afterwards, when I went to talk to my team, what I realized was that without the score, that I didn't have a leg to stand on when it came to setting group goals. That all we had really were individual goals. You know, that I want you to make 3 passes and I want you to take, 6 shots. Because we didn't have this common goal to work towards, suddenly I was left sort of thinking, what's the point? Why are we here if we're not here to accomplish something together and to improve together? And the argument, of course, is that we're introducing kids to love a sport, that we want them to develop a love for the sport before, facing the agony of defeat. But the reality is that kids are facing that anyway. And if we can present it to them in this way that is healthy and fun, and teach them that losing is not the end of the world. You know, watching your athletes today, they all know that because they've played sports. They understand that if they lose today, they're going to have another chance tomorrow. And that's really what I want to communicate with this story, is that when you find something that isn't serving you anymore, that you can change course, that you can set these goals, that you can make the pass. And that's the idea behind this book.
Right, and it's very timely because you have, number one, a reduction. Kids aren't playing sports at the numbers they used to. So we're seeing a decline, especially here in our little areas. In our league that we're having this media day for, we're seeing numbers of teams that used to have 50 kids, or now they have 30. They used to have a varsity, a JV, and a freshman, and now they have a varsity and sometimes a JV. And so we're seeing that decline in numbers, and there's a lot of reasons. Kids are specializing, but also some kids are just turned away because they don't like that win at all costs attitude that is so pervasive. And so your book, obviously it's written for children, but at the same time, the message is very important for people of all ages, especially some of the coaches that probably need to hear that message when they're coaching 7 and 8-year-old kids, and they're coaching them that, oh gosh, we have to win. That's the most important thing. And the reality is that isn't the most important thing.
Sure. And I will always argue, so I still play sports. I love sports. And I will always argue that it's more fun to win. I have a great time going out and playing sand volleyball on Thursday nights, no matter what, because I'm with great friends and it's a fantastic sport. But I will tell you that I have more fun when I win. And I think that that is the case for most people. I think that the drop-off that we're seeing in student athletes, it really saddens me, because I think that a lot of it has to do with, I'm sure that the way that you grew up and the way I grew up was that we had seasons. And so we would play soccer in the fall, and then soccer would be over, and then we'd play basketball in the winter, and then we'd run track in the spring, or, whatever it was we did. And it gave us a chance over the course of this year to then miss that sport and get back to it the year later. And now I see where we live in Arizona, all of these kids specializing younger and younger and younger, and then playing their sports all year round, so that by the time they get to be 12 or 13 years old, they're like, yeah, I'm out. I'm going to go, hang out with my friends and not have to spend every single weekend playing baseball or, traveling to games, because adults have wrecked it for me. We've taken all of the joy out of it. And so I think that that's another discussion that needs to be had. And I suspect that it will come back around because we're starting to see that, this huge, 50 or 60% drop off in student athletes at the high school level, that will be motivated to fix that. But for now, I think it's a challenge.
It definitely is. And you said it too, is once these kids are specializing, they go from playing maybe 20 games a year in their sport to now playing 50 or 60. And we've seen this increase in injuries, overuse injuries. And I remember an HBO Real Sports segment a few years ago when they went down to spring training and interviewed some of the Detroit Tigers players and said, hey, how many games did you play as a child? And they're like, well, whatever, 10, 12, and then we went to the next sport. And then they went down the street to this youth travel team and they asked them, and they were, well, how many games do you play? Well, we play about 100 a year. And it's like you're taken aback because, well, gosh, if the professional players that made it to the highest levels of the sport were only playing 10 to 12 games a year, and then they went on to basketball and then whatever else, or football or soccer, well, now you're seeing these athletes that are not only playing and specializing in this one sport, but they're now creating injury issues. And then they talked to that doctor out of Alabama that does the Tommy John surgery. And he said, back in the day, he would do like one professional athlete a year. And now he's doing one high school kid a day. And it's like, oh, gosh, that's an eye-opener. And this was 20 years ago, and things have only gotten worse. So I think the book's timely for a number of reasons. And I did have to ask, your characters, Whitney and Landon, were they based on anybody I know? Because it sure sounds like you had Jeff over, and you were in the backyard playing with your kids, and you were Whitney, and he was Landon, who just couldn't kick the ball. That's what it sounds like to me.
I happen to know that Jeff was a great high school athlete, so I know that you're ribbing your brother a little bit, but you're not going to get away with it.
Oh, he's telling you stories. I don't know that that's true. We'll have to talk about that someday. But what's next for you? Do you have any other books in mind, or is this just a one-off in the sports genre?
I have had the best time with the sports genre this time. The first one is not in that category. And, it's interesting because sports are just their own language. And when I meet athletes, there's just an immediate connection. And so many of the people I've been doing interviews with and that I've been meeting about this book, we did the book release party yesterday at the soccer fields, at the youth soccer fields. And it's just something that is in my comfort zone and something I enjoy so much. So the plan currently is for a book that is not about sports, but that might change. We'll see.
And there's a little bit more to this book. It's not just, not all the profits are just going to you and your publisher. You have not a charity, but a nonprofit sports organization you're donating to?
That's right. So for the first book, we teamed up with a group called Read Better, Be Better, which is a local literacy group. And for this one, for Whitney Wins Everything, we teamed up with the Phoenix Rising Youth Soccer Foundation. And they provide scholarships for youth soccer players so that soccer players can play no matter what their financial situation, which is really, really important to me because like everything, youth sports have gotten really expensive. So if we can contribute to that a little bit, I thought that that would be something that would be lovely to do.
That is awesome. And for those people that are watching this right now and are interested in purchasing the book, you can visit my website, ohiovarsity.com, and you can see the book release post that we have there, and there's a link to purchase it. Sasha, though, but it's distributed widely. Where else can they find it?
They can find it online anywhere that they buy books. If they, on Amazon or Barnes & Noble. My personal favorite is called bookshop.org because some of the money from every sale goes to your local bookshops. So, in this idea of think globally and shop locally, that's a good way to go. So bookshop.org, or they can always visit my website, tinyninjabooks.com.
Outstanding. And I did link to the bookshop.org link for Whitney Wins Everything. So I also like bookshop.org. That's where I buy my books. I stay away from that big box store that we all know so well, but I do shop through bookshop.org and appreciate it. Sasha, I appreciate your time. It's great to have you. I love the book. The illustration was outstanding as well. I still haven't found the 6 ninjas on that page, but I'm gonna keep it. I was never very good at those Where's Waldo type things. Just too much visual stimulation for me, but I will do my best to find those 6 ninjas. I appreciate your time. I wish you and your book well, and hope to see you again soon.
Thank you so much, and I would be remiss not to mention that Jeff managed to find all of the ninjas right away.
Oh, see, now you're making me angry. This is a competition with my brother. It's that sibling rivalry. You always have to do better than the brother. So I'm going to not only find 6, I'm going to find 7. That's what I'm going to do.
And I'll just keep poking the bear.
There you go. Well played. Sasha, thanks again for joining us. I appreciate it. We're going to get back to our media day.
Thank you. Have fun. Thanks for having me.
Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, that was author Sasha Graham. Her book was released this week. It was her 3rd book, 2nd in the Tiny Ninja book series. Whitney Wins Everything. Give it a shout. Give it a chance. You can purchase it anywhere you buy books. And lastly, to close out our Spring Sports Media Day, the home team Hornets. Kirtland Baseball. Step on up, Coach Schmerdell. We are going to close out our media day with the home team, the Kirtland Hornets, defending Valley Division champions. Coach, go ahead and grab your microphone. Make sure that black switch is up so we can hear you. And then just introduce the guys you brought with you, and then give us your elevator pitch. What can we expect out of the Hornets this spring?
All right, today we have Gino Blasini. He is a sophomore, and Luke Chuko, he's a junior. This year, we have pretty high hopes, quite honestly. We played a few games already this year, but we're looking at it like, we have a younger roster, but we have a lot of potential. I think, by the end of the year here, I think we'll be all right. It's baby steps along the way, but, a couple things to work out here early, but in the long run, we're going to be fine. So
every year you guys have success. Every year you graduate what seems like an enormous senior class. I don't know how you do it, where you have 6 or 7 seniors every year. And then you don't skip a beat. This year you kind of have a few more holes to fill with. I think you had a bigger senior class last year. A lot of the starters have graduated. So you've got some growing pains you're going to go through, but you still have talent, and I think that's always the key. How long it takes for those guys to gel in their new roles is usually what's going to determine how successful you are. How has that process gone?
The process, I see it happening in the gym, but the problem is we're not outside consistently. Through the first 2 weeks of the season, we played 3 games. We had 2 scrimmages. So ultimately, you look at it, we've had 5 total games on a field, and maybe 5 or 6 practices total outside too. But the process is coming along. It's a long haul here. We did replace a lot of guys last year, a lot of talent. But like I said, we have a lot of talent to step in those places. I think over the next couple of weeks, if we can consistently get outside, consistently play, you'll see a big change in how things are going right now.
You also didn't do yourself any favors, though, with the schedule. Lake Catholic, VASJ, VASJ's got one of the top pitchers in the area, and then you go and play Cardinal, and they've got one of the top pitchers in the area. So the schedule didn't favor you either as you're trying to ease into a new roster, and that's where the rainouts hurt, because you did have some other games that might have helped these guys, slowly acclimate themselves to their new roles. But, tough road so far, but things will get better as you get into the league competition and settle in. But aside from the weather, aside from all the new faces, what are the other hurdles you're going to have to clear this season?
I think, one of the other big things is, too, we have a pretty good pitching staff, but, the pitch count, especially, we're going to be backed up in games here. We're going to probably be playing 5-6 games in a week. So it's going to be balancing the pitch count, just making sure we have guys in the right spots, too. We're still kind of feeling that process out, kind of getting to learn which guys are best where and, how they can best help the team out. So, that's going to be kind of tricky when you have 5 games in a week and you have, 5 or 6 pitchers only. So you got to balance that.
And that pitch count rule that they added a few years ago makes a whole lot of sense. It really does, until you start to think about Northeast Ohio in particular, because Southern Ohio, even Central Ohio, they don't see the same weather that we get, but when you run into a situation where you're playing 5 or 6 games a week, you don't have enough arms for that. You're bringing up JV guys, so now as a coach, you've got to determine, am I going to throw them in league games? Am I going to throw them against this quality opponent that we scheduled to prepare us for the postseason? How do you balance all of that?
I mean, yeah, you're exactly right. You look at it, and I try to set up a rotation, and we do this every year, and it's hard to get into rotation and have guys in 5 days, like with the pitch count. You go over 25 pitches, you're done for a day. And even the other day, I had we were playing Lake Catholic. I had I think it was a conference game on Thursday to make up too, and I had to go pull a kid after 24 pitches. I'm just trying to make sure he's ready for the next day. I'm trying to make sure they get bullpens in and all that stuff too to keep their arms healthy, because you can't go out there and fire 100 pitches if you haven't thrown in a week. You gotta balance everything. It's going to be a balancing act, and I'm sure every other team in Northeast Ohio is in the same boat though. So it's going to be a long year of kind of getting that balance down, and once we do, I think we'll be all right.
All right, Coach, we'll come back to you. We'll head over there to Luke. Luke, grab you one of those microphones or take coaches. There you go. Luke, you're a junior. What positions are we playing this year?
Catcher. That's about it.
Catcher. So you're stepping in. Important role as a junior. How's that transition gone, just stepping into that varsity role?
It's been fine. I'm looking forward to playing more games and getting better.
As a catcher, you see everything in front of you. So you're the quarterback of the defense out there. You got to get guys properly aligned. You got to work with the pitchers. You got to talk to coach to communicate what pitches you want to throw to each batter. So you got a lot on your plate, and you're a young guy stepping into that role. How ready were you for that challenge?
I think I was pretty ready. I've been playing baseball for a really long time. I just do my best.
Working with a younger pitching staff, they're going to look at you as, hey, you're the catcher. You're supposed to know what we need to throw these hitters. Are you taking that role, or are you just kind of letting the pitchers ask questions and working things out from there?
I try and work with them and see what they like to throw, see what pitches are working for the see what pitches will be good against the batters. I don't know.
Last year, you had a whole bunch of seniors on the team that took over that leadership role. Now it's on the juniors and whatever seniors that are there. Is that a role you were ready to embrace, and how have you accepted that?
I want to embrace that role. I think everyone needs to step up and work together to win games.
That's all right. I'll come back to you as well. Gino, on to you. What positions do you play in the spring?
I'm a pitcher, and I play outfield.
Okay. So pitching, you lose your top two in Mason and Andrew. You bring back a few arms that had some experience. Talk about the pitching staff. Who are the guys we're going to see eating up most of the innings?
Pierce, me,
Pierce Boyd,
Aaron Fortuna, Tripp, and then Mason Ruskin close, and Max Paul. He's a freshman.
So I think 4 of those guys saw some varsity action last year, saw a lot of innings. So that gives you at least some veteran arms in there. How much has that helped where, they're not all new guys stepping into a varsity role for the first time?
We won't have like the jitters going to the first time pitching varsity, and I don't know. We just got to throw strikes.
That's the key. And looking at your outfield, break it down for us, left to right. Who's out there?
I play left. So does Victor Alfieri. Gage is in center. Mason Russ is in right field.
A lot of speed out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So how confident are you that the defense or the center field, the outfield? Geez, it's been a long day. I've been here since 11. How confident are you that the outfield is not going to be a problem area for the Hornets this year?
I'm really confident. In the game against Lake Catholic, Gage had a really nice catch.
Yep. So having that speed and confidence out there as a pitcher, when you're on the mound, you've got to feel a little bit more comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
When you're on the mound, how do you approach each time you throw a pitch? You got something in mind you're looking for?
Let them hit it. Let the defense play.
What kind of pitches do you throw?
Fastball, changeup, and slider.
And what does your fastball top out at?
Not sure. Like high 70s, somewhere around there.
All right. And then when you look at this season, and what are you trying to accomplish? You're just a sophomore, so this is, kind of, I don't want to say you're coming in as, wide-eyed or anything like that. I'm sure you've got some confidence, but, you're still just a sophomore playing varsity baseball. What are you hoping to accomplish this year?
Obviously win CVC title because we've been doing that, and have a far run in the playoffs.
What did you learn early on in this season? You guys have 3 games in already. What did you learn that might have changed your outlook a little bit, just to kind of say, okay, well, I thought I was going to do this. Now I got to make some adjustments and adapt to what happened already?
I feel like I need to put the ball in play and throw strikes when I'm on the mound.
All right, and last question for you. Who's a breakout player that you expect to have a big year for the Hornets?
Pierce Boyd.
Pierce Boyd. All right. Back to you, Luke. What kind of goals do you have for this year? What are you hoping to accomplish as an individual and as a team?
I'd want to be able to, as a team, same thing, win the CVC, make a good run in the playoffs. As an individual, I just want to do as much as I can to help us win. Put the ball in play, get outs, anything else I can do.
Is there a breakout player you think's going to have a big year? And you can say Pierce if it's the same, but it's up to you.
I think all of us could. Gino maybe. Aaron could have a nice year pitching. So.
All right, Coach, back to you. We talked a little bit about your pitchers, your outfield. Break down the rest of the infield for us.
So let's go around. So Pierce.
Yep.
All right, sorry, just double checking. Pierce Boyd is at third when he's not pitching. We got Aaron Fortuna and Trip Thaler at short. We got Luke Goglin. Tommy Goglin, my bad, at second. And then at first we have Jonathan Withrow. So that's around the infield there. So what else you want to know, Steve?
How confident are you in your lineup? Just, obviously you have holes to fill. Guys are seeing some varsity action for the first time, but you've seen them in practice, saw them a couple times in games. How confident are you that they're going to develop the way you need them to achieve your team goals?
I mean, I see it. I mean, I see it in the gym all the time. I see, the approaches of the plate coming along. Like you said before, we've seen 2 of the best pitchers in the area in the first couple games. We came out against Lake Catholic and we hit the ball. I have confidence these guys are going to step in and hit the ball. It's just we got to put all the pieces together. It's a puzzle. We're early in the season, and are the pieces together yet? No. But are we going to get those pieces together? I'm sure we will. You got 2 kids here who, they both work their butts off every day, and the same for the rest of the team. So, as long as they keep doing that, we're going to be successful this year. I'm pretty sure.
I think it was Bull Durham where they said, the nice thing about baseball is sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, or sometimes it rains. And when you lose, the nice thing about baseball is you get to come back the next day and play. But when it rains, it delays that. So you guys are 0-3. 2 weeks into the season, which is a very rare thing to happen at Kirtland, and you haven't been able to get back on the field. How do you keep these guys focused on, okay, that was yesterday. Even though we didn't play today, we still have games to play. How do you get them just to keep that next game mentality?
I think, it's just the mindset of a Kirtland athlete, honestly. It's every sport. They come to work hard. They come to play, and just making sure, they keep that confidence. And, we keep a good spirit about everything. And we've had years in the past where we started 0-2, 0-3. And, we'll bounce out of it. It's just going to take a little bit of time this year. And, yes, sitting here for, maybe a week at a time. We were 0-1 for a week, and now we're 0-3, and it's going to probably be a week by the time we play again with looking at this forecast. So, it's just keeping the mindset. We're going to get better every day. All the little stuff we do in the gym will pay off eventually. And once we get in a consistent, weather here and we play baseball every day, then I think things will turn around pretty quickly here. So.
Obviously, the goals are to win a conference title, maybe win a district title, maybe make a deeper run. All of that aside, how else do you define success this year?
As long as we're better by the end of the year, that's the big thing. We have a very young team, and as long as we get better this year and we, build into next year, that's another big piece of the battle. We have seniors on the team, obviously too, who are putting in the work, and we want to go as far as we can. And if we get all the puzzle pieces together, we'll be able to do that. I'm pretty confident. So, it's just I'll define success by doing the little things right and getting better by the end of the year.
I like it. All right, gentlemen, I appreciate you making the long trip to Kirtland High School today. That's going to do it for us here at the CVC Spring Sports Media Day. This is the Kirtland Hornets baseball team. Appreciate you guys being here. Good luck to you this spring.
Thanks, Steve.
Appreciate it. All right, folks, that is going to wrap up our final Media Day event of the spring here on CVC TV. I want to give a big shout out to our sponsor, Ohio Center for Oral, Facial, and Implant Surgery. Once again, we can't do any of this live streaming without our sponsors. The Ohio Center for Oral and Facial and Implant Surgery has been our presenting sponsor for the last 2 years, and great partners to have. They've allowed us to do some great things, not only with our live streams, but just in the website for the Chagrin Valley Conference and everything else that we've done. And we're growing and doing a little bit more, big things ahead. So glad to have you with us today, and good luck to all of our teams out there in the Chagrin Valley Conference. Hopefully Mother Nature will cooperate this week and we'll get some games in, get the track meets and tennis matches going and flowing, and before you know it, May will be here, our championships will be held, and the postseason will be here. But, enjoy the ride, folks. It goes quick. Once again, thank you for joining us today in our live stream here from Kirtland High School. I'm Steve Hare, and one big shout out to all of the teams and coaches and players that attended today. Appreciate them for coming out and spending their Sunday with us, and we'll see them soon. Thank you again.